Preface. My intention in this volume is to present a picture of Böcklin's artistic development, of his significance for our time. In order to make the artistic portrait stand out clearly, it requires the temporal conditions as a backdrop and the personal circumstances as a frame. I did not wish to write a reference book about Böcklin. A complete listing of his works was far from my goal. The description of his paintings is kept as brief as possible. Familiarity with Böcklin's art is assumed. A book dealing solely with the emotional content of Böcklin's art would easily find a larger readership. But I write for that minority for whom art is not a refined pastime for idle hours, but a spiritual necessity. These readers will willingly follow the painterly problems the master set for himself, which found their classical fulfillment during the Florentine years. My aim to provide a clear picture also determined the structure of the content. The chronological order has only been partially observed. Nothing here is arbitrary, everything is intentional and well considered. While close friends lay the first tributes on the fresh grave, I lay the final hand on this book. These pages are not solely a tribute from me to the great deceased, they are an offering from the Böcklin community itself. Only through its active assistance was I able to untangle the threads of this wandering life. The only organised biographical groundwork so far existed in the chronological catalogue included with the Böcklin volume published by Brudman, and in the essay by H.U. Schmid, A. Böcklin's Life. But even the material taken from there has been, wherever possible, verified through repeated personal inquiries. I have referred in the text to the importance of the recently published Schick diary. I thank the gallery directors who helped me, the Böcklin collectors who opened their collections to me, the students who told me about their teacher, and the friends who shared memories of their friend. In particular, I thank the artist's family, who supported me in the most accommodating way. I warmly thank Messrs. Frick and Rudolf Burkhardt, whose selfless help made the work possible in the first place and who provided important material. I thank Böcklin's childhood friends, Reinhold Begas and Paul Heise, and the friend of his later years, Adolf Beiersdorfer, February 21st, 1901. Böcklin's significance in cultural history. It is a strange phenomenon in cultural history that the youngest generation of painters elevates a 70-year-old master and proclaims him the Messiah. Around the Swiss Arnold Böcklin, who during his prime years was mocked and vilified in his homeland and in Germany, there has now formed an enthusiastic community. He is the leader of Young Germany in painting. The Secession, the last and most vital artistic movement of the past decade, carries his banner. Every year, more works appear in our better exhibitions that follow his style. His own paintings, which up until the late 1870s were sold with difficulty by loyal friends to support his livelihood, have now become popular items for speculation. Among the pretentious educated class, Böcklin has become a fashion. The truly educated recognize him as a leading figure in the newest history of art. Böcklin's development cannot be fully explained in cultural historical terms, but his significance within cultural history can. The spiritual calling of our time has found its highest expression in him. History is a serpent that bites its own tail. It is clear that we are again in a current that bears similarities to the age of the Romantics. We also refer to the most recent artistic developments as neo-romanticism. Today's movement, like that of the 1820s, is essentially reactionary in the literal sense, as a counter-movement. Back then it opposed the Age of Enlightenment. Today, it turns against the scientific approach to art. Romanticism borrowed its artistic ideal from a vanished era. First it was sought in Dürer's time, then even further back. The Nazarenes piously immersed themselves in the works of the Pre-Raphaelites, and ultimately one sank into the moonlit magic night of the Middle Ages. Mysticism and symbolism became elements of artistic atmosphere. Today, nature mysticism with fairy tale figures and magical appearances rings out from the tones of the sunken bell. And when the art of our day has exhausted itself on gloomy peasant rooms, the perfumed boudoirs of ballerinas, and the whitewashed hospital walls, when it longs for the golden halo of the primitives, or adorns itself with Botticelli's star-covered garments, what is that if not romantic yearning? Romanticism is the search for the artistic ideal in a bygone time, whether in the era of minstrels or of Pericles. There are also romantics among the classicists. Goethe and Schiller already show signs of the coming movement. A longing to escape the real conditions of the time leads, as a consequence, to a desire to escape from the current state of culture, and to a joy in nature that leads to pantheism. Romanticism demanded from an artist the animation and empathy with nature. Novalis expressed the program in The Disciples at Sais. Thus, no one will understand nature who does not have an inner, nature-producing and differentiating instrument, who does not, instinctively, recognize and distinguish nature in all things, and who does not, with innate creative desire and a deep kinship with all forms, mix himself with all beings of nature through the medium of feeling, and in a sense, feel himself into them. Just as Böcklin escapes with his art, from the art of his time to the art of all times, so too has he, in the animation of nature, fulfilled the pantheistic artistic ideal of neo-romanticism. But he means even more than just a cultural historical figure. In him, the doctrine of personality finds its most brilliant representative. Fichte had already made the self the creator of appearances. The Romantics developed from this the concept of genius, a being free of all laws. The romantic genius becomes the precursor of Nietzsche's overman. Nietzsche has brought this idea to a terrifying popularity. For a decade we have lived under the influence of the poet-philosopher. The doctrine of the overman, the boundless subjectivism with the drive to fully live oneself out, has become the slogan of the far too many. Especially the youth, who in their overflowing sense of power have not yet grasped the limits of their abilities, passionately embrace this doctrine. While in the economic sphere the social movement continues to grow, and among the sciences the natural sciences still hold the leading position, while the principle of utility has earned polytechnic schools equal footing with the idealistic pursuit of knowledge at universities, a change has already taken place in the arts. Literature, breathing Nietzsche's spirit and under Ibsen's influence, begins to focus on individuality. Even though Ibsen is still heavily influenced by the scientific dogma of heredity, in Brand and Hedda Gabler, the fate of the individual takes centre stage. German drama and the German novel again concern themselves with ruling personalities, with overmen who assert their fate or are destroyed by it. There is a renewed interest in earlier works. Immermann's Merlin and Grabe's Napoleon are being rediscovered. And while the new poetry still stammers and babbles, in Gerhard Hauptmann's Sunken Bell, the dogma of the individual finds dramatic expression. If today's young artists, with a heart half Udi and half Liebermann, gather around Böcklin, it is not only the artistry of the master that inspires them. They venerate in him a cultural, historical movement. Instead of worn-out rules, the personal. Instead of dull repetition of exhausted artistic laws, the striving for individual style and formal expression. Amidst the surge of plein air painting and naturalism, Böcklin went his own way, and when people grew weary of sunlit scenes in peasant huts, when they longed again for a land where different suns shone, they suddenly realized, amazed, that someone had long since arrived at the realms they were seeking with their souls. He who for years had been mocked as absurd had, as a lone pathfinder, shown his time the summit destined for the idealistic art of the 19th century. Alone, he climbed the peak. Only to the foot of the mountain had companions followed. Because he found the heights in solitude, because he anticipated by decades the secret yearning of his time, because he gave firm shape to what others had groped for in confusion, therefore he deserves the leadership into the new century. 2. The City of Basil. The contrasts that clash within the city limits of Basel give Böcklin's homeland its distinctive character. Basel lies at the sharp bend of the Rhine, where the river, after flowing westward for a long distance, turns forcefully north. As if inviting connection, the city gazes across to France. Between the Jura and the Vosges Mountains, the Burgundian Gate opens wide, facilitating cultural exchange between east and west. While the Jura passes allow for connection with Switzerland itself, routes over St. Bernard, St. Gotthard, and the Graubünden passes maintain ties to the French-speaking world for centuries. This advantageous geographic position made Basel not only a major hub of trade, but also united diverse cultural elements into a vibrant and distinctive whole. Particularly beneficial to the city's prosperity was the immigration of religious refugees. In the 16th century, Basel readily welcomed those fleeing persecution from Romance-speaking lands. These new citizens repaid the old Rhine city with friendship, sharing fresh ideas and artisanal skills. Today, Romance and Germanic blood pulses in the veins of Basel's old families. Alongside the reserved, fair-eyed descendants of once stubborn Alemannic pagans strides the dark-featured air of lively Latin heritage. Just as contrasts define the people, so too does the city's inner life bear a double character. On the surface, there is pietism, expressed in a wide-ranging missionary movement, mystical stirrings combined with external religiosity. Beneath that lies a spirited joy in life, an echo of the festive Renaissance. In the rare but splendid celebrations where wealthy patricians generously open their purses, one still hears whispers of the revelry that once made Basel one of the merriest cities on the Rhine. The noise of modern looms has not yet drowned out the echoes of the city's intellectual past, nor has the smoke from factory chimneys yet smothered the city's old humanist education. Basel is the seat of an ancient culture. It was helped by the friendship of Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, who, as Pope Pius II, supported the city's endeavours, efforts that culminated in the founding of the University of Basel in 1460. The university's early faculty included some of the greatest minds of the time: Geiler von Kaisersberg, Johannes Brand, and Erasmus Reuchlin. Basel's rise in woodcut printing was closely tied to the city's golden age. The names Amerbach, Dürer, and Holbein mark its cultural peak. The words quietly penned by scholars and the fantastical images born in artists' minds were carried from Basel, Switzerland's first book printing centre, into the educated world. For a full century, Basel, along with Augsburg, was considered a leading centre of book printing in German lands. When on July 13, 1501, jubilant cries rang out, "Here Basel, here Swiss soil!" Celebrating the city's formal entry into the Swiss Confederation, the joy was justified. Basel's external stability allowed trade, travel, and intellectual life to flourish. A sense for architectural beauty had long marked Basel. The cathedral's completion occurred right at the turn of the century. And now, Basel stepped into the golden age of German painting. Albrecht Dürer worked briefly in the Rhine city on his return from Italy. Holbein created immortal works here over a decade. At the university, leading intellectuals taught. Andreas Vesalius published his foundational anatomy text De Humani Corporis Fabrica here in 1543. Desiderius Erasmus of Rotterdam settled in Basel, where he found the best printers, Johann Froben, Aporinus, and the Amerbachs, for his works. At that time, Basel became one of the foremost centres of humanist thought. After the Reformation's golden age came a gradual stagnation. By the 18th century, the once flourishing university had lost its prominence. In the arts, only architecture continued to thrive, with a new wave around 1750 sparking the construction of numerous private buildings. Basel struggled to recover from the turmoil of the Revolution and the wars with Napoleon. Great sacrifices were made to revive the university, including hiring distinguished foreign scholars such as the Germanist Wackernagel. Young people educated at other universities brought new ideas back home. A peaceful reform was attempted. Then the July Revolution swept Switzerland into its storms. A renewed, intense conflict erupted between the city and the surrounding region. All progressive forces stood with the countryside. Once again, the city experienced horrors reminiscent of the Peasants' Wars. Even the university's survival was threatened. After the countryside finally separated from the city, Basel stood severely damaged by these struggles. Only in 1848, with the adoption of a new federal constitution, did a revival begin. Art and science were once again cultivated. The construction of the Kunsthalle, the museum, and many university institutions balanced out the growth of rail stations and factories. By the 1870s, from a city of only 60,000 inhabitants, a brilliant trio of modern culture radiated outward. Jacob Burckhardt, Böcklin, Nietzsche. Who could still call Basel the most sober city in Germany, as Mother once did? Of course, since Holbein, Basel had lacked significance in painting. The city produced no independent artists. It followed either Dutch traditions or French styles. In the 16th century, Hans Bock painted in the manner of Heemskerk. The following century brought Matthäus Merian, famed as an engraver and influenced by Paul Brill. Johann Rudolf Huber, reaching into the 18th century, followed Le Brun. Hans Heinrich Keller vacillated between Dutch and French models. In the early 19th century, Peter Beermann painted cold academic landscapes, perhaps admired by Böcklin in his youth. But none of these lesser-known artists of Böcklin's hometown had a real impact on him. Nor can we seriously consider Hess and Destez, whom Pecht mentions in connection with Böcklin's early impressions. Hess, who lived in the circle of Cornelius in Rome, occasionally painted figures into Koch's landscapes, later turning to illustration and leaving behind rather tasteless caricatures. Destez lived in Solothurn. Böcklin could only have seen etchings by him. Even the impersonal style of landscape painter Miville likely made no impression on the young Böcklin. Perhaps the simple architectural forms of Schinkel's student Berry, who built the museum, spoke more to the boy. What mattered more were the inspirations Böcklin drew from the great treasures of past art, and even more powerful were the ideas awakened by the natural beauty and historical memories of his homeland, far more than the influence of minor contemporary masters. The spirit of Holbein, lingering in the city's art collection, and the precious Amerbach legacy, the ghosts rising from the ruins of Lörrach or the green waves of the Rhine, these were the first to kiss the brow of the poet-painter. They placed two gifts in his boyish hands, enthusiasm and imagination. Böcklin's youth fell during the city's darkest years, when Basel still bled from the wounds inflicted by conflict between city and countryside. Contemporary accounts paint a bleak picture of those times and help us understand the struggles faced by the future messiah of art and fantasy. The first thing that strikes one upon entering Basel is the expression of sadness and emptiness. At the sound of a wagon, shutters and doors are closed. Women hide away. Everything is dead and deserted. One might think the city was for rent, wrote Silvestre in 1837. Even when he praises the people of Basel for their orderliness and cleanliness, he balances the compliment with observations of stifling narrow-mindedness. Many women live only in the back parts of their large homes, while the front rooms, entered only by cleaning maids, remain perpetually empty. The people do not give parties, they seldom visit each other, and friendships rarely extend beyond the household. A newspaper report from the 1830s is even more unflattering. That the people of Basel are unpopular both abroad and in Switzerland is a fact. While the charge of excessive thriftiness may apply only to the rich, the middle class lacks for nothing, as one can observe especially on Sundays. The rich and very rich live in extreme seclusion. Most keep carriages, many own country houses or take holidays, yet they give few fêtes, employ few servants, set a simple table, avoid the theatre and gambling houses, and spend little on clothing or furnishings. There is no known example of a wealthy citizen founding a major charitable or academic institution during his lifetime. With money, they believe they would lose a part of themselves. A higher, refined social life is nowhere to be found. In the evenings, men gather in reading clubs or taverns. The women have their own meetings. It's hardly understandable where young people of higher status even meet or get to know one another. Coffee houses are unknown. The promenades are empty. People walk alone beyond the gates, and on Sundays they visit village taverns, where one at least sees that not all Baslers are gloomy. As for religious spirit, Basel had a poor reputation. Pietist sects with ties to the Moravians had long existed there, along with newer Methodist sects. Many citizens belonged to missionary and Bible societies to which large sums were donated. In few Protestant cities could one find so much outward religiosity. Churches were nearly full morning and evening. Unnoticed by travellers, forgotten by journalists, the quiet spring of humanist learning still flowed. Through the revival of the university, a new generation found deep reverence for the classical world. Amid piety and provincial utility, a small circle of men remained whose vision Homer's sun had not yet been clouded by factory smoke. Each carried a spark of primal Alemannic strength. They let God be God. They sang their songs over glasses of country wine, often composing them themselves. They cared nothing for titles or honours, but found joy in the work itself. To be part of this intellectual fellowship of like-minded friends became a blessing for Böcklin. Chapter 3. German Art. Böcklin's birth in 1827 fell in a time when painting consisted of awkwardly painted thoughts and scenes. Cornelius and the Nazarenes formed an important foundation for the new German art, for they demonstrated with sharp clarity what one could not do. It was the time of Biedermeier, during which Böcklin's youth took place. The passions that had filled souls during the era of the First Napoleon had ebbed away and made room for a sober ideal of virtue. The portraits of our grandfathers and grandmothers looked down on us from their frames with boring correctness. It was a time when people babbled about lofty ideas and noble feelings in art. A softened, sexless conception of antiquity wandered the land, with the fig leaf covering the soul. But in cultural history, not only the law of gradual development prevails, but also the law of contrast. Out of a sense of opposition, people fled from the painted statues of a misunderstood antiquity into the modest boundaries of the German hearth, of German mythology. Unconcerned with the philosophically tortured figures of Cornelius, uninfluenced by the formulas of a squeezed-out antiquity, the blue flower of German romanticism, of childlike emotional sensitivity, bloomed in Moritz von Schwind and Ludwig Richter. Already by the middle of the century, Alfred Rethel's Dance of Death signalled the end of the learned academic junk and lifeless forms. He, a descendant of Holbein, a visionary born from the mood of modern life, pointed prophetically to the future, to Böcklin and Klinger. What Brentano, Arnim and the brothers Grimm did for literature, Rethel, Schwind and Ludwig Richter accomplished in painting. Winckelmann's doctrine of the noble simplicity and quiet grandeur of antiquity could only lead to hollow phrases in a time when all painterly tradition had been broken off in Germany. His little treatise, Reflections on the Imitation of Greek Works, weighed heavily on German art for decades and paralysed it. Painting had to be reclaimed from the scholar's study into the artist's workshop, and the painter reclaimed for his art modern life, the modern mood. He rediscovered what had been lost, the art of painting. Thus, the emergence of the Romantics meant a shaking off of frozen formulas, the first awakening of a new generation. In place of the cult of greatness rooted in old rules, the new era announced its programme, personality. On the other hand, a descent into the depths of real life, a loving, objective grasp of the times. In place of a sugary ideal of beauty came the demand for character. Beautiful is ugly, and ugly is beautiful. The second magic formula of our age was found, the revaluation of values. While the young Böcklin was making his first childlike attempts at art, the genius appeared who was destined to become the cornerstone of modern art, Adolf Menzel. Menzel's Sketches from Life, 1833, and his drawings from the life of Frederick the Great were the giant fist with which new art smashed the fragile moulds of old art. But the hand that smashed had until then wielded only the pen, not the brush. Yet the unsatisfied longing of the time was for painting. People wanted colour, sensuality from art. Kaulbach and Piloty declared war, hotly and bitterly, on the Nazarenes. Against the despisers of craftsmanship stood the striving for technique, for colorism. Composition became richer, clothing more splendid. A decisive year was 1843, with the appearance of the Belgians Galait and BF in Germany. German artists began to emigrate to Paris and the Netherlands to relearn the art of the palette. The preference for antique representations gradually disappeared. A cultivated history painting emerged, in which the event and faithful costume became the bearers of artistic expression, along with touching mood paintings and the good-natured anecdotes of the Düsseldorf school. Menzel worked in isolation and began to solve problems of lighting, as in Frederick the Great's Round Table, which arose at the turn of the new half-century. Landscape painting had followed the general development. Rotman created antique landscapes for the educated, in empty lines and Bengal lighting. To this frosty wasteland succeeded a romantic immersion into gloomy gorges, a plunge into roaring waterfalls. Again, a collection of motifs, of natural curiosities, the same overloading as in history painting. At the same time, an attempt to confront nature eye to eye took place, linked to a group of artists headed by Andreas Achenbach. Thus, German art was germinating and fermenting at the time when Böcklin's formative years occurred. And when Böcklin chose Johann Wilhelm Schirmer as his teacher and remained with him, when in his first Roman days he came into contact with Feuerbach and Franz Dreber, this was no personal coincidence, but an essential artistic affinity. Johann Wilhelm Schirmer represents the last outgrowth of the classicist direction of Koch, permeated with romantic mood elements. Feuerbach was the first German artist who did not see antiquity through the mirror of the Danish sculptor or the French classicists. He did not aim for slavish imitation of antiquity. Through careful study of nature and under the influence of the old masters, he searched for his own spatial style. Franz Dreber surpassed Schirmer through the simple feeling of his delicately tinted creations, with which Böcklin's contemporary works show the strongest kinship. Here Böcklin found spiritual similarity. Formally, the stylized construction of the classicists. Internally, the attempt to find the same emotional content for landscape and staffage. Here is where Böcklin's first independent paintings begin. Chapter 4, Youth Parental Home. Studies with Schirmer, 1845 to 1847. Brussels, Antwerp, Paris, 1848. The last year in Basel. Böcklin's circle of friends. The oldest document we possess about Arnold Böcklin immediately leads us evocatively into the home of the devout, orderly Basel citizen of that era. On the blank final page of the family Bible, Friedrich Böcklin, Arnold's father, used to record the birth date of each child. On October 16, 1827, Arnold Böcklin was born, whose baptismal sponsors are brother-in-law Jo Jack Lippe and brother-in-law and sister Baudroy, was baptized at St. Leonard. The writer was not originally from Basel. Friedrich Böcklin, b. July 16, 1802, came from begging in the canton of Schaffhausen, where the family had been established since the beginning of the 16th century, penniless to Basel. But he soon developed into the typical figure of a long-established resident. On June 14, 1824, he acquired citizenship and married a wealthy Basel miller's daughter from the Rumelinsmühle, b. 1800, d. 1861. Reverent admiration seeks in vain today for Arnold's birthplace. The house zu den drei Böcken has been demolished, and in its place stands part of the building at Gerbergasse 4 with a commemorative plaque to the great citizen. Friedrich Böcklin belonged to that group of merchants who, despite excellent technical skills in their trade, lacked any financial talent. He gradually lost his wife's capital in various ventures, until he was able to provide only the bare necessities for his large family. After liquidating the cloth shop, he opened a ribbon business with a young, wealthy partner, in which he was the real working force. But this venture also failed, and around 1843, Böcklin took a position as a factory manager in the silk ribbon factory of Mr. Davari. There he found a field of work suitable to his abilities, and his talents were valued, both in numerous ribbon pattern designs and in the invention of a new red dye. Taking this new post required the Böcklin family to move into the St. Albans monastery. It was a picturesque home that Arnold exchanged for his previous surroundings. Daily he walked through the old cloister, which he preserved in a pen and ink study. When the boy looked up from his school notebooks, the green Rhine shimmered beneath his window, and the lightly wooded banks beckoned him outside. Art entered Arnold's soul early. Dreamily, he sat far longer than necessary in the classrooms of the excellent gymnasium. This man of unusually broad literary education, who engaged all his life with serious problems of natural science, was only a mediocre student. He would draw caricatures of the teachers during lessons or imitate flies and spiders so realistically in his notebooks that they appeared real. His obvious talent for drawing and his aversion to structured school instruction meant that Böcklin never completed the full school curriculum. He entered only the realist division of the pedagogium, upper gymnasium. Thus, his education lacked the study of ancient languages. He, the passionate admirer of antiquity, knew its literature only in translation. Throughout his life, he regretted being unable to read his favourites in the original language. Just as Böcklin's work cannot be fully explained by external influences, neither can his talent be traced to inheritance. However closely one examines the traces, there is only the vague report that Friedrich Böcklin also did some drawing. Traces of artistic talent were also found in Walter, Böcklin's younger brother. From him, later a Hafner, potter, a Potto frieze once decorated his house in Klarerstrasse, apparently created together with Arnold. Pecht mentions as a hereditary element that Böcklin's great-uncle Labram and his daughter were flower painters, but this borders on Rougon-Macquart genealogy. Outwardly, Arnold resembled his father, with whom he also shared a love of nature. Otherwise, the psychological portrait of Friedrich Böcklin lacks endearing detail. He is described as a harsh, determined man. The struggle for survival had sharpened this trait. He resolutely opposed his son's choice of an artistic career, not out of petty misunderstanding, but because, given his large family, he was unable to support his son financially. He wanted the boy's talent used practically. His dream was to see Arnold one day as a well-appointed drawing teacher in his native city. The boy's talent was unmistakable in the studies he pursued at the municipal drawing school alongside his gymnasium attendance. He always retained a fond memory of his first teacher and guide, Kelterborn. When he returned from Rome as a respected artist, he gratefully embraced the old master. Böcklin found high artistic inspiration in the semi-darkness of his hometown library. Holbein's woodcuts, which came from the collection of the younger Ammerbach, were kept there. The art-thirsty boy often slipped in when visitors were being shown around, undeterred by the grumbling of the surly caretaker. His father disapprovingly shook his head at these pursuits. He commented dryly, "You're not Calame yet." The gentle mother, whose favourite Noldi he was, and the intervention of the Germanist Wackernagel, who lived at the St. Albans monastery, finally persuaded the father to allow the artistic career. Support, however, was out of the question due to their limited means. The family itself didn't know how Arnold survived during a short study trip to the surrounding areas. He simply starved his way through. So it was a festive event when a wealthy Englishman, travelling through the Münster Valley, bought some of the young artist's studies fresh from the easel. Between 1845 and 1847, Böcklin studied regularly in the landscape painter Schirmer's atelier in Düsseldorf. The traces of this influence can be followed for a long time. At first, he entered the painting class of the painter Hildebrand. There, Schirmer noticed him and encouraged him to study in his department. The teacher's favour, however, soon attracted the envy of other art students. Schirmer, who recognised Böcklin's talent for colour, advised him to go to Belgium. The sale of a painting had brought him about 40 thalers, which gave him courage, and in Belgium luck favoured him. He drew in the museum, in Brussels, heads by Titian in black, chalk and red pencil, and an old gentleman, Chapuis, formerly a gilder, later quite wealthy, bought them. This man recommended him to acquaintances in Antwerp, where he stayed for a few weeks. The good relationship with Schirmer lasted for years. When Böcklin was in Italy for the first time, Schirmer even wrote to him and envied him for being in the land of his longing. Later, when Böcklin planned a second trip to Italy, he wrote to Schirmer and urged him to throw everything off and come with him. But by then Schirmer was director in Karlsruhe, bourgeois and aged. When Böcklin passed through, he received him kindly but very formally, and said his position as director was dear to him. In Brussels and Antwerp, Böcklin primarily studied the masterpieces in the galleries, occasionally sketching after Rubens, Van Dyck and others. It was there that he absorbed with enthusiasm the deep colouring and heartfelt simplicity of the German and Flemish masters of the 15th and 16th centuries, where Rubens's elemental passion spoke to a kindred spirit. While Böcklin was taking in impressions in Belgium that would significantly influence his future development, especially in terms of colour, his good mother at home rented out a room and secretly sent the proceeds to her son. Often she went months without word from him, and many bitter tears she shed for Noldi, who had loathed writing letters since childhood. Böcklin remained true to this aversion. Even much later, in a letter dated May 28, 1873, he referred to letter writing as a means of self-torment, even on good days. Despite this support, Böcklin had to restrict his needs to the utmost. When travelling through Switzerland from Belgium, he survived daily on a bun, 12 pfennigs. In Graubünden he faced other difficulties, unable to communicate with the Romansh-speaking locals. The resourceful painter used drawings to overcome his linguistic shortcomings. Clear sketches of bread and cheese explained his ravenous desires. In late autumn 1847, Böcklin arrived in Geneva, hoping to gain inspiration from Calame. After only a few weeks, however, he left his atelier, as the teacher paid no attention to his students and merely recommended they copy his studies. From Geneva, the young artist went via Basel to Paris, where at that time Couture's Romans of the Decline period were the painterly sensation. The theatrical style of depiction clashed with Böcklin's refined soul. He adhered to the old masters in the Louvre. But Paris left a deep human impression on him. He became a witness to the July Revolution. Böcklin and his friend, the animal painter Koller, were innocently walking the streets when the raging crowd swept them up and dragged them along to storm the Tuileries. They were forced to take sabres with the word "Tenez." Both fought bravely, and Böcklin took a menu from the royal table as a souvenir. On another occasion, from his attic room, he watched innocent people being cornered in a courtyard and stabbed by mounted soldiers. Here the young man learned firsthand about la bête humaine. The mature artist would later distill these impressions into his painting Centaur Battle. In 1849, Böcklin returned to Basel to fulfill his military duty. At the same time, he worked alone at home, encouraged only by the support of his oldest brother. An uncertain future and conflict at home overshadowed what should have been a natural period of youthful Sturm und Drang, turning it into a Werther-like mood. A valuable letter, sent to Jacob Merli in Göttingen on April 2, 1849, is a reflection of these inner storms. It reveals a tender-hearted young man who feels misunderstood and longs for death. Even more important, however, is the second part of the letter, which already outlines Böcklin's artistic program, unwavering striving toward beauty and poetry. Basel, April 2, 1849. My dear friend, it was a terribly hopeless feeling for me to be rejected by the only ones I loved, the only ones to whom I could have opened myself. I saw myself unworthy of your friendship. Since you did not seek me out, I had nowhere to turn, driven back upon my own empty, unhappy self. The condition is unspeakable. What is life to a person in need of love if he has no foothold? It was a tormenting burden to me. The memory of those hours when I sat brooding in idleness, staring into the empty, hopeless future and seeing comfort only in death, now comes vividly back to me. In art, I have also had to endure much. Youthful enthusiasm, lofty hopes, and the illusion of already being something not insignificant. These cannot last forever. The rose sheds its petals one by one, and in the end, there remains a small thing, uncertain whether it will bear a beautiful fruit or whether its core lacks life. So it is with the artist's soul. Brilliant imagination must be strictly censored by reason. It is sifted with ever finer sieves, and unfortunately, most of it stays on top. What is true poetry? Yet here I enter a field where the eyes search unsteadily and find no hold. The uneducated mind cannot see the summit. The more educated, the higher it stands. But the poetry of beauty is endless. To the spirit, a boundary is marked, thus far and no farther. Our task is to educate ourselves, then we ascend imperceptibly. But when we occasionally look down, we see with joyful astonishment how far below lies the plain. We see the hills, where we once believed ourselves atop the highest peak, merging with the lowlands. But above us lie still unknown regions in a dazzling glow, bravely upward. If we have already come this far, we can go farther. Where is the end? What can hold us back? The morning sun still shines, we still feel fresh strength. Onward. Arnold Böcklin. Above the beginning of this letter hovers the austere atmosphere of the parental home, which conjured up doubt in himself and his art. But sweet memories of youth ultimately prevail. A circle of warm-hearted, understanding friends fortified the poet-painter in his climb toward greatness. And jubilantly, with the courage of youth, the letter ends in a prophetic upward. The images of happier days and many a dear shadow rise again. Like an old, half-forgotten legend, first love and friendship come again. Yes, they were happy days when Böcklin and his school friends, Fritz Burkhardt, later rector of the gymnasium, the future Professor Jacob Merli, the physician Theodor Schneider, and the beautiful Miss Schermar, later Merli's wife and the female focal point of the group, made a hiking trip to Wildenstein near Liestal, Serious and cheerful songs were sung beneath a great oak by the young voices. Meanwhile, Miss Schermar silently wove a wreath from its leaves. When asked to give it to the one who had sung the best, she placed it on Böcklin's head. Fritz Burkhardt's friendship would prove important for Böcklin. His tolerance and fine appreciation of Böcklin's great qualities endured all storms for 60 years. In him, the completely impractical artist found a loyal advisor and helper in all troubled times, and a sympathetic soul in all the good ones. Already by this time, Böcklin belonged to the circle of young men around the great compatriot Jacob Burckhardt. Even then, Burckhardt's keen artistic insight showed itself. In the early 1850s, he prophesied, "That will be a master of the highest rank." The house of Pastor Weberlin is tied to the memory of Böcklin's first teaching activity. Of course, it was only a friendly lesson that the young master gave to the son and daughter of the house, where he even stayed for a time. Small ink drawings have survived, one original by Böcklin, a small, freely invented landscape, and 2 copies made by his pupils. Even then, the artist hated when students examined his creations analytically instead of naively appreciating them. "You mustn't say it reminds you of something," he would exclaim, almost as a warning to future biographers. A quiet, melancholy romance ended the first chapter of Böcklin's life. Often in the evenings, one heard flute playing in front of a house in Steinenvorstadt. It was for the daughter of the house, Louise Schmidt. Böcklin loved her, and the Quopper's daughter returned the affection passionately. They became formally engaged in November. But eventually the parents opposed the marriage, not for financial reasons — the father was well off and could have supported the young couple — but because Böcklin, due to his lack of church attendance, was considered an atheist. So Böcklin resolved to travel to Rome without his bride. The moment of parting came. A sorrowful farewell celebration was held by the Jubelins, Jacob Burckhardt and Louise Schmidt. In the end, someone suggested singing the song by Geibel, composed by Böcklin, "Now the Shadows Darken." At the verse, "Ah, you know that I am never truly yours," the girl broke down in tears. Böcklin departed, and Louise, the lonely spring blossom, as Jacob Burck called her, died a few weeks later of brain inflammation. She was buried on Good Friday. She was loved by an immortal, and she was mourned by one. Jacob Burckhardt preserved her memory in a sonnet. In Memoriam by J.B., for Miss Schmidt. A frost fell in cold March days and took you, lonely springtime bloom, that praise might shield you from the blaze of sun to come, which spelled your doom. Your lovely eyes, once full of grieving, are closed. Your lips that love had kissed are pale and cold, and now lie still, that heavy heart no longer beating. And he, for whom we now must bear you, will stretch his hands to you in vain from distant lands, O faded flower. Too late to share in joy or pain, now rests in mild divine repose, what fate denied both bloom and grain. March 27th, 1850. A great number of studies and paintings have survived that illustrate Böcklin's artistic development. Carefully painted reeds with faithful imitation of nature, worm-eaten lettuce leaves. These might suggest a dyed-in-the-wool naturalist rather than the greatest fantasist of the century. Here he is entirely the sober, upright Swiss, first mastering nature through diligent work before daring to render his personal impression of it freely. But even these boyish attempts already show one quality: technical certainty. Every stroke lands exactly where it belongs. The earliest dated paintings are from 1843. The sunlight in the painting of St. Alban's Monastery, then his parents' home, is carefully observed and lovingly rendered. The same simple approach appears in his first portrait of his mother, about 1845. Though still stiff and wooden, and less fluent than his landscapes of the same period, it is sculptural and characterful. A youth's head with downcast eyes shows similar features, while a pair of small figure paintings with landscape backgrounds are still entirely conventional. In the landscapes, nature study soon gives way to composed pictures. Right from the start, the young man's aim is to evoke mood. The first landscape from 1843 depicts a rocky ravine fantastically lit by moonlight, with the dark silhouettes of some fir trees in front. Everything is painted in a few tones: black, green, and white. Böcklin's sister tells the story of its creation. The young artist liked having his 9-year younger sister nearby while he worked. When he showed her the finished painting, she shuddered and said it was scary. Böcklin gratefully patted the little critic. It was his first visible success as a mood painter. Most of the landscapes are dark in tone. The young romantic paints ruins in moonlight, storms, and flocks of startled ravens. His motifs come from his homeland. Waterfalls rushing through Furs recall Callum. Not that we should infer any strong influence from the Genevan master after Böcklin's short time in his studio. One small 1845 landscape especially resembles Callum. A waterfall rushes over dark rocks in the foreground, while red glowing alpine peaks rise into the bright sky. Later, Böcklin would express strong criticism of Callum. All his pictures reduce to two compositional principles. One is based on light distribution, a light in the sky above drawn down over distant mountain peaks. Against this, a dark mass, say a forest. In front, a repetition of the light, then blended into the sky in a few spots. The other is a colour principle, a blue, misty cliff wall, above it a blue sky with white clouds and streaks of mist. In the foreground, warmly lit pines or firs, and then usually some dull, dirty grey. He never seems to have found a third colour. Also dated 1845 is a high mountain landscape, a lonely rocky area where snow is beginning to melt, revealing brown alpine moss. Some excellently drawn chamois graze there. The picture is simple and pleasing in colour, painted in subdued grey and brown tones. The further we follow Böcklin, the more we see what later became central to his art, the grand, decorative effect of silhouette. By the late 1840s, some of his landscapes already reveal a strong style, very different from that of his contemporaries. Curiously, this distinctive style almost disappears at the beginning of his first Roman period, when the influences of the Schirmer school, combined with Dreber's ideas, reappear more strongly than during the actual years of their influence. There is greater stylistic similarity between Böcklin's early works and those of his mature period than between the early works and the classicist, mannered landscapes of the 1850s. Böcklin's distinctive style, aimed at large, simple forms and subordinating or eliminating details, can already be seen in hints in these youthful works. He favoured evening light or stormy moods that reduced scenes to their main masses. One example is the landscape titled Hoch Plateau, owned by Walther Böcklin. Two large and two small fir trees stand out against a cloudless yellow-rosy sky. Characteristic of the young Böcklin is the well-drawn terrain, the stones protruding into the picture, without, however, standing out as details. A moonlit landscape with a ruin, with Frau Strahm-Böcklin, the so-called Hunnengrab, and a storm landscape by a lake, Walther Böcklin, share similar features. In the storm landscape, romantically shaped firs rise from boulders. Mist rises in the background, ravens fly upward. The raven and bird motif, also found in a drawing of Firs in Snow, already hints at the ominous birds in self-portrait, ruins by the sea, and Isle of the Dead. The classic example of this period is probably the 1847 painting Ruin with Müller-Kelterborn. Through the shattered windows of the ruins glow the yellow-red clouds of evening sky. The image, in its simple form and colouring, with an excellent compositional cut, is a precursor to Villa by the Sea and Isle of the Dead. This early period also includes simple nature studies, a well-drawn cloud study, dated 1846, with Rudolf Wackernagel, though somewhat unappealing in colour, and the so-called toothbrush picture, a landscape owned by Frau Clara Burkhardt, marked 49. A few rocks jut into a grey sky, with frightened birds rising upward. The foreground is crossed by finely drawn grasses, showing Böcklin's diligent nature studies. Jacob Burkhardt once caught Böcklin in a fit of artistic rage. He was destroying the work with a toothbrush. The friend and connoisseur saved it. The repaired spots still show signs of that destructive critique. Probably from the late 1840s is a significant portrait of his friend Jacob Malley, painted entirely in the simple, affectionate manner of a Holbein. The slight turn of the head, the lively gaze peeking over the rim of his spectacles, carefully observed from life, give the portrait intimacy. It's a huge step forward from the stiff portrait of his mother, not to mention the more fluent technique and colour, which point to a later date. The moonlight landscape belonging to Mr. Jung in Winterthur, dated 1847, would be prophetic for the master. The composition and mood, with its solitary rider, already foreshadow the ride of death. Böcklin neither confirmed nor denied this interpretation, but grasping artistic problems is an instinctive act, naturally hidden even from the creator. From 1849, the last year Böcklin spent in Basel, comes a small landscape with barley field. Here, for the first time, a full colour effect is achieved using just a few tones. In large, simple colour contrasts, the grey roof stands against the blue sky and the yellow field. Even the placement of the girl walking along the road in the centre and the emphasis on the almost horizontal line already suggest a distinct feature of the artist's mature style. Chapter 5, First Roman Stay, 1850 to 1857. Marriage. The German friends Draber, Feuerbach, Begos and Heise. Böcklin's creations from memory. In Rome, Böcklin found what he needed to mature into an independent artist, a landscape of broad lines and contrast for his eye, and a past spanning millennia that spoke to his imagination. For him, the humanistically educated friend of Jacob Burckhardt, the fetters of art and the memories of an ancient culture fell on prepared ground. Finally, Rome brought him one of the highest of goods, a circle of artist friends striving toward the same goals. It was a dim moonlit night in March 1850 when the stagecoach, rolling through the Porta dei Cavalieri toward Rome, carried Böcklin toward his destiny. The first impression with which Rome greeted him was the outlines of the mighty colonnades of St. Peter's. In between, the fountains murmured mysteriously. Indulgence in an abundance of ideal goods and the deprivation of necessities became the hallmark of this Roman period. Böcklin was stripped of almost all means. For months, he slept only on straw and nourished himself on bean remnants found at the market. All sorts of desperate plans emerged, emigrating to America, or if the means failed, enlisting in the Papal Guard. In the summer of 1851, he lay feverish in Aricia. He turned to a maternal friend in a letter, asking her to request his mother to send him some money. He may not write to his mother about his condition without throwing her into the most terrible fear. He asks, without revealing his situation, under the pretense that he must, to escape the fever, go to the countryside for some time, that his mother be prompted to send him the usual and even more. Fragment from a letter addressed by this lady to Jacob Burckhardt, dated July 27, 1851. Recovered, he pulled himself together and tried to scrape together money by painting small pictures for the art dealers on the Corso. They paid poorly, of course, 5 to 15 scudi per picture. But with practice and skillful use of a tinted base, Böcklin believed one could complete a picture in half a day. So he painted the Roman Forum a few times when he urgently needed money. Or else, he helped young artists. He painted the figures in the landscapists' works and backgrounds for figure painters. In 1852, Böcklin returned to Basel for a half-year visit. Again, the thought of binding himself for life crossed the artist's mind. When he was received coolly by the beautiful Miss Schermar, his old childhood flame, he committed a boyish prank. He earnestly became engaged to a completely unknown maid he met by chance on the street. The way this folly ended in Rome, with the girl's love letter copied from a letter-writing manual, can be read in Heiss's youthful memoirs, p. 131. The small episode, which Heiss eagerly encouraged to resolve, was used by the poet in his novella Better Gabriel. It was not in his homeland, but on Roman soil that Böcklin would find the faithful companion of his life. Only someone utterly detached from reality could dare to worsen his difficult situation by marrying in the midst of the bitterest poverty. Now his family completely gave up on him because of his stupid pranks. On June 20th, 1853, Böcklin married a poor orphan from the people, Angela Pascucci, born February 8, 1836, whom he had known only a few days prior. She brought modest grace and beauty as her sole dowry into the marriage. Her classical features and fine form were passed down to their children. Time and again, the features of her classically shaped face appear in the master's creations. In the portrait heads with the childlike charm of the early period, in the austere, sorrowful face of the Madonna, and the noble matron's countenance that looks out with cheerful resignation from the garden arbour. 14 children came from this marriage. In nameless poverty and the struggles of nearly 25 years, most of them perished. Böcklin was tenderly attached to his children. The death of one could leave him broken for months. The Böcklin marriage was free from the romantic missteps and affairs of the heart that often mark artists' unions. With passionate tenderness and jealous love, truly a daughter of her people, Angela was always a faithful wife to him. She bore the long, difficult years with patience. As her husband's fame grew and their circumstances improved, she still knows how to manage their hospitable home with natural dignity. And he, the impulsive, carefree artist, took to marriage. The upright man from Basel became a good husband. There is nothing here for a biographer to explain away or cover up. No need for the embellishments of artists' morality. Böcklin was strengthened only by the applause of a small, art-savvy circle. At the beginning of the 1850s, ties were formed with Böcklin's spiritual kin Franz Draber, 1822 to 1875, the lyricist among classicists. Draber, a pupil of Ludwig Richter, lived in Rome from 1843 until his death. His paintings, many scattered in private collections, display a strong kinship with Böcklin's early works, both in mood and in colour. The similarity between contemporary works by Draber and Böcklin is not only evident in the finished paintings. It appears even more strikingly in Draber's sketches held by the Berlin National Gallery. Sheets 83, 85 and especially 45, a pan spying on a sleeping nymph, could just as well be sketches for Böcklin paintings from the 1850s. While Draber's close connection clearly influenced Böcklin's art, his relationship with Feuerbach was limited to a shared artistic goal. It was late in 1856 when Feuerbach, at Begus's suggestion, visited Böcklin for the first time. Immediately afterward, he burst into the room of his friend Allgaier, engraver and later Feuerbach's biographer, with the words, "I must start over." Reportedly, it was Böcklin's technical mastery that prompted this exclamation, and technical issues continued to play a major role in the interaction between the two masters. Their good relationship nearly ended in a duel. Neither of the two impoverished artists had ready cash. Böcklin had once saved a few lire, which Feuerbach borrowed. When Begas and Böcklin made their outing on foot in shabby clothes, Feuerbach drove past them in a stylish carriage with his nana. But the duel was avoided, and reconciliation followed once the recklessness passed, and Feuerbach remorsefully repaid the debt. Feuerbach's warm admiration for Böcklin is preserved in a letter to Consul Wedekind, later commissioner of the Frescoes, see Chapter 6, Rome, June 9th, 1858. Your esteemed letter of April 29th delighted me very much on account of Master Böcklin. That he is decorating your hall, I find utterly charming, and I am firmly convinced that his poetic spirit will inhabit it, just as I know his Roman works, just as it is my quiet wish that fate may some day bring us together again, as I truly love and revere him. I consider it a great stroke of fortune for him that such encouragement has come from you, for he has suffered much unjustly, and for his art deserves the highest recognition. I shared the news at once with his friends. In asking you to greet Böcklin warmly from me, Anselm Feuerbach. Later, the relationship between the two artists cooled. Böcklin spoke rather unflatteringly of his great contemporary. Though he acknowledged Feuerbach's great talent, especially for the decorative, in his later works, he found them coarse and conventional. Feuerbach's talent, he said, was only for imitation. He never had the idea of the picture in mind. Instead, he had a vague notion that the painting should look like a Titian or Carracci, and tried to embody that, regardless of whether by natural means or not. He did not pursue the essence of the subject, but rather an idea of colour. For example, he would plan the effect, green in the back, grey flesh tones, strong red in the foreground, and then seek a subject to match. No interpretation based on character, as one might think of roses and cheerfulness for a young head, or a more serious setting for older people. In light of Feuerbach's works and his passionate confessions about the creation of his paintings, hardly anyone shares Böcklin's harsh judgment. For not after 50 years, as Feuerbach had guessed, but already after 20, his works found a voice, and began to say what he was and what he wanted to be, a great pioneer of spatial style. Böcklin wanted to preserve his independence in Rome, so he withdrew from his fellow countrymen, among whom the Basel painter Jacob Frey particularly sought to favour him with patronage. He felt more drawn to the German artists. Though he had no real family life there, the cheerful hours spent every Saturday playing bocce at Villa Malta more than made up for the physical deprivation that Roman life imposed on him. Even today, the faces of his contemporaries light up when they recall those merry Roman youth days. Begas, Pacini, Romanco, Gerhard, Kaupert, Schultz, and the Danish sculptor Kohlberg, in addition to Dreber, Feuerbach and Allgaier, belonged to the circle that often spent evenings in the German Artists' Association or in the home of Herr von Landsberg in atmospheric gatherings. Herr von Landsberg's house on the Corso was then the centre for foreigners streaming into Rome. Landsberg traded in musical instruments and also bought artists' works at low prices. Through these purchases, he gradually built a small gallery and gained a reputation as a patron of the arts. There sounded those memorable quartets whose members' art history owes some of its most resonant chapters. Begas and Feuerbach were the tenors, Böcklin and Allgaier the basses. Much warmer than with Feuerbach was Böcklin's relationship with the other tenor, Begas. Their later shared professorship in Weimar cemented the bond of friendship that would last for many decades. It was during the first Roman stay that friends Begas and Böcklin paid a visit to Liszt, who was then living as an abbot on Monte Mario. To the deep delight of the musically inclined painters, he played them the Adagio from Beethoven's A Major Sonata. Naturally, Begas, who himself made the leap from cold, pedantic classicism into the realm of sensual living art, was and remains one of Böcklin's warmest supporters. But it was not only among his artistic colleagues that Böcklin found early admirers. He also gained one in the sensitive poet Paul Heyse, who would prove valuable to him in the future. Their acquaintance was initiated by Jacob Burckhardt. On the second day after his arrival, autumn 1852, Heyse visited the painter in his humble lodgings on the Via della Pacificazione. That same evening, Heyse recounts, he led me, in a torrential Roman rain, to a little corner tavern, where a small group of friendly painters and sculptors gathered. They had dubbed themselves the Tugendbund, League of Virtue. It was in a house on the Repetita, where Böcklin shared a studio with the sculptor Gerhard, that a group set out for the valley of Egeria on October 18th. A quarter-century later, echoes of those moments still resound in Heyse's Terzinen and Arnold Böcklin in Florenz. In Bacchic festivity, the friends go to the October feast in the grove of Egeria. Apart from the exuberant group, Dreber whispers to the poet words about art full of meaning. One thing must nature deny to him, by which alone she grants ruling power, the sweet dullness. Meanwhile, Böcklin quietly roasts chestnuts in the ashes, as if the world had no better joys to offer. No rapturous word escaped your lips, yet deep inside, you gathered all the embers of that most beautiful evening, burned your soul. While your eyes rested on colour and form, your spirit silently absorbed creation's essence, and was strengthened in the bath of beauty's floods. Art is a spell, and spirits guard its gates. Who believes and is silent may summon it forth, who speaks, its magic will not thrive. And should they try to lure you from yourself, master you, draw you out, you early learned to belong to yourself in silence. Thus you grew in proud strength. Far more than in his works from the 1840s, Böcklin now reveals himself as a son of historical landscape painting. There are many echoes of Schirmer and of Dreber, certain academic principles in the composition, such as a somewhat arranged perspective in the Roman landscape for Werner Böcklin, in the nymph for Schack, or a deliberately placed painterly tree in the foreground, in the landscape owned by Heyse, are reminiscent of Schirmer. While the similarities to Schirmer are only external, in Dreber Böcklin found an artist with whom he shared a deep inner kinship. What Mother says in his characterization of Dreber could almost be applied word for word to Böcklin. His nature laughs with the cheerful and mourns with the grieving, radiates light around the joyous, shrouds itself in storm and thunderclouds around the afflicted. He was the first artist who did not search around in nature until he found a suitable landscape for a specific scene. Rather, from the mood of the landscape itself, the event would emerge. To be inspired by nature was also Böcklin's demand. But his artistic program went deeper, and in the development of painterly means far beyond Dreber. A whole series of drawings has been found that prove Böcklin worked extensively from nature in the open air in the beginning. These are not sketches created solely from memory, nor were they usually made with the intention of being used for a specific painting. They appear to have arisen from diligent study of intimate details. Executed with the care of a realist and a fidelity reminiscent almost of Mendelsohn, the sheets show lovingly rendered shrubs, stones, grasses, each captured in its material distinctiveness. In this detailed rendering of individual forms, the artist's pictorial foundation is already apparent, particularly in the effort to unify large masses and to achieve spatial effect through light and shadow values. Especially valuable for Böcklin's development are the 14 drawings found in Jacob Burckhardt's estate, some of which are so clearly labelled that there can be no doubt about their date of origin. From about the same time come 2 small oil landscapes from Burckhardt's study. One, dated February 13th, 1850, probably painted before Böcklin arrived in Rome, shows a rocky landscape glowing in reddish evening light. The other depicts wind-tossed pines on a ridge, both in deep colours. Böcklin is said to have paused before these 2 little pieces later and remarked laconically to a friend, "There's something in them after all." The same faithful rendering of detail, the astonishing knowledge of plant forms, also characterises the large oil paintings of this Roman period. To the early years likely belongs the ideal landscape in the possession of Mrs. Saracen in Basel. The motif is from the Sabine Mountains. A bit of lake rises from the middle ground. On its shore stands a group of evergreen oaks. In the background stretches bluish mountain range. Though the composition still recalls Schirmer, the picture's effect is simpler due to the subordination of the masses compared to the teacher's works. The various planes in the image recede nicely. The fountain landscape appears already to be influenced by Dreber in its simple design. It owes its name to 2 small female figures drawing water from a densely overgrown fountain. While the plain, uncomposed structure is pleasing to the eye, it is severely disturbed by the clashing colours of the reddish-brown foreground, green foliage, and unpleasantly blue distance. Böcklin was still entirely under academic influences in terms of colour. The biblical landscapes by Schirmer in Berlin, and even more the parable of the Good Samaritan in Karlsruhe, exhibit the same colourful yet weak coloration. Only gradually did Böcklin shake off the influences of his time. For a while, he mixed the golden gallery tone of old paintings on his palette. Then he set himself colour problems tuned to grey, with only a faint hue, and saw his landscapes in the silvery light of Corot. Not until the late 1860s did Böcklin find the full colour scale and harmonious blending that made him the creator of modern colorism. In composition, too, Böcklin still had a long development ahead before he found the language of simple forms. When he drew subjects from contemporary Roman life, his pictures were generally simpler. But when he populated landscapes with figures from myth or history, he was still entirely under academic influences. Most obviously so in the Dresden painting Syrinx Flees from Pan. Here, wonderfully drawn landscape motifs are clustered together, openings artificially cleared. The trees present their most romantic side. Vines and reeds climb with decorative elegance in the most fitting places. Then there is the figure of Syrinx, who in her coquettish, flowing gown looks more like a creation of Watteau than that of a master of the Musa Semna. At the beginning of his Roman stay, Böcklin still diligently drew from nature, as the sheets discussed above show, but he soon transitioned to his own method of study. He wandered for days through the Alban and Sabine hills without sketchbook or canvas. While his peers worked diligently with chalk and oil to capture nature, he studied only with his eyes. From the stored reservoir of gathered impressions, he now drew when creating a painting. Free from the accidental, the momentary aspect of individual appearances, he now rendered a landscape that could be found anywhere, and yet nowhere, one that corresponded most faithfully to the image in his mind. Only an artist whose power of observation equalled that of the best naturalists, and whose memory in art history had no equal, could dare to work this way. Creating artistically from memory based only on gathered impressions became a principle of Böcklin's art. However much he changed his technical and other artistic views over time, this belief he remained faithful to until the end. He preached it to all those who gathered around him over time as students. Endless nature studies are not particularly helpful. I don't believe Titian ever took a field easel outdoors. The ancients almost always painted their impressions from within themselves, and that makes their work, though often lacking in study-based accuracy, so immensely interesting. And on another occasion he called study painting a ruin. One remembers the colours and mixtures used and easily spoils the imagined colour scale of the picture. Studies should only be done to understand the essence of a thing and to closely observe its form and characteristics. Afterward, one should not look at them again. This dogma, of painting the image from the impression, was closely tied to Böcklin's sparing use of models. The vast majority of his figure paintings were conceived and completed only from the rich treasury of his memory. In individual cases, he may have referred to a living model for finishing a figure. Then he sometimes used his wife and children, in a way, as a final check. He also allowed his students only in exceptional cases to use a model at the very end, when the picture was almost complete on the canvas. He considered it harmful to paint a picture directly from a nature study or to add to a painting afterward with the help of such a study. The mental process that eliminates the inessential, heightens the essential, and unites spatially or temporally separate elements is partially undermined by the coincidences inherent in a nature study or a particular model. So even if Böcklin demonstrably worked from a live model in isolated cases, it happened in a completely different sense than in the naturalist school. For them, the nature study is the solid foundation of the picture. They elevate the individual case to the general. The accidental becomes their charm, the artistic element. They want to fix the fleeting moment within a rigid frame. But in the Heraclitean flow, the fleeting forms escape. To seize the moment, to fix the delicate boundary line between two instants, to capture in a work of art the fleeting motion that flickers across the features and limbs of modern people, to catch the shimmering flecks of sunlight dancing on a beer garden floor, or the pale light of the moon rising from misty heath. This even the most extreme naturalist can only paint as Böcklin did, from memory. Of course, a painter who draws directly from the full life of the present can find valuable inspiration in the model, which stands in that pulsing life. That is as old as art history itself. But the artist whose figures wander the land of fairy tales is unlikely to encounter the model of his dreams here below. To him, the random flaws of the model will be grating to his sensitive nerves. So it was with Böcklin. Once a friend found him having a model get dressed again. He shrugged and said, "I tried it again, but it turns out completely different from what I imagined." So he preferred to help himself with other means. Another acquaintance recounts finding him busy modelling a small wax figure to study the play of light and shadow on it. The question of using a model or nature study can never become a dogma in art. The artist's intellectual character decides the matter. It is by no means necessary to stand before the bare canvas with only a remembered image in order for the mental process of condensation or elimination to occur, one that transforms a real foundation into an idealistic picture. Every academy class illustrates this process. While one student draws the model Wilhelm Schulze or Otto Schroeder characteristically, next to him appears a Saint Jerome or a demonic Lucifer in charcoal lines. From the first students, with the right quantum of genius, come the Lenbachs, from the others, the Böcklins of art history. And all painting from memory leads to nothing artistic if that memory is merely sober scientific, and lacks, as with Böcklin, the power to eliminate the inferior and intensify the typical. Chapter 6. First Successes Sails in Rome. Böcklin's reputation in the Roman artistic circle. Moved to Basel in 1857. The paintings at Wedekind's in Hanover, 1858. Munich. Böcklin's difficult financial situation was occasionally eased by the sale of a painting, sometimes arranged by his friends. His first noteworthy success is linked to a small landscape format painting from 1855, Pan Pursues a Nymph. A jury composed of the usual type of art connoisseur who sees smut in every nude figure, yet considers every piece of smut a work of art, had rejected the painting from the exhibition at the Piazza del Popolo. The forest god appeared too naively lustful. But soon 2 buyers showed interest in the painting, while the then German consul in Palermo, Mr. Wedekind, who had visited Böcklin in his Roman studio, was still in negotiations with the artist. Mrs. Obermeier in Vienna was also seeking to acquire the work, and ultimately purchased it. This put Böcklin in the pleasant predicament of having to paint a second picture for Wedekind, which, according to his friends, was said to have surpassed the first in artistic merit. A letter addressed to Mr. Wedekind by the sculptor Kümmel provides an account of this, and is also significant for its judgment of Böcklin, likely reflecting the general admiration already being paid to the artist by his peers. Böcklin is a thorough artist, and one who will surely make quite a name for himself. Rome, August 8th, 1855. And now I want to try to explain the happiness you have in no longer being able to obtain the first painting by Böcklin. Mr. Böcklin could not, of course, after things had progressed so far that the decision was in his hands, act otherwise than he did, namely to promise the first picture to Mrs. Obermeier. Meanwhile, he had begun the second picture with full zeal and love, and from the beginning it was apparent that it could outshine the first, which has now been clearly confirmed, as the second picture is already well advanced and surprises everyone who sees it. In short, you've been lucky again, though, of course, with your innate distrust. Forgive me. You probably won't believe the whole story, which is all the better, because then your joy will be all the greater when you see the painting yourself in 2 months. I see the painting progressing day by day since Böcklin, right after your departure, moved in with me. He is painting with his whole soul, and you will certainly receive nothing half-finished. I believe I can vouch for that. I now know Böcklin quite well. He is a true artist, and one who will surely make quite a name for himself. Despite these small sales, Böcklin's situation, especially now that his family had grown, became untenable in Rome. He decided to use the proceeds from his painting Pan in the Reeds, also purchased by Mrs. Obermeier, for a return to his homeland after a 7-year absence. This was the first, smaller version of the large painting now in the Pinakothek. Böcklin completed it in Rome, according to a friend, without any studies, as he carried it fully formed in his mind. Allgaier describes how the grieving group accompanied Böcklin on his departure. I still see him sitting high up beside the coachman in the early dawn, one of his children tightly wrapped in his arms. "You won't make it in Rome, remember me," were his final words of farewell and comfort to Feuerbach. Although Böcklin's own family had, as he later recounted, disowned him at the time of his marriage because of his reckless pranks, his parents now welcomed the son, his young wife, and 2 children into their home in light of his distress. The plain, bourgeois family may have viewed the young foreign wife with suspicious eyes, but they nonetheless took them in. Böcklin brought with him the portrait of his wife in a red scarf and a larger, unfinished Pan in the Reeds. His father, still a foreman at de Bars, lived in a house owned by that family in St. Jacob. Here, Böcklin painted the 4 seasons, in the form of charming putti carrying flowers, sheaves of grain and fruit, on the wall of a room that served as his studio. But a more significant commission for large-scale wall painting already awaited him. The relationship with Consul Wedekind that had begun in Rome continued in Basel. There, too, the consul visited his studio and commissioned him to decorate the walls of his room with paintings that would have a fresco-like effect. Because his fountain landscape had been poorly received in his homeland, Böcklin was already embittered. In dire need, he accepted the commission only on the condition that his expenses and the cost of living for himself and his family would be covered. To carry out the paintings, he moved with his family to Hanover in the spring of 1858. He used glue-based paint on stretched canvas as his material. For the 4 paintings divided by the buffet and doors on the wall, Böcklin chose the theme of man's relationship to fire. High above the centre of one wall, the figure of the culture bringer is chained to the rock. The ceiling cuts off just above his head. Thus, not only the motif, but also the tight spatial arrangement already hints at the later landscape Prometheus. 4 paintings, adorned with garlands matching their content, tell of the paradisiacal state before fire was known, its discovery, its blessing, and its destructive power. The peaceful, unspoiled state is represented by a spring landscape, where a lovely nymph reclines on fresh green grass. Small cupids bring her the first blossoms to form a garland. As a counterpoint on the opposite side, a landscape devastated by prolonged drought and storm. A sparse spring trickles from above. Below, a few goats search for meagre nourishment. In the foreground on the right, a group of people stand before a fire just ignited by lightning. Flower garlands frame both images. On the opposite wall, the age of culture is depicted. Atop the rocky heights, buildings and temples tower. The inhabitants subdue the land with the plough. From the background, a procession of devout pilgrims descends a stone staircase to an altar where the sacrificial flames rise. A woman with her children has just presented her offerings to the gods. In the middle of the image, a group of woodland gods curiously peer from the rocks at the scene, perhaps enviously, seeing attention shift to higher deities. In terms of colour and composition, the last image is the most interesting. Steep, dark cliffs rise from the sea, and in their centre, seemingly firm and unapproachable, the lord of the land has built a fortress. But flames erupt from the rocks. Pirates have landed. One, with sword in hand, threatens the life of a woman and child, while his comrades prepare the ship for departure. Beneath the cliff, undisturbed by human fate, the spring nymph lets her crystalline water trickle drop by drop. Ivy garlands frame one painting, laurel the other. Böcklin was least successful in rendering the figures in these murals. They are more or less conventional, and in the fire scene even theatrical. The spring landscape is the most harmonious, like a quiet prelude to rest on the flight. The coloration of the landscapes is light and pale. Only in the burning castle, for example, are somewhat stronger tones attempted in the deep blue sea. The burning castle, with its simpler silhouette and stronger contrast, is the only one of the Wedekind paintings where Böcklin achieved a stronger decorative effect. He painted these works within a span of 4 months. He made neither a cartoon nor a drawing for them, but rather painted them entirely from memory after thoroughly considering and envisioning them. Only for the first painting, the nymph, did Böcklin create a small sketch, essentially as a sample for the patron. The significance of the Wedekind frescoes lies in the remarkable fact that they introduced many motifs Böcklin would later revisit in individual compositions. In addition to Prometheus, the spring nymph and the pirates reappear in later works. Particularly perceptive interpreters have even claimed to detect the Isle of the Dead motif hidden within the rock formations of the burning castle. Böcklin likely had high hopes for these frescoes, which were not entirely fulfilled. At any rate, there was a disagreement between the patron and the artist, though it was not of a serious nature. Their friendly relationship continued, and as late as the 1880s, the consul visited Böcklin in his studio in Florence. It was in March 1859 that the second large pan in the reeds caused a tremendous sensation at the exhibition of the Munich Artists' Association. Pecht recounts that people heard the artist was a young Swiss man who had come with a stunningly beautiful young wife and was lying in utter poverty with several children, afflicted by typhus. Böcklin had moved to Munich in September 1858. 2 of his children died of typhus, but he himself recovered, and the hardship was alleviated. Bilotti and Ramberg took generous care of the artist, even though the latter belonged to an entirely different artistic school. 2 relationships proved decisive for Böcklin's future, those with the poets Geibel and Heiss. It was Jacob Burckhardt who gave him the important letter of recommendation to Geibel, and through Geibel's influence, Pan was purchased for the Pinakothek. In Heiss, Böcklin had found an enthusiastic admirer since the Roman days, someone who promoted the young artist within his own circle and facilitated the highly valuable connection with Schack that would last for years. The personality of Count Schack is so lacking in charm and appeal that it is difficult to do him justice. Yet beneath the condescending, patronizing, and hopelessly boring report on his gallery, a faint tone of genuine enthusiasm for art can be heard. We cannot fault the unfortunate Count, who was so short-sighted, as Böcklin said, that he was the only one who didn't know his own gallery, for not being decades ahead of his time. And though he did not always display independent taste in his selection of paintings and artists, The composition of his gallery proves he had the judgment to choose good advisers. The relationship between Böcklin and Schack remained stable until 1875. Only when the construction of his new house exhausted the Count's funds did he have to stop commissioning works from Böcklin. We owe this period a fairly complete picture of the master's development over nearly 20 years. The earliest painting that Schack acquired from Böcklin, through Lenbach's mediation, was probably Ideal Landscape with a Nymph. The painting was done in Rome around 1855, and the Count, not entirely incorrectly, compared it to Poussin. This is especially true of the figure of the Nymph. Only much later, through a second stay in Rome and a visit to Pompeii, did Böcklin shed the somewhat soft classicist style in his figures. Pan in the reeds also represents a step toward simplicity and clarity. Of course, its impact on the Munich art world was largely due to the technique and the virtuosic way in which, by the standards of the time, the problem of sunlight was solved. The first, smaller painting differs little from the one in the Pinakothek. The god sits peacefully in the reeds, playing a flute. In the foreground, the green-tinged water glistens. In the background, the reeds part to reveal a view of the mountains. The Pinakothek version is somewhat lighter in tone, at least in its current condition, than the earlier smaller version, and includes more sunlight effects that play across the ground and Pan's body. Böcklin remarked that he was ashamed of himself, but he had to sell, and such tricks attracted buyers at the time. Later, he sometimes amused himself by watching how visitors at the Pinakothek would look around to see whether real sunlight was shining on the painting. Not that he seriously pursued such effects, but the fact that he could achieve them pleased him. For decades, Böcklin avoided this problem of the pleinairists, which had emerged sporadically in his early works, e.g. Fountain Landscape near Seeger. It was only in the garden arbour that patches of sunlight again flit across the wall behind the resting couple. The success Böcklin experienced in Munich cannot be explained solely by the objective qualities of his painting. From a cultural historical perspective, the groundwork had been laid, at least within a small circle, for the kind of artistic fulfilment Böcklin now represented. There had been a literary backlash against the exploitation of poetry for political purposes, one that championed art for art's sake, much like the Parnassians. The central figure around whom this group of poets gathered was Geibel. From there emerged New Romanticism and also Italomania. Böcklin naturally belonged to this circle from the start, thanks to his early friendships with Heyse and his recommendation to Geibel. For this group, the Roman landscape setting of his paintings offered fertile ground, and their romantic content was far more appealing than any genre painting in historical costume. Moreover, Böcklin's success came at a time when humanistic education, thanks to Wilhelm von Humboldt's reforms at the university level, had finally become common ground for every educated person. The enthusiasm for classical antiquity had reached even the most remote corners of Germany. A replica of Cicero's statue-filled country estate was created on the estate of Herr von Fahrenheit in faraway East Prussia. It was on January 10, 1852, that Curtius, in his impassioned lecture on Olympia, sowed the seeds from which the Nike of Paionios would one day triumphantly rise from the earth. Appreciation for the great art of Italy was spreading to broader circles than it had in Winckelmann's time. Notably, the year 1855 saw the publication of Jacob Burckhardt's The Cicerone. If Böcklin's first rise met with greater success than his later works, it was because he had arrived at the right time and place, while the later Böcklin was ahead of his time and only fully appreciated by a younger generation. Chapter 7, Weimar 1859 or 1860, 1862, Böcklin appointed as teacher at the academy, relationship with Lenbach and Begas, problem of airship navigation. In autumn 1860, Böcklin was appointed as a teacher at the newly founded art academy at the suggestion of Ramberg and Piloty. The sharp eye of Karl Alexander recognized that the center of development in German art at that time lay in music and painting. In a place where only the paving stones of the small residence still drew on its former literary glory, the young prince intended to create a new intellectual center. He deserves admiration for his visionary insight, which identified the forces that would later assume leadership in the history of German art. Liszt in music, Begas, Böcklin and Lenbach worked there. The new young forces met with unexpected resistance. A hostile party had formed from the followers of Preller and Ginelli, who had been bypassed during the establishment of the young art institution. Ginelli had recently been called to Weimar under conditions that assured him a completely free and unaccountable artistic activity. It was different with Preller. As a native of the region and a favoured protégé of Goethe, he had been head of the drawing school, which he himself had once attended since 1832. When the Grand Duke presented him with the plan to found an art school in the 1850s, he reacted dismissively. Karl Alexander, who was in any case intent on staffing a young institution with fresh energy, founded the art school behind Preller's back. When the master of the Odyssey returned from his travels in Italy to Weimar, he found the art school already in full operation. Thus, war was declared on the new undertaking from the outset. The petty bourgeois atmosphere of Weimar was also no longer fertile ground for an art culture. The same spirit of self-satisfied narrow-mindedness as exhaled by the frivolous people in Ebner Eschenbach's works still hung over the classical soil in the 1860s. This air had nothing intoxicating about it for artist souls. Wanderlust soon overtook the professors of the young academy. One after another shook the dust of Weimar from their shoes with inner joy. Lenbach and Böcklin left somewhat earlier, in 1862. Begas in 1863, with the classic justification, because in Weimar he missed all the conditions that are primary and essential for the flourishing, even for the existence of a sculpture school. He expressed for his own field what the others felt for theirs. Böcklin had already gained too strong a momentum toward independent development to be held back in his course by Ginelli and Preller. More important for his poetic sensibility, as a kind of tuning fork, were the literary memories with which Weimar's soil was fertilized. And more important for the clarity of his aims was the exchange with younger artist colleagues, with Begas and Lenbach. Already in Munich, closer relations between Lenbach and Böcklin had likely developed through Heiser, and among those who repeatedly stepped in to help Böcklin in times of need with generosity, Lenbach's name must always be placed first. The joint appointment to Weimar was soon to unite the two painters in close friendship. Lenbach humorously recounts the ominous beginning of their teaching activities in the completely unfurnished institution. Upon arrival, it turned out that the new art school could not open for several weeks because the interior fittings were not yet complete. In the meantime, we, Böcklin, Begas, Lenbach, spent our days sitting together, speculating and debating about art in general and its tendencies in particular. At the same time, they wandered through the beautiful surroundings of Weimar and Jena, enjoying the glorious nature and other fine gifts of God, which they mostly found in inns. One day during their wanderings, Böcklin and Lenbach discovered an excellent French table wine at a landlady's, which was duly appreciated by the two aspiring painters. In 3 or 4 days, they had completely drunk the stock of 70 bottles. The friendly relationship between Böcklin and Lenbach lasted until 1873. Even in 1868, Lenbach visited Böcklin in Basel, who at that time lived in a house in the St. Johann suburb, situated in the yard of the Hübscher carpentry shop. Böcklin was not at home. Instead, his wife came toward me, dressed in deep black, and told me that 9-year-old Lucia, their charming little daughter, whom I had also been very fond of, had recently died in a terrible accident. The child had been playing with others on a large pile of boards, which suddenly shifted and collapsed on her, crushing her lower body and causing a rupture of the gallbladder. Then Böcklin came home, and without much deliberation, we went to the house of a trusted man, where we knew for sure he served good wine. There we spent the whole night, disputing over the deepest problems of art philosophy with full goblets. Lenbach summed up his final verdict on Böcklin in the memorable words, "All in all, Böcklin is the most intellectually gifted artist I have ever encountered in my life. He makes unexpected observations and expresses himself with great charm and wit in a surprising and original language." As an artistic bookmark in the chapter of his Weimar memories, Böcklin painted a modest three-quarter portrait of his great friend. From a grey-blue background, under a black beret, he gazes soberly out of a window frame with short-sighted eyes. It indeed looks like a faithful report on the features of a specific person, but the artist and friend forgot to add soul, expression. Much has been said about Böcklin's artistic influence on Lenbach. Böcklin, the more mature and 9 years older artist, naturally had to be the more stimulating force in their interactions, and had an influence on the then 23-year-old Lenbach. Böcklin is even said to have put his advice into practice and painted into Lenbach's compositions. For history, it is irrelevant to what extent he actually intervened in Lenbach's art. It only needs to take note of the fact that two greats in the realm of art found each other in their striving for new goals. Fruitfully stimulated by the contrast of their natures, they each found their own centre of gravity over the years, the greatest characterist and the greatest visionary of our time. That sharp oppositions already clashed in the Weimar days becomes clear from a conversation preserved by Lenbach. Böcklin once claimed that, for example, in the portrait of a young girl, one must immediately be able to tell it is such. Even her clothing should therefore be depicted in the colour of spring. Lenbach rejected such symbolism and emphasized the portrait as a depiction of a specific personality. In this struggle, Lenbach continued, between symbolic and individual perception, Böcklin spent his entire life, and I myself needed years to rescue myself from these views into my own. Thus, differences of opinion existed from early on, which were never to be reconciled. Even in Rome, the harmony in the studio rented together with Lenbach and Hagen did not last very long. A portrait of Hagen caused a disagreement between Lenbach and Böcklin, so that the latter withdrew. Gradually, the contrast in the two artists' natures escalated to the point that in 1873 it led to a formal break. It is possible that the female members of both parties were not entirely uninvolved in the final catastrophe, which occurred after the Vienna World Exhibition. The friendship between Böcklin and Begas also had a mutually stimulating effect. It was not only inspiring but almost infectious, to the point that both artists suddenly exchanged roles. Soon, easel and palette stood in Begas's workshop, and a heap of clay in Böcklin's studio, to the dismay of the honourable directors of the Academy. The artistic document of this bond of friendship was a joint sculptural work, the model for the St. Jacob's monument in Basel. The artists had chosen the form of a truncated pyramid, on top of which stood an urn. On the front was the inscription, "To those fallen for the fatherland." 4 gigantic figures, 2 created by Begas, 2 by Böcklin, lay as tomb guardians at the corners of the pyramid. However, the model was rejected and the sculptor Schloth received the commission. The critique also reacted unfavourably to the sketch. Wilhelm Wackernagel is said to have remarked in the Basler Zeitung at the time that one could place the Dauphin on the pyramid. It was at the beginning of the 1860s that Böcklin's first paintings appeared, in which the figures not only emerged from the landscape but became the actual subject of the painting, with the landscape serving as a mood-setting background. Such is the case in the painting known to me only from a Basel sketch, Spring. A half-naked maiden lies on a fragrant meadow beneath blooming bushes, lost in spring dreams. With pleasurable longing she reaches for the shimmering blossoms. A youth, his brownish back turned halfway toward us, plays a spring melody on a birch pipe. Though this small sketch already bears a certain resemblance in colour and mood to the Venetian painters, these influences are even more evident in the large figure painting Venus Sends Forth Amor. The composition and type of the Venus recall Titian. The golden, darkened studio tone, against which Böcklin would later so often rail, is here so convincingly achieved in an original work that only Lenbach managed something comparable in his copies for Schack. A sultry summer evening has descended. Intoxicating fragrances rise from the blossoms and cloud the senses of mortals. Such an evening is chosen by the goddess of love to send her messengers to earth. Beneath blooming oleanders lies the divine woman, her glorious body barely veiled by a light cloth. Her outstretched arm points to the right, toward the place where the last rays of evening are fading in bluish-green light. There the god hurries with his quiver toward the mortals. The painting was sold by the then visitor, a cousin of Frau Böcklin, August Fratelli, for about 50 francs to a painter in Hungary. If Böcklin found echoes of the Lagoon City painters in this painting, then the Hunt of Diana signifies a memory of Rubens. The scene is set in a Roman landscape, lush with myrtle and oleander thickets. In front of a rock, the goddess emerges, accompanied by her companions. Barking hounds chase the stag. The Hunt of Diana was the first painting the local museum commissioned from the artist. A sketch, Faun and Nymph, which Böcklin first submitted to the Art Commission, presumably identical to the painting now titled Spring, did not please the committee. They asked the artist to submit other designs. Böcklin then proposed 2 landscapes he was currently working on, The Hunt of Diana and Cain and Abel. The result of negotiations, which lasted from February to May 24, 1862, was that Basel acquired The Hunt of Diana for 9,000 francs. In 1 year and 4 months, Böcklin completed this 11-foot-wide painting with extraordinarily intimate treatment of vegetation. Besides reminiscences of Rubens, the composition contains echoes of the Schirmer school. It is a diligent painting, but it does not warm the heart. The colours are particularly unpleasing, and the later addition of colourful garments to the huntresses further disrupted the harmony. The original design, in which the goddess and her companions march forward in the unashamed splendour of their limbs, was objected to by Basel's cautious art elders. The so-called Murder in the Castle Garden points both backward and forward in its pictorial motif. Backward to the castle burning motif of the Wedekind frescoes, and forward to the landscape in Villa by the Sea. Much later, during the Florentine period, a similar theme re-emerges from the blue waves as pirates storm the castle, this time with dramatic intensity and economy. The simplicity of composition and the restrained gestures of the figures in the castle garden painting already show progress compared to the Wedekind frescoes. Around the same time, the first mocking hermit appeared in Basel private collections, a delicately perceived work. One of the early paintings in which landscape and figure fully resonate, though still only a resonance of landscape mood with the depicted action. The heightening of expression later achieved through the contrast of masses or the resonance of a simple line is not yet to be found here. A comparison with Titian's St. Jerome in the Brera in Milan, which Schack believed had served Böcklin as a model, shows how much remained to be achieved. Until now, Böcklin had remained entirely under the spell of his student years and art history. In most of these earlier works, he differed only in degree from like-minded contemporary artists. But with the painting Pan Frightens a Shepherd, already begun in Munich, he created something entirely his own. Here there is no trace of Schirmer, of Dreber, no echoes of any old master. 2 slightly different versions of the painting survive. The small, unfinished one in Heiss's possession is perhaps superior in colour harmony to the version owned by Schack. Midday heat broods over the Campagna. The shepherd lies sleeping, carefree. A falling stone startles him from his dreams. In his dim awareness, superstitious fantasies arise. He believes he sees the mocking grin of the woodland god in the brown rocks. In a frenzy he flees. His gourd flask swings wildly in rhythm. Alarmed, the goats follow in blind panic over hill and stone, chasing after their senseless leader. From the top of the rock, the god laughs at the foolish human child. Here, everything is temperament and movement. The way the god, almost part of the rock, seems to grow out of it is more artistically executed in the version in the Pinakothek than in the one at Heiss's, where Pan peers over the rock. Here Böcklin has already achieved what secured his place in art history, the animation of nature, the revivification of ancient myths. Thus, the 2 years in Weimar became a period of varied activity for Böcklin. In addition to his role as painter and teacher, he experimented with sculpture. Finally, a problem emerged into the foreground of his intellectual life that would occupy him seriously for decades to come: the construction of a flying machine. The basis for solving this task lay in observations he had made on the flight of birds. In the St. Johann suburb of his hometown, his eyes had often followed the flight of gulls with curiosity. During his first stay in Rome, Böcklin had attempted experiments for a flying machine on St. Peter's. In Weimar, these were continued using cardboard. The Roman notes of Schick, 1866, also mention how Böcklin attached his ideas on bird flight to a raven that hovered motionless above them for a long time. The artist described flying as a kind of screw and rudder movement. For ascending, the tail must be held up; for descending, the opposite. Like so much in the master's life, a flood of legends has attached itself to these theories and practical experiments. In one of his attempts, Böcklin is even said to have fallen and suffered several severe injuries. Fortunately, in one of his letters, we have an authentic document which, though it offers no clear picture of the flying machine, at least dispels the false rumours. Most important is Böcklin's statement in the letter that he considered steerability possible only in completely still air. The lines addressed to a friend read, "Florenz, June 25, 1883. First of all, I must tell you that the story of airship travel in the mountains, as well as everything else told about it, is pure invention. Since we last saw each other, I have only been occupied with my work. By the way, you must remember from our conversations about steerable balloons that I consider steerability possible only in completely still air, and that I regard any attempt to move such a large body against an air current as folly. The whole chatter probably stems from the fact that I must have said something about airships somewhere, as I have often done, and someone, as is so often the case, completely misunderstood and turned it into a comical story. Don't worry, should I attempt anything again, I certainly wouldn't risk my bones in the process, since I am, for now, still quite comfortable in my skin. To conduct experiments in airship travel, Böcklin visited Berlin several times, for example in the summer of 1882. In the same letter from June 1883, he referred to a potential new trip there with the rather unflattering remark, "Shall I overcome my disgust and return to cultured Berlin?" He did overcome his disgust and returned there in 1886. At that time, Böcklin had made such progress in solving his problem that the Prussian General Staff provided personnel from the airship division for his experiments. These were conducted under Böcklin's personal supervision on a drill field in Berlin. The result was not entirely satisfactory, as the state refused to grant the artist sufficient funds for further experiments. Böcklin, passionately committed to his problem, turned to the public with a lecture in which he presented his ideas before the German Society for the Promotion of Airship Travel. His ideas were enthusiastically received. He expressed his fundamental insights in 3 short essays in the journal for the Promotion of Airship Travel, Volv, The Gliding of Birds, p. 249, Further Reflections on Bird Flight, p. 322, More on Bird Flight, p. 366, in clear, objective language. In the first essay, he explains how, in windless air, a bird with sufficient wing surface can glide from a high point to a lower, distant point by adjusting both wings and tail without flapping. The 2 following essays deal with explaining various flight movements in wind currents. The flying machine Böcklin designed based on these observations was a kind of raft with sail-like wings. Böcklin's concept, also correctly recognized by Helmholtz, was that only through an understanding of bird flight could the problem be solved. Böcklin often discussed his ideas with physicists. Heiss arranged a conference with Professor Beetz on the subject. Beetz confirmed that Böcklin's individual observations were sharp and accurate. That his practical experiments did not lead to a fully satisfactory result was due to the fact that our knowledge of the mechanics of flight motion is still incomplete. Böcklin personally never gave up hope for the eventual realization of his idea. As late as 1892, he was in negotiations with a technician about carrying out his project, when his illness prevented any further steps. Chapter 8, Second Roman Stay 1862 to September 2nd, 1866. Influence of Raphael and Pompei. The Schick Notes. With savings of 7,000 francs, Böcklin went to Rome for the second time in October 1862 after a visit to Basel. He describes the powerful impact that Raphael's stanza had on him upon his return. It was especially the expulsion of Heliodorus that completely changed his outlook. A sense for the grand decorative opened up to him, which even makes an impression on the roughest and most uneducated mind. This goal he now consciously pursued. But Raphael's influence was far more temporary than this passionate confession might suggest. It clearly lasted only until the end of the 1860s. Böcklin found other masters of the grand decorative who would become lifelong sources of artistic inspiration much farther south. The visit to Naples and Pompeii saturated his soul with what had hovered vaguely before. From then on, the great necropolis of ancient life would have a profound impact on his form and content. It became inspiration for new creations, never a model for imitation. In ancient wall painting, with its great masses of colour and simple linear language, he recognized the conditions of monumental painting. From the content of ancient life, he created the antique mood image for the modern human. That it was Pompeii and not Rome that brought about this transformation is humanly understandable. In Rome, the epigone experiences with horror the ground of a great past, the air of millennia. Pompeii, with its thousand small memories, draws us irresistibly into the circle of ancient life. Böcklin often expressed his admiration for Pompeii in the most enthusiastic terms. Although craftsmen by class, the Pompeian painters were greater artists than all later painters of the 15th or 16th century. It is admirable with what ease and beauty they knew how to arrange everything so that one element had an artistic effect on the next. One marvels at the extent of their knowledge of painterly techniques, how they made one thing seem soft through hardness and another hard through soft forms. And elsewhere, the great mass of Cinquecento creations is nothing but a terrible mess. This becomes quite obvious. One goes from the Pompeian wall paintings in Naples to the upper floor with Raphael and Titian, which, compared to ancient beauty, look like pigtail pictures. The impression Naples made on him was so powerful that it completely drove him off his previous path, and he lost almost an entire year before coming to terms with himself. But then he took an entirely new direction. The most significant painting of this period is undoubtedly the Villa by the Sea, of which we possess 5 variations. The first picture, made for Schack, was painted with frankincense and sandarac. When it arrived at Schack's estate, small parts of the paint had flaked off. The Count complained angrily to Böcklin. He had received a painting that arrived completely ruined. The artist had to deliver a second painting in oil, for which he received no fee. Unfortunately, the artist, who loves experimenting, had painted it using an unsound technique. When it arrived in Munich, I noticed that the colours had not properly bonded to the canvas. Luckily, in places that could be easily repaired, whole pieces had fallen out. So I ordered the painting again, recognizing the fragility of the first version, reports the patronizing Count, who was thoroughly mistaken in his prediction. The first version held up excellently after repair. Böcklin described the technical processes for his painting in detail. Frankincense and sandarac are mixed with water and rubbed into the paint. After completing the picture, it is coated with melted wax, which immediately penetrates, then rubbed with a cloth and polished, giving it a gentle shine and a beautiful quality. The cracking of the picture seemed incomprehensible to him, since a small test he had painted using the same technique, a picture of his wife in a black veil on a yellowish background, had held up excellently. The first Villa by the Sea was created in 1864 in a spacious studio that Böcklin rented together with Hagen and Lenbach. Heavy, grey-blue Sirocco air sinks oppressively over the palace and the blooming garden. The cypresses sway up and down. The last rays of the evening sun fall on the villa and glow in the windows. A woman veiled in black walks toward the shore. In the contrast between the cold blue-grey sky and the warm tone of the landscape, a powerful decorative effect is achieved. The motif is said to have been borrowed from Castel Fusano near Ostia. The second villa was also painted in autumn 1864, within 3 weeks for the commissioner. A daytime mood, with richer architectural and botanical details. The commissioner praised the picture for its more careful execution, but we probably have little doubt which of the 2 pictures deserves the palm. Towered over by cypresses, a marble palace dreams in serene grandeur. At its feet the sea waves murmur their rhythm. A lonely woman leans against the wall in grief and longing. This is the motif, as simple and plain as possible. To us, however, the picture has become the great elegy for vanished ancient glory, From the waves that strike the shore in solemn rhythm sounds the swan song of a great past. We believe we see in the mourning woman Iphigenia, seeking the land of the Greeks with her soul. Here, the viewer's instinct aligns with the artist's intention, for Böcklin revealed that he intended to depict in the mourner the last offspring of an old lineage. What Böcklin had already realized in the two Pan paintings, Pan in the Reeds and Pan Frightens a Shepherd, and in The Anchorite, reaches a classical expression in The Villa by the Sea, the condensation of natural mood into personal forms. Böcklin's figures do not act as forces of nature, as gods and demigoddesses created by myth and religion, nor as personifications of nature. They are born out of the mood of nature as felt by modern man. Iphigenia, Flora, Prometheus are names invented to meet the literary needs of the masses. They have nothing to do with the essence of the picture. In The Villa by the Sea, Böcklin suddenly rises gigantically above the level of contemporary landscape painting. On the basis of this single picture alone, he deserved the title of Germany's greatest painter of mood. For the first time, The Villa by the Sea, with its multiple repetitions, reveals another characteristic of Böcklin, which has received various interpretations and views. The painter loved to repeat his motifs. He, the master in the realm of fantasy, had to accept that people accused him of lack of ideas. Two entirely different reasons underlie this procedure. One is artistic in nature. A motif takes hold of him, fills him. Once he has laid it down in the picture, he feels he has not exhausted it. His imagination torments him and compels him to express the subject again in a different mood, in a different interpretation. Often, motifs are already hinted at in an early picture, to which he returns decades later. A striking example of this is the Wedekind Frescoes, where the figures of later main pictures, pirates, spring nymph, Prometheus, appear as foreshadowing. Thus, the moonlit landscape of 1847 becomes the Ride of Death. Odysseus' longing for home already appears in a small picture from the Second Roman Stay. To accuse Böcklin of lack of imagination would be like stoning Goethe for having created both Clavigo and Weislingen. On the other hand, there were also practical reasons for the repetitions. A motif was ordered twice, or the artist, who struggled with life's hardships until the mid-1870s, painted a duplicate of a successful picture in the hope of selling it. Even in this case, a photographically exact repetition rarely occurred. In most cases, it was a partial new creation. Comparing the various representations of the same motif provides chronological clarification and rounding according to the general law of development that is so characteristic of Böcklin's entire activity. The striving for greater expression can already be clearly demonstrated within the short time span in which the repetitions of the picture usually fall. Compare the shack Villas by the Sea with the ones painted in 1868, and the difference is immediately apparent. In the shack pictures, the wind still moves the treetops, which bend in a gentle, graceful curve to the left and sway in the air. In firm verticals, the cypresses of the villa in the Schwarzenbach version rise almost to the edge of the picture. The oppressive air presses on the landscape with leaden heaviness. While in the shack version the sea lies calm in one picture, in the other it moves gently. In the Zürich picture, large, foaming waves crash against the wall and splash high on the stones. More decayed and crumbling than in earlier pictures, the harsh vertical lines of the building here have a stronger effect. They increase the expression of harsh loneliness. The closer viewpoint of the later version is also significant. We are much more intimately linked with this ode of stone and water, brought into a much closer relationship with the figure in the picture. The female figure no longer walks toward the shore or leans softly against the wall as in the older pictures. Almost turned into a pillar, she seems to grow in a nearly vertical line out of the rock. She is larger and more impactful than in the shack picture. The contrasts in colour between the leaden air and the warm, reddish masonry are also much greater in the Zürich picture. Bright autumn foliage, reddish climbing plants increase the colour effect against the cool tone of air and water and the deep silhouette of the cypresses. The version in the Städel Museum appears to be of an even later date for coloristic reasons. Deep, dark sky with red evening clouds that illuminate the villa and the cypresses with a reddish glow. In the last light of evening, the windows glow, the front waves of the deep blue sea shimmer. The waves with their glittering pearls have something of sea phosphorescence. In this work, the deep and full-colour harmonies already appear, which only begin to emerge in Böcklin's work at the end of the 1860s. The villa in the Stuttgart Gallery is almost identical to the Schwarzenbach picture, except for the calmer sea. If the villa by the sea is the great elegy to antiquity, the Roman wine tavern from the same year is a jubilant hymn to festive paganism. With a fresh, silvery tone, light and airy painting, and the finest drawing, the Basel picture invites with the inscription "Est, est, est" to the high-located wine room. A group of revellers has long followed the call, and a brown slave pants up new bottles. At the garden gate below, a beggar plays the harp, whom a young girl tries to revive with a drink of wine. On the meadow, tender couples listen to the music or begin a lively dance. Lovely joy, a charming delight, radiates from every corner of the picture. It is overflowing with delightful motifs. Here a pair of doves drinking at the fountain, there the listening maiden with a wine cup at the rose-covered door. Far browner in tone and more restless in overall effect is the first version of this motif in the Schack Gallery. This picture, too, was probably originally more harmonious in colouring. Its early darkening is due to a new technical experiment by the artist, which he himself reports, see chapter 13. The motif is said to have been taken from the area of the Porta del Popolo. Much later, in the 1880s, Böcklin returned to this subject area in the Bacchanal, owned by Knorr. But while the Roman wine tavern breathes a moderate joy at the beginning of the festival, the Bacchanal, with the coarse humour of the older master, depicts the wild final act of revelry. In the wine tavern, people are only inspired. In the Bacchanal, they are drunk, very drunk. One hears the snoring of the soldiers who have been overwhelmed by the drink. Old and young, man and beast are seized by frenzy. A scene of wildlife plays out inside an ancient house as no Dutch painter of the 17th century ever depicted it more drastically. The final period of Böcklin's Roman stay, from January to August 1866, is documented in detailed reports by Böcklin's student, the painter Rudolf Schick. Schick, a young Berliner and also a student of Schirmer, met Böcklin in December 1865 in Rome during his study trip. A relationship formed between them, part friendship, part teacher-student. Soon Schick, who looked up to Böcklin with enthusiastic reverence, shared his studio in Via Margutta from January 10, 1866. Later, when Böcklin needed help in Basel for the execution of Frescoes, he summoned Schick, who had remained in Rome until then, to assist him in his hometown. The value of Schick's notes is conditional. Although Schick faithfully wrote down every conversation with Böcklin immediately, inaccuracies in facts and contradictions in opinions can be found. Böcklin sometimes gave incorrect information, or, as often happened with him, his views changed within a few weeks. For him, his statements were axioms for the moment. But he changed them every few weeks, said a reliable friend. Schick was not a brilliant thinker capable of separating generally valid views from a passing remark, but rather a devout, uncritical student who tried to educate himself through meticulous questioning. It is unwise to apply Böcklin's statements recorded by Schick to the artworks of others, or even to construct new theories upon them. Even for Böcklin's own art, they sometimes have only a conditional, temporary, or purely psychological value. Only when corrected and supplemented by the accounts of other reliable friends, and carefully weighed against the content of the paintings and the full image of the personality, do these notes form important material for understanding the master's guiding thoughts and views. They reveal not only someone who created naively, but a sharply analytical mind. Not only spatial layout and colour values were carefully considered, but also secondary matters like frames and the artist's signature were subjects of detailed discussions. The monogram on the pictures must, depending on the character and size of the painting and the location where it is placed, take on a different form, sometimes block letters, other times handwriting, sometimes light, sometimes dark, and in different colours. Often, Schick's notes contain truisms for any artist, such as the ever-present advice to plan the overall composition of a painting before beginning. But sometimes the notes are startling in their almost obsessive number symbolism. The arrangement in the Petrarch painting, and in Daphnis and Amaryllis, Böcklin traces back to the number 3, which should govern main lights, main colours and main forms. For example, the painting Daphnis and Amaryllis is grouped as follows: the white air, the light passage in the cave, the white milk. Furthermore, the painting's idea is expressed in 3 main points: the head of the sleeping Daphnis, the listening nymph, and the area on the bottom left, the gifts. And since the heads are round, the 3rd main point, the fruit and the jug, must also be round. In the Petrarch painting, Böcklin also assumes a 3-fold division of the pictorial idea. This is expressed in the upper part with Petrarch, the reflective water and the light in the distance. During his Roman period, Böcklin mainly occupied himself with technical and colour-related problems. In terms of colour, he limited himself to a much simpler palette than in later times. One of the most finely tuned paintings is likely the famous head of Viola in the Basel Museum, where the artist, using the tone of the slate background with the greatest restraint, composed a delicate harmony of violet and green. The flesh is painted without any blush on the cheeks, an idiosyncrasy of the master that he remained faithful to. The same model was used as in Signorina Clara, a lover of Cardinal Antonelli. In this painting, Böcklin adopts the motif of the veil. Its folds, both covering and revealing, become a charming formal and colour element in his later depictions of women. The hand grasping the veil is modelled with particular care in both paintings. How Böcklin later treated such a motif in terms of a grand compositional conception is shown in the comparison with the head of Flora in Unger's possession from his Florentine period. Everything is presented in strict frontal view. The hand no longer rests softly, but reaches forward over the chest with expressively spread fingers. The only deviation in direction comes from the sideways glancing eyes. In his larger compositions, the heavy brown of his early period is overcome. A light, airy grey tone runs through many of his works created in the 1860s in Rome and Basel. Among the earliest pictures in this colour mood are probably the Roman landscape, owned by Mrs. Amsink, and the finely felt small idyll, fawn whistling to a blackbird. The similarity in tone to Franz Draber is striking. The tone becomes ever more silvery, as in the painting Oktoberfest, created already in Basel. In the 1869 Pan family at the Spring in Dresden, this grey tone has evolved into an airy plein air. The leap to the glowing colours of the Muse of Anacreon from the same period occurs almost without visible transition. Numerous commissions and sales enabled the artist to remain in Rome for so long, despite his growing family. The Basel Museum acquired the Viola, the local art association the painting Wife as Muse. On Schack's commission were created, in addition to the Villa by the Sea and Oktoberfest, the Shepherd Girl and Daphnis and Amaryllis. On June 16, 1866, he began work for Count Schack on the Gods of Greece, based on a grisaille painted for Cotta for the Jubilee edition of Schiller's poems. A wealthy Basel native, Merian, commissioned from him the painting Petrarch at the Spring of Vaucluse. Daphnis and Amaryllis has, in its final version, lost some of its colour harmony. The subject is based on a Theocritus idyll, in which the lovesick shepherd laments his woes to the nymph. Invisible to him, the demigoddess listens in her grotto to the sounds of the shepherd, who has laid fruits at her feet in an attempt to soften her heart with gifts. The painting is marvellous in its spatial effect and proportions. Otherwise, it presents a somewhat uneven balance between ancient borrowing and modern, pulsating life. The youth's lifted hand and the mischievous sideways glance of the nymph don't quite match the rest of the painting's style. The painting hints at Feuerbach. In its flaws, it already shows a progress that goes beyond Feuerbach. In the Zürich sketch, the shepherd appears much more realistic. With his wide-open mouth, he resembles a Roman street singer. In terms of spatial composition, there is still searching here. The figures are not yet brought into sufficient relation. Böcklin was to experience little joy with his Petrarch. Upon returning to Basel, he brought the completed painting rolled up. It may still have been too fresh, despite the layer of wax paper in between, some parts stuck together, and Böcklin was forced to scrape off and partially repaint the work. Böcklin called the Petrarch a mood painting, and believed that in such a case one should not proceed from the objects, but from the distribution of light and shadow. The painting is composed of 2/3 shadow and 1/3 light. In its second version it was, according to Schick, more sublime and more haunting. 2 female figures originally wandering on the meadow were omitted this time. The flow of light in the picture, the problem from which Böcklin began in composing, is indeed excellently resolved. At the top left, a view of the sky and a misty distance opens as the brightest point. The light spreads gently over part of the foreground and strikes a bit of the rock on the right. Stones and plants are rendered with great virtuosity, but in view of the unfortunate figure of the poet, who stands in a conventional, stiff, famous man's pose, it is entirely understandable that the painting was not warmly received in the Paris Salon. Far more characteristic than this unsuccessful Petrarch painting are the individual heads of this period. In them, the influence of antiquity is especially evident, particularly in the Sappho and in the portrait of his wife as muse. The head of the Sappho is a brilliant attempt in the encaustic technique of the ancients. Technical problems fill Böcklin's entire Roman stay. Alongside oil painting, he experimented with resin painting and tempera. The expressive head of a Roman in the Imhoff Rusch collection is, like the first villa by the sea, painted in resin and overlaid with a solution of wax in turpentine. Eventually he resumed the technique of ancient encaustic. The head of Sappho is not only painted in a Greek manner, it is also felt in its austere dignity as Greek. The ivory colour of the face and the pale pink garment with the deep blue border stand out effectively against the light bluish background. When the owner, Mr. Saracen, later the patron of the garden house Frescoes in Basel, gave the painting a place of honour in his home, he said that it made all the other pictures look dead. "Yes, Böcklin is a killer," Wackernagel replied. The painting, Wife as Muse, combines the intimate features of a portrait with monumental dignity. In its technical execution, it is both soft and precise. The painting is done in very delicate colours. The woman, with the warm complexion of a southerner, is draped in a light yellowish garment. A pale blue wall with reddish ornamentation forms the background. The laurel branch the woman holds in her left hand is harmoniously merged with the painting's colour scheme. At the beginning of his second Roman journey, he painted her as a delicate, half-girlish figure walking hand in hand with him, a young boy, down a path overgrown with red vines. He wanted to show how 2 people who love each other walk into autumn together and remain firmly and faithfully united. At the end of his struggle in the eternal city, she had become for him the high muse who kept the laurel for him. Tentative technique, hesitant colours in the first painting, a powerful master, who has mastered the material and hears the pathos of the ancients. Thus he crosses the Alps back to the Rhine. Chapter 9. Basel a Faun. The frescoes in the garden house of the Saracen family and the frescoes in the stairwell of the museum in Basel. Fresco technique, relationship with Jacob Burckhardt. The sale and commission of paintings for his native city, head of Sappho, Viola, the painting of his wife as a muse, Petrarch, etc., prompted Böcklin to move back to Basel with his family in September 1866. He hoped to receive many commissions there. And his hope was fulfilled. His income was not only sufficient for a carefree life, but he was even able to save. Böcklin was anything but a financial genius. Smart enough to recognize this weakness, he entrusted 1/3 of his money to a friend for safekeeping. 2 monumental commissions occupy a large part of the Basel period, the frescoes in the garden house of the Saracen family and those in the stairwell of the museum. While in the paintings of the garden house, Böcklin continued along the path he had independently forged, beginning with Schirmer and Dreber, even Poussin. The frescoes in the museum are under the influence of Raphael's formal language. The wall paintings in the garden house of Councillor Saracen, whose family he had been friends with since youth, were created in the summer and autumn of 1868. 2 landscapes with biblical scenes are used as contrasts in cheerful and gloomy character. Originally, at the owner's request, a mirror was to be placed in the middle between the two paintings. Boecklin advised against this execution, rightly fearing the competition of the real spaces in the garden, whose reflection would have appeared in the centre of the painted landscapes. So a central picture was planned. Böcklin initially designed a drawing of a Christ on the Mount of Olives. The expression and the yearning movement of the Son of God thirsting for relief make one regret that the execution did not occur. The drawing was rejected because the subject was deemed unsuitable for a festive hall. Instead, Böcklin painted the figure of the royal singer David, with the harp in a long, flowing purple mantle. At his feet an angel holds the scroll. On both sides of David, the most atmospheric landscapes unfold. The rest on the flight into Egypt shows a spring-green hill covered with flowers, in the centre of which rises a cypress-shaded villa. In the foreground, under blossoms, Mary rests with the child. A small angel brings her the longed-for refreshment. Through the simple arrangement, the contrast of subdued yet luminous tones, the lush meadow with the dark group of cypresses in the middle ground, a grand, simple effect is achieved. Only in the figures does one still feel something of the affected classicist style. The walk to Emmaus is conceived as a gloomy storm and evening landscape. A wild storm drives the clouds and lashes the dark cypresses. High above, on a grey rock, lies the longed-for resting place of the wandering pilgrims, an oriental village. Pressed close together in fear, the two disciples walk with the Saviour. Again here a close connection between landscape mood and figural representation. In the shack gallery, the motifs of both frescoes reappear. The Tuscan villa shows only a very small section of the image, the villa with the cypresses. In the walk to Emmaus, the entire motif is used, but with what a difference. The panel painting appears more harmonious, softer. The dark silhouette of the storm-lashed trees, the line of the hilly ground, everything in the fresco appears simpler in form and grander in contrast. Schick painted the angel in the central image of David. The responsibility for the distorted figure of the royal singer, however, must be borne by Böcklin alone. It is almost inexplicable how the creator of the two landscapes could paint such a stiff and wrongly drawn figure. The head sits completely crooked on the body, and what an expressionless head, despite the harsh black outlines of the eyes, which Böcklin liked at the time, head of melancholy, and the incredibly large highlights. Even more incomprehensible is that the artist declared this head to be the most successful part of the fresco. He probably intended to create a very hard central figure as a counterweight to the more softly painted landscapes. In recent years it had become clear to him, he said, that one could model a head like David's very hard. If one then added a hardness next to it, like the harp, black with fine yellow lines, it would still appear fleshy. This effect was not achieved. Böcklin had counted on the green earth used in the shadow areas of David to dry more grey. At first, he would not admit the failed coloration. Shortly after completion, he made the Saracens the proposal to install green curtains at the window to soften the impression. In doing so, he made the incautious remark, in a kind of artistic obstinacy. He could not see it himself, but his friends found the flesh too green. This remark gave rise to the rumour that Böcklin was colourblind. Even Allgaier repeats it in his Feuerbach biography and attributes the origin of this phenomenon to the typhus endured in Munich. Meissner not only picks up the legend again, but expands it into a nervous illness of the artist, who is even said to have been in an institution in Munich. As a result, the preference for ultramarine is said to have entered his paintings. Even beyond the Vosges, the tale continues without criticism. Une maladie de la vue lui rend toutes les couleurs pénibles pour le bleu. Mazelière, la peinture allemande au XIXe siècle. But the proposal to mitigate the colours of David with green curtains found little favour with the Saracens. So Böcklin decided in April to apply a few retouches with oil paint and turpentine. Since the thinned paint soaked in, the improved areas matched the character of the fresco. You can still detect traces of the earlier tone on the beard with some effort. During the completion of the frescoes, Böcklin was in an extremely agitated mood. In the midst of painting the walk to Emmaus, a burst of artistic mood overtook him, and he walked away. Only after a pause did he complete the painting, one can still see traces of the later beginning in the right corner. The paintings were begun on August 26th and completed on October 25th. For the 2 landscapes he received 3,000 francs, for the David 1,000 francs. Mr. Saracen jokingly remarked, when paying the fee, "You earn your money more easily than I do." Böcklin, on the other hand, said to Schick, "No other painter in Germany will paint frescoes for such a cheap price as I do. They, Schwind for example, and others, would sit on them for a year, first draw cartoons with meticulous precision, which they would then copy slavishly onto the wall, without leaving the slightest room for improvisation, and accordingly they would demand to be paid." From the extremely short time of completion, the David was painted in 4 half-days, the other frescoes in barely 2 months. It follows how easily Böcklin again mastered a technique that was fairly unfamiliar to him. Only occasional smaller attempts in fresco had preceded these wall paintings. From the year 1857-58, a few child figures on the staircase of his brother's house on Blumenrhein are mentioned. It is possible that the putti in Böcklin's studio at the time were also painted in this technique. After the strong impression that the ancient wall paintings in Pompeii had made on him, he then conducted further experiments in this method in Rome. Böcklin's striving for an ever more perfected technique led within a year, indeed within weeks, to the most varied deviations. At the Saracen paintings, he applied only a double-wall plaster, a thicker lower layer containing sand, a fine upper layer in which lime predominated. In the rest on the flight, this lime was mixed with black colour to achieve a tinted ground. But since the colours dried differently than he had calculated, this mixture was omitted in the walk to Emmaus. There he began to underlay the dark areas more or less deeply with black paint to bring out the plastic effect through light and shadow values right from the start. For final retouching, he used an addition of egg yolk to the water in which the paint is dissolved, as this mixture stays fresh longer and more easily allows wet-on-wet painting. Another advantage seemed to him to be its great durability, since the paint becomes rock-hard and insoluble in water. By adding vinegar, the egg yolk is prevented from spoiling. He considered this mixture particularly suitable for glazes, though bright tones are difficult to achieve with it. While the 2 landscapes were painted piece by piece in sections, the picture of David, on the other hand, was painted wet on wet in a single stroke. In the technique of the museum frescoes, Böcklin had Vitruvius' prescription in mind, to plaster the wall in multiple layers that became thinner toward the top, and to tamp down the final layers thoroughly. In the first fresco, only a 4-fold plaster was applied, 3 layers of sand and lime, and a top layer of marble and lime. For the fresco of Flora, a 6-fold plaster was precisely planned, according to Vitruvius's instructions. While on December 11, 1868, Böcklin had clearly established for himself the inviolable rule to use lime under all paints, and at most cautiously use pure glazes in the shadows. Just half a year later, on August 7, 1869, he called the method of using lime under the colours foolish. So he painted the second fresco mostly with glazes, using only a little zinc white in the light areas. While he painted the birth of Gaia top to bottom and harmonised it in the wet state, this method had already been abandoned in the Flora. These examples make it unnecessary to describe further technical details, especially since we possess a later letter from Böcklin himself that gives the final result of his technical experience in striking terms. December 16, 1881. Perugino and his followers, as you know, pulled a layer of mortar about an inch thick over the plaster in sections roughly 2 meters wide, and had it painted in one day using cartoons, either by themselves or a student. If the painting was large, the same was done at another end. Once the whole surface was painted, it was retouched with tempera made from egg or milk, which greatly saturated the colour and gave it a pleasant gloss, though this usually disappeared with time. Painting has remained much the same to this day, except that modern fresco painters disdain retouching as a dishonest trick. The frescoes of Cornelius look so bad that there's hardly anyone in Germany who still admires them. They rightly fell into disrepute because, aware of their inadequacy, the painters no longer worked for the eye, but claimed the spiritual content was everything. They should have honestly admitted that nothing could be done in this technique without retouching. My technique is completely different, and I believe it is very similar to that of the ancients. By repeatedly plastering and compacting, I create a base about 40 centimeters thick for the entire painting. I keep this base as free as possible from carbonic acid and can thus paint al fresco over the entire surface for several weeks. The museum frescoes are important, not so much for what they are, but for what they were meant to be, a significant element in Böcklin's artistic development, the search for the grand style. And although more of his own voice is already present in the Villa by the Sea than in the museum frescoes, compared with the style of the Piloty school, this approach was already a bold move. Originally, a depiction of Gaia, Flora and Ceres was planned for the 3 stair landings. Above the 3 windows, landscapes were to be placed. Later, Apollo replaced Ceres, and instead of landscapes, 3 heads, Medusa, Critios and Phraxi. The painting on the first landing shows the powerful figure of the goddess, held above the water in a shell by 4 muscular tritons. In one hand she carries the globe, in the other, a torch. Angels above push apart the clouds and tear them into feathery wisps. Even if the picture no longer stirs us deeply today, the formation of the sea centaurs already shows signs of Böcklin's originality. Böcklin also spoke to Schick about the intended effect. In Schick's diary is the telling passage: "The sea centaurs must be formed in a completely peculiar way, so that they recall mythical animals and arabesque creatures. The head especially must be pulled into the grotesque and appear as a grimace." Böcklin modelled the central, left front one on a perch, with 4 thread-like fleshy appendages, large, slightly protruding round eyes, slightly slanted eyebrows, and hair that grows together like seaweed. The other, right, centaur gets the features of a wild, untamed natural man and coarse black hair like horsehair. These figures seem like the ancestors of his later sea creatures. While the birth of Gaia is held in subdued, cool tones of light grey and blue, only the figure of the goddess is wrapped in a pale violet mantle. The colours swell into richer chords in the second fresco, Flora with her children. Framed by a fruit garland, a lip rises from the sea against a light grey background. A youthful mother, crowned by her children, lies on one side, on the other a pair of lovers. With a smile of blissful kindness, the goddess floats down to mortals. Her deep green mantle, in wonderful harmony with the light violet dress, flows and billows. From every fold peep putty, floating down, carrying motherly gifts in their hands. One clearly sees here the striving for grandeur and sweeping line, for contrasts in the depiction, effect through opposition, both in the construction of the 2 facing groups and within the left-hand group itself. Very successfully used is the contrasting motion of looking up and bending down. Less successful, on the opposite side, is the line of the woman's crossed feet, a flaw not found in the original drawing. At that time, Böcklin was clearly under the influence of Renaissance compositions divided into upper and lower sections. Not always as clearly as in the large, overly heavy decorative arch of Flora, but always as a light reminiscence, the wreath of putti in Spring of Love, and more distinctly in the Pan family at the Spring. In conception, Apollo is undoubtedly the most interesting and powerful of the paintings. Again, in contrast to the earlier frescoes, it is held in a completely different colour scale. Surrounded by pale yellow, radiant brilliance, the white, snorting 4-horse chariot breaks through the clouds. Unfortunately, the figure of Apollo is so clumsily drawn that the effect suffers, and one can hardly blame the art commission for its displeasure. The heads of Medusa, Critios and Phraxi, however, are too abruptly and individually placed on the wall to achieve a good decorative effect. The execution of these frescoes was accompanied by endless frustration for Böcklin. He was so sure of the commission that even before the official decision, he summoned the painter Rudolf Schick, as mentioned on P81, to assist with the frescoes. Schick arrived in Basel on August 16th. On September 13th, Böcklin was already working on a design for the first wall, even though the actual commission was not given until September 19th by Jacob Burckhardt and the engraver Weber on behalf of the Art Commission. A provisional sum was approved for decorating the lowest wall, and it was agreed to give him that wall first. Böcklin had to submit sketches and adhere technically to the frescoes in the Saracen garden house. The official commission for the lowest wall was given on October 3rd. Within 6 weeks, on November 14th, Böcklin presented the lightly watercoloured cartoon for the lower wall to the commission. It was approved, and the sketch for the second wall was also requested. At the beginning of the work, Jacob Burckhardt had wished for the goddess's face to look more cheerful. Böcklin tried to explain that the charm should lie more in the form and the joyful, not laughing expression of the eyes. In the end, the scholar expressed only praise. He admired that Böcklin had so completely avoided imitating the Galatea, and that, despite the richness of the composition, it was so simple and effective. On November 23rd, Böcklin began to transfer the image, which was ultimately to bear the name Magna Mater of the Tritons, to the museum wall. It was completed at the end of the year, on December 31st. Böcklin, as usual, made hardly any nature studies. For the Tritons, he sketched himself a little in the mirror, not as faithful copies, but always with an eye to their final use. The drawings after the children of his friends, which he had originally made for the putti, were barely usable in the end. For the main figure of Magna Mater, he seems to have relied only on repeatedly observing a suitable model. In January 1869, Böcklin was also entrusted with the management of the decorative work in the stairwell. He was given free rein to have it executed by the French workers according to his instructions. Böcklin took the job for 12,000 francs, 3,000 after submitting all cartoons, 5,000 over the course of 1869, and 4,000 upon completion of the frescoes. He also made no detailed studies for the cartoons of Flora and Apollo. To check individual elements, he may have used one of his children as a model for the putti and made a few pencil notes for the quadriga based on a riding horse. He mainly studied the horses of the Parthenon sculptures, just to avoid painting Arabian stallions, which would have drawn criticism from connoisseurs. Of all the compositions, Apollo seems to have been dearest to Böcklin's heart. Even Schick's dry, endless notes show how the passionate motion of the emerging figure animated the painter. When the commission reviewed the sketches for Flora and Apollo on July 10th, they were satisfied with the former. They had reservations about the latter, but did not wish to oppose Böcklin outright. The artist paid little attention to the objection. He did not even submit a proper cartoon for Apollo, as agreed, but contented himself with showing rough sketches. So, when on November 7th he was about to paint the third fresco on the wall, the commission voiced its disapproval clearly. The idea of Apollo was described as unfortunate. The full storm of indignation broke out over the painting completed on December 2nd, and when Böcklin in January 1870 painted the masks above the windows in their current form without informing the commission, he even received a formal reprimand. These masks were seen by some as a mockery of the commission's judgment, and were called destructive, bitter and foolish criticism. This interpretation is unlikely, since Böcklin had already made a design for the Medusa head in February 1869. Böcklin's otherwise good-natured personality could not bear the slightest contradiction when it came to his art. Even in the compositions of his first paintings, people had interfered, and once, by his own account, he became so angry that he threw his paint pots to the ground. Jacob Burckhardt in particular seems to have been unhappy with the Apollo painting and personally expressed his criticism during the work. He had already tried to make corrections to earlier pictures. Some of his surviving comments on the Venus painting, the cartoon for Magna Mater, and his statement about Böcklin's Magdalene seem questionable at best. He wanted to push Böcklin back toward an over-rich, sentimental style, while the artist was striving for a concise, monumental form and was engaging with the austere vision of the old German masters. The tension between Jacob Burckhardt and Böcklin was further inflamed by various rumours until it led to a complete break. Perhaps a member of the commission, friendly to Böcklin, repeated what had been said about his paintings. Thus, the friendship between the painter and the scholar came to a sudden end over the Apollo painting. But a break between Böcklin and Jacob Burckhardt marks a dark page in Basel's proud history. This break was never healed. Böcklin belonged to those natures full of childlike trust, whose feelings reverse after an unpleasant experience. A passionate imagination intensified his distrust of those who had wronged him, whether in reality or only in his perception. Every attempt to reconcile the artist which Jacob Burckhardt entrusted to a mutual friend failed. From then on, Böcklin spoke only bitterly of the scholar. But there is no evidence of a hostile attitude on Burckhardt's part. We know that their friendship had existed since the late 1840s, and that he was among the earliest admirers of the master. He sought commissions for him wherever he could. A proof of this is a letter dated June 6, 1851, addressed to Burckhardt, which is also revealing of the critical stance toward Böcklin's art at the time. It pleased me to see once again, thanks to your kindness, a work by our painter Böcklin, and I thank you for it. But I must regret to find once again the old hastiness of his brush. This artist has undeniable talent, and his conception is grand. But as long as he refuses to execute his work with more diligence than everything I have seen from him so far, especially his studies from nature, I fear he will never produce anything solid. I think his master Calame took a different approach to become what he is. Even though Burckhardt's efforts failed in that case due to the writer's lack of understanding of art, elsewhere he was more successful on Böcklin's behalf. His letter of recommendation to Geibel laid the groundwork for Böcklin's first financial security in Munich, through the purchase of Pan. On his initiative, the painting of Diana was commissioned from Böcklin, and ultimately, thanks to his mediation, the museum frescoes were assigned to the artist. Even after the break, Jacob Burckhardt retained his deep human sympathy for his former friend to the end. But one thing cannot be spared the memory of this great man. Despite the poorly drawn Apollo, despite the conflict between the artist's spontaneous spirited view of art and the scholar's aesthetic principles, he could have spoken up more vigorously and decisively for his great compatriot. But this failed because of Burckhardt's character. It is not injustice toward Böcklin that must be reproached, only a certain hesitant restraint. It was generally against his principles to take a strong public stance on behalf of living artists. He had the power, the influence, but a misguided sense of objectivity held him back from sparing the genius some hard days. When Böcklin finally, after 5 years, left his native city embittered and moved to Munich, his relationship with Jacob Burckhardt bore a major part of the blame. Chapter 10, Basel II, translation. Easel paintings, Böcklin as portraitist, Böcklin as sculptor. At the same time as the frescoes, Böcklin created many easel paintings in Basel that left people puzzled. When asked who the paintings were for, he confidently answered, "Schack will take them." In fact, most of these works ended up in Schack's gallery, from the rapid succession of 3 gloomy-themed paintings, The Ride of Death, 1869, The Rocky Gorge, 1870, and Murder and the Furies, 1870. Some have assumed a dark mood in the artist. But contemporaneous paintings such as Spring of Love, Hale Collection, the Dresden Pan family at the Spring landscape in Schack's collection, the radiant muse of Anacreon, and the playful spring mood show Böcklin was far from a pessimist. His paintings were never a human confession, but always an artistic one. A defining developmental moment occurred during his Basel years. Subdued colour dominated. Attempts to tone the picture in small scales of grey or black, almost monochromatically, a characteristic of the 1860s. The portraits from Basel prove this, e.g. Mr. Burkhard Keller, engraver Weber, Professor Riggenbach, and the Mourning Magdalene at Christ's Body. Spring of Love, Hale Collection, emerging from a reworking of the gods of Greece, appears almost colourless. Bathed in a pale sea-blue tone, Venus rises from the waves. Suddenly, bold colours emerge. The Muse of Anacreon and the Ride of Death mark a new era in Böcklin's work and introduce modern colorism to German art. The red-haired Muse heralds this epoch. Her vibrant head against a deep blue sky, garments shifting from white to pink to glowing red with golden flowers, all harmonized and painted with unparalleled softness. Her dark eyes and sensual lips express lust for life, ennobled by antique majesty. The ideal spring landscape in Schack's collection seems born from the Muse's music, a prelude to all those paintings where youth's laughter, meadow scents, rustling leaves and fairy magic mix with love and music to guide the artist's brush. Not imitation, but independent evocation of fleeting memories of Georgian Pompeii. In front, colourful silk garments shimmer. In back, naked cherubs play. Landscape treatment, gathered white clouds with glimpses of deep blue sky, bright foliage, these show Böcklin's technical mastery. Not all turned out well. The Pan family at the Spring, commissioned by Count Schack, underwent many revisions. Originally based on an 1859 illustration for Schiller's The Gods of Greece, Böcklin struggled to recapture that naive tone. By the third rework, June 1866, he abandoned it, sketching a new version in Basel with fauns and dancing children, later seen in Spring of Love. Started August 18, 1868, the painting depicted a grotto with a nymph, a shepherd boy, and putti. Yet he repainted it completely in February 1869 and still discarded it, believing the theme of the spring wasn't clearly expressed and fearing the faun evoked sexual undertones. The composition also felt overburdened. From February to May 1869, he painted the final version. The nymph now holds a wagtail, not a plant. Instead of a shepherd boy, 2 fauns drink. Landscape distractions were removed, the ground cuts cleanly across, and figures are now clearly contoured and dynamic. The viewer instantly sees the main subject. Böcklin explained, the fauns are the Philistines, caring nothing for nature's beauty, only for bodily pleasure. The development in the depiction of the fauns, shaggy, coarse, decisive, marked a new level. Compared to his earlier tame Pan in reeds or Pan scaring a shepherd, these new fauns were rough and vital. In the Sea Centaur, the idea was hinted. Here it is realized. Böcklin creates new beings of nature. This innovation frightened Count Schack. He found the painting so unsuccessful he wouldn't display it, supported by Böcklin's friends. But Böcklin did not agree, as confirmed by his own words in the Schack book. Where does the Philistine find nothing to criticize? Lay people and amateur artists focus only on execution. Composition, painterly interpretation, and atmosphere mean little to them. Shortly after came the Ride of Death. The first idea can be traced to a moonlit landscape from Winterthur showing a lone rider. Autumn colours and thunderstorm light form the painting's palette, a German legend its motif. Death gallops through a marsh on a black horse. Storm clouds hang low, wind sweeps red and yellow leaves. Lightning flashes on white ruins. The horse rears in fright. Though small, it surpasses works by Henneberg or Spangenberg. Where theirs feel literary and laboured, Böcklin's mood flows naturally through paint and line. Nature's mood and form match the event. The storm-blown trees follow the motion of the rearing horse. The composition also contributes. The focal point is centred, highlighted by a beam of light. Trees recede, splitting the painting in two. In the middle, the dark silhouette of the rider stands stark against the glow. These deep colours, autumn golds, reds, reappear in works like Mountain Castle with Warriors, Basel, the first version of the later Moorish processions, Lucerne Museum. Böcklin remains a romantic in Furies Pursuing a Murderer, Schack collection. Evening light falls ghostly on a swamp. The murderer crouches over his victim, partly hidden in reeds. He turns to flee, only one way out, a narrow bridge. At its end, 3 horrible women rise from ruins. Not traditional snake-haired furies, but modern inventions. They resemble Raskolnikov's conscience. Their rags contrast with the murderer's rich velvet. The real-life Trautmann murder in Alsace likely inspired the scene. Böcklin had treated similar themes before, e.g. murder in the castle garden, but his style had changed. Earlier works like The Hermit aligned mood and landscape. But now, composition enhances the epic. The Ride of Death builds toward a climax. Murder in the Furies is more narrative, the murder in one half, the revenge in the other. The rocky gorge also came from personal experience. Caught in fog on the Gotthard Pass, Böcklin remembered Goethe's poem about mountain paths and dragons. Mist and water swirl as a beast crawls out, its mouth stretches from rocky cracks. A blend of poetry and sensory impression birthed the monster. This dragon marks a shift in Böcklin's work, inventing strange, plausible creatures. His scientific sense let him imagine animals later confirmed by biology. The dragon foretells the unicorn in Silence in the Forest, the Fafner in Bayreuth. The painting also shows how Böcklin uses limited colours powerfully. Mostly reddish rocks and bluish mist, with travellers' clothes adding tiny accents. These contrasts make the beast's size obvious. This technique reappears in Centaur Fight and Prometheus. Simple bridge lines give the image depth. Portraiture. Böcklin painted many portraits during his Basel years. Compared to his landscapes or figure paintings, portraiture wasn't his strength. He captured detail and personality only in early works, like portraits of his mother or Jacob Melli. One fine early example, a young man, his cousin, goldsmith Augusto Fratelli, reminiscent of Holbein. But his aesthetic preferences often hurt his portraits. He wanted even portraits to be symbolic. For example, a young girl's clothing must reflect spring. He rarely painted people in their real clothes. Rector Burckhardt got a yellow coat and red tie. Professor Riggenbach lost his glasses. Even the dead were adorned with veils and wreaths. He enhanced contrasts for effect. A pale woman with rosy cheeks got a black veil to highlight her features, portrait of Mrs. Vischer-Iselin. His best portraits were of teenage girls, e.g. the tender double portrait of two young Mrs. Iselin or the unfinished knee portrait of daughter Clara. His women looked sweet and dreamy, his men dull and bourgeois. The issue wasn't the models. Lenbach, engraver Weber, Rector Burckhardt and Dr. Bahesdorfer all posed for him, but Böcklin never conveyed individuality. Too subjective, he clashed with the honesty portraiture demands. He also avoided fresh flesh tones. He preferred ideal portraits, where he could work creatively from vague resemblance, Viola's head, portrait of his wife as muse, etc. His portraits still show technical skill and speed. A bust portrait typically cost 500 francs, e.g. Professor Riggenbach's, done in 5 hours, later ruined by overpainting. The Burckhardt family portraits took just 2 to 3 hours each. Sometimes his technical experiments ruined the works. The large portrait of Rector Frick Burckhardt darkened from nut oil and varnish. One finely rendered piece, portrait of Mrs. Professor Melli, painted in Rome in 1866. The face emerges softly from a yellow base, already touched by shadows of death. A black veil and forget-me-not wreath add symbolism. Böcklin painted it from memory after years apart, saying he didn't need the photograph Melli had sent. 2 Basel portraits stand out, Mr. Burckhardt Keller and the elderly Mrs. Müller. The first is in grey tones, almost colourless, with expressive eyes and mouth. The second breaks with monochrome, broadly painted in strong colours, no artificial details, showing the woman's plain character. She stands in black before a green background, framed simply for a monumental effect. Only once more in the 1880s did Böcklin produce such a free, vivid portrait, the double portrait of Mrs. Waldecker-Görlitz with her child, full of elegant naturalness and movement. Böcklin, the sculptor. A walk in Basel from Rheinsprung to Steinenberg shows Böcklin's sculptural inspiration. He studied the blue house and its ironwork, absorbing its colours and forms. From the Baroque faces on the cornice, he created the comic heads for the Basel Art Hall. These weren't personal caricatures, despite rumours about mocking local dignitaries, but imaginative types. The smug capitalist with squinting eyes and lustful smirk, the gawking citizens, all reflect modern types, not individuals. The modernizers of Basel were outraged. Some even wanted to remove the heads, claiming sacrilege because of the nearby Elizabeth Church. But the heads remain a testament to Böcklin's power in sculpture. Most of his 3D works are lost. Jacob Monument, Gorgo Mask. But the Gorgo Mask in the Basel Museum, made by his son-in-law Brudman to Böcklin's design, shows his leadership in polychrome sculpture. Böcklin had witnessed Pompeii excavations and knew of ancient sculpture's original colours. He disagreed with Jacob Burckhardt, who rejected that idea. At a gathering in Florence, when asked his opinion, Böcklin quietly said, "I don't want something made of wood or stone. I want to make art." Unknown to them, he had already created colourful sculptures in his studio. These included a bluish-red Triton with a nymph, a fruit wreath piece recalling Della Robbia by Brudman, and most distinctively the Frog King, a greenish herm with yellow glass eyes, both grotesque and melancholy, clearly Böcklin's invention. Its resemblance to the sea centaur in Play of the Waves and an early wood sketch in a friend's cane confirm his authorship. Conclusion. The Basel years mark a transitional phase in Böcklin's development. He no longer found satisfaction just in shaping images organically. He now sought spatial presence and decorative effect. "The distribution in a given space is the first and main thing in composing," he said. "You must imagine you are painting a house wall." To Burckhardt, who once accused him of lacking ideas, he responded, painting is constant trimming of excess ideas. He also said, "Decoration is not a minor thing in art, it is one of the main things." By the end of his Basel period, Böcklin began producing colourful works. In the heads at the art hall, the sculptor speaks. In the sea centaurs and fawns of spring nymph, the creator of nature beings appears. In the rocky gorge, the inventor of organic creatures emerges. The gorge foretells later works with its simplicity. Spatial emphasis becomes clearer. Though no single work from Basel shines like Villa by the Sea, Centaur Fight or Isle of the Dead for his artistic development, the Basel years were vital. They were the roots of a second flowering in Böcklin's art. Böcklin lived a quiet life in Basel, avoiding society. "I knew no one and didn't want to be known," he said later. But among friends he enjoyed beer-filled evenings. Even during fun, creativity struck. He formed ash portraits of his companions on the table. His farewell to the Saffron Art Club was 16 life-size charcoal caricatures. His manners were modest and unaffected. A butcher once told him, "That's real work, not like your little brushes." The misunderstanding of his art in his hometown stayed with him. When people rejected his work, he shrugged, "Well, this isn't St. Margarethan," a popular local picnic spot. He later sent the sirens to Basel's Art Society with the words, "A greeting to my friends. What your connoisseurs think doesn't matter much." Chapter 11. Munich, July 1871 to September 1874. Self-portraits, Böcklin's hybrid creatures. Even the brief duration of Böcklin's stay in Munich shows that he did not feel comfortable there. The break with Lenbach, 1873, and the unpleasant circumstances the cholera outbreak, 1874, caused for his still-growing family likely contributed to his dislike of the place. Presumably, the epidemic that ravaged Munich at the time inspired various sketches for a cholera painting. Decades later, the painting The Plague would revisit this theme. A tone of discomfort also resonates from his letters of the time. Böcklin excused his long silence to a friend by saying that, "Even in good times I view writing as a means of self-torment." In the same letter from May 28, 1873, he explained that he had become completely absorbed in his painting and only cared about matters related to it. Thus, he buried himself entirely in his work. Conversations with Beiersdorfer on painting techniques and with Professor von Bisold on optical questions were his only diversions. Böcklin even concerned himself with the problem of colour blindness and read with interest a friend's work on the subject. His aversion to Munich intensified. In a letter dated March 10, 1874, he described Munich as a miserable residence, especially for an artist and his family. Just as Villa by the Sea summarized the preceding decade, the efforts from Basel swell in Munich into the Battle of the Centaurs and Sea Idyll. The whole series of modest Basel portraits condenses into the classical self-portraits of the artist. Creating a faithful portrait of another person is hindered by an artist's excessive subjectivity, preventing deep immersion into another's essence. The self-portrait, however, benefits from heightened self-awareness. As confessions, self-portraits are only as meaningful as a diary page torn from its context. Emerging from passing moods, they may externally capture the entire figure, but internally reveal only a fragment. This is especially true of Böcklin's self-portraits, which are also mood paintings. Only the sum total of his various portraits provides a complete picture of the man. There's no reason to assume, as Meissner does, that Böcklin was seriously preoccupied with thoughts of death in 1872, when he painted the self-portrait with the fiddling Death, supposedly due to a nervous illness. Except for a bout of typhus, 1858, Böcklin enjoyed robust health until May 1892. The tune that Death plays for him is born of an artistic mood. The 1870s were still marked by Schopenhauer in literature. Pessimism had become international, with Leopardi its classic exponent in poetry. The air was thick with delicate miasmas, which sank into souls as romantic world-weariness and fantastical death thoughts. When these found a great artist, they swelled into the powerful notes of Twilight of the Gods. Far in the West, under the burden of excessive civilization, a writer would a decade later cry out with anguish against death, a scream gnawing at life itself. La joie de vivre is his mocking laugh. But Böcklin's strong core was untouched by nirvana pains. The spirit of the time left its mark on him as a sense of the transience of individuality. The artist has just freshly mixed his colours. He lifts his brush for a new stroke. Then faintly behind him sounds the strings of a fiddle. Thoughtfully he listens to the song of death and passing, played by the skeleton behind him. The act of listening is wonderfully rendered in the tense features. These are the eyes of a man who gazes soulfully into a life full of deeds, and at the same time looks backward. He senses himself as a fleeting part of the universe. The depiction of this painting is one of the artist's best known. But the bright artistic joy can only be appreciated by viewing the original. Astonishing technique and simple colour treatment are united with a masterful grading of values. Note how the skeletal figure is pushed into the background and yet clearly defined enough to achieve the painting's full impact. The motif of suggesting death behind the portrait was borrowed by Böcklin from his beloved German masters. Even in Holbein's portrait of the smooth courtier Tuch, the grim reaper with his hourglass stands behind. Perhaps memories of youth played a role too, refreshed by Böcklin's recent stay in Basel. Surely the young Böcklin had seen the famous Basel Dance of Death, the frescoes of an unknown 15th century artist that once adorned the Dominican monastery and whose remnants were moved to the historical museum. But Böcklin depicts death as a fiddler. For this consummate painter of moods, music becomes a vital symbol. If the deep, warm colouring of the 1872 portrait matches the sombre theme, the self-portrait of the following year shows a man grounded in calm self-confidence, standing out against a bright background. With arms crossed, the artist leans against a column. Laurels grow where he stands. High above him in bright air, birds hover. They serve as spatial markers. Their smallness shows how high and wide the sky is. But the man stands here on earth, ready for fate. There is no longer a dreamer here listening to the sounds of another world. In the clear, steady eyes we see something of Faust from Part 2. He stands firm and does not look back. To the capable, the world is not silent. He is the man whom Keller later celebrated, the master of every fate. Of the repeat of the painting he gave his wife, Böcklin himself said he finished it in a few hours on New Year's Eve. With a wine glass in his right hand and his left arm braced, the now greying artist, after reaching the peak of his work in Florence, challenges a world that did not understand him. These were the happy days in Florence, when the artist stood at the height of his creativity and masculine strength. Among friends and fellow artists, we see the cheerful companion who enjoyed a merry jest over a glass of Chianti. The portrait of 1893 was painted after a serious illness and is artistically on a lower level. Personally, however, it is an important addition to the other self-portraits. Although Böcklin again portrayed himself as a painter, the impression is that of a modest Swiss citizen, which he outwardly always remained. The Nereid at the Schack Gallery and the Battle of the Centaurs are probably the most characteristic works of Böcklin's Munich period. Up to this point, Böcklin had created beings emerging from the mood of a landscape. Here, for the first time, elemental forces are born. Time and again, Böcklin depicted sea creatures with increasing technical mastery. Despite the failed tempera technique in the Nereid, which darkened the colours, this work can still claim a top position both for its composition and emotional impact. The woman's eyes are as unfathomable as the sea as she stretches across the rock in languid pleasure. Her arm tenderly embraces a massive sea serpent. Even now one can imagine how stunning the shimmering green and yellow body of the serpent must have looked before the colours darkened. Artistically striking is the contrast between the deep brown Triton, blowing his bliss into a reddish-brown shell, and the pale white female body. The transparency of the water and the modelling of the flesh show the hand of a master. Schad already mentioned that the arm had been criticised as distorted, though he tried to excuse it on artistic compositional grounds. This is likely incorrect. Even without significantly changing the primary lines, the arm could have been anatomically accurate. The distortion of the figure has always been a point of attack for Böcklin's critics and a concern for some of his friends. Feuerbach is even said to have remarked later that Böcklin ought to abandon figure painting altogether. Indeed, few of Böcklin's figures would pass unscathed before the eye of a strict academic draftsman. This shortcoming is partly due to the fact that he usually painted them from memory, without sufficient use of models. But even when he used models, like for the back of the centaur in the forge, drawing errors can be detected. The question is whether the abundance of artistic feeling isn't more important than academic accuracy. The Nereid, together with the Battle of the Centaurs, provides the first examples of simple compositions in broad lines. The Battle of the Centaurs is the first striking example of his new style. 2 sketches and an unfinished painting exist in addition to the 2 large completed works. It is instructive to see how the motif develops through the sketches, becoming wilder and more magnificent, yet also simpler. In the first sketches, the figures are still human, the Lapiths, who according to legend fought the centaurs. As colour accents, a black man and the white horse of one centaur appear in the central group of the unfinished painting. A silvery overall tone characterises the Basel sketch. The Munich one features sharp decorative contrasts between the grey-blue, torn skies and the reddish silhouettes of the fighters, foregrounded by a blackish-grey terrain. Compared to the finished painting, the sketches seem tame and hesitant. An even more intense shift from human to bestial is evident in the sketch and later painting of the sirens. At first, they are entirely human, peacefully playing their enchanting song in a field of skulls. Only in the final painting do the uncanny bird women with vulture feet appear, whose joy is destruction. Nowhere have elemental forces been personified more powerfully than in the Battle of the Centaurs. Maximum power with maximum economy of means. In very few, yet far-reaching tones, the picture is graded and the central group is emphasized. The composition shows the same clarity of artistic intent. The central group is literally centered in the image. The central vertical line runs directly past the arm of the central figure, raised straight upward, so that the arm almost points to the middle of the picture. This arrangement draws the viewer's gaze to the group, where the battle reaches its climax. From the fallen centaur, the eye is led outward to the fighters. The dark silhouette of the centaur charging forward, about to hurl a rock, serves only to emphasize the main group. 5 battling centaurs and 1 dead one, if we count. Yet it seems like an entire melee. The secret lies in the efficient effect. Every stage of the battle is depicted in just a few figures. The climax of the fight is wisely placed in the central group. On the right, the fight has reached its desperate end. Locked in struggle, the opponents lie on the ground, one about to hurl his white-haired enemy into the abyss. On the left is the end, a dead one, and the beginning. A fresh centaur thunders in, a massive boulder in hand, to aid his ally. White, dense clouds, through which a patch of blue sky barely peeks, serve as background, freshly fallen snow as foreground. From this shared tonality, the colourful horsemen stand out with astonishing impact. An unfinished large painting in Dr. Hirth's collection shows striking colour contrasts in the central group, where a man battles a centaur's steed. In scale and simplicity of silhouette, and in the force of movement, it doesn't match the Basel painting. The use of human figures suggests it was created around the same time as the Munich and Basel sketches, while the upright figure charging in suggests a later work. However, a key appeal of the 2 completed paintings is missing here. The stone thrower approaching from the right, turning toward the central group, an element that both enhances compositional harmony and heightens drama. The battle rages even more fiercely in the small 1878 replica in private ownership in Leipzig. Every group shows increased movement compared to the Basel version, and in the skies, increased lighting effects. Formally, this corresponds to steeper compositional lines. One can compare the line from the reclining centaur to the stone thrower. Look at the outstretched leg of the fallen figure, or the tail of the centaur in the central group in both paintings. Especially, observe the vertical leap of the stone thrower in the Leipzig version. Grey thunderclouds loom in the Basel painting. Bright flashes of light burst from deep blue, threatening clouds in the Leipzig version. A dangerous sun garishly illuminates the cypresses in the valley. Otherwise, compare the arm motion of the centaur in the Basel painting, hurling his enemy into the abyss, with the furious expression of the young, dark beast in Leipzig, tearing out his foe's white hair and sinking his powerful teeth into flesh. In the central group of the Basel image, the fight is still undecided. In the Leipzig version, the opponent is already pinned down. There, the helper charges on all fours. Here, he rears up in peak aggression. And the faces. The Basel figures appear noble, heroic, compared to the Leipzig beasts. But in one respect, the Basel painting is superior, its grander sense of spatial impact. The lines swell more uniformly toward the main group. The stone thrower plays a lesser role. The simpler colour scheme enhances the painting's large scale and projection. Anyone familiar with Rubens' Battle of the Titans sketch in the Antwerp Museum senses that the Battle of the Centaurs is not an imitation of Rubens, but rather born from the same artistic feeling for elemental forces. Yet the Battle of the Centaurs signifies even more. Along with Sea Idyll at the Shack Gallery, it marks a creative breakthrough in the depiction of mythological hybrid creatures inherited from ancient art. In these works, Böcklin broke from tradition, which had fused a divine human head onto a bestial body. Countless critics and passionate defenders have debated his new portrayal of mythological beings. Even in 1890, the art-loving public had not settled down. And two prominent natural scientists voiced strong opposing opinions in writing and speech about Böcklin's hybrid figures. From the barbaric hybrid forms of Oriental peoples, Greek art, with fine tact, adopted only those mixed beings with human heads and animal bodies, perhaps as symbols of the Faustian two souls. This typology, an idealized human upper half fused with an animal lower half, remained unchanged through the Renaissance and the neoclassical art of the modern era. Böcklin, with subtle sensitivity, avoided this imbalance. His creatures are cast in a single form from the crown of the head to the hooves or fishtails. They are no longer symbols of a conflict between two souls, but beings ruled by a single will, a single feeling. They appear as true lords of nature, one with it and with themselves. On a high alpine ridge, in the roar of a storm, Böcklin is said to have envisioned the battling centaurs. Out of the surging sea waves, teasing, playful sea women emerged to him. Böcklin often read descriptions by natural scientists of the behaviour of walruses and manatees, how they press their young to themselves with almost human tenderness, how instead of lapdogs or purring cats, a sea serpent wends its neck for caresses, or how the youngest clasps a small fish, just like a human infant holds a pacifier. Böcklin's hybrid creatures are rooted in this shared foundation of instincts and habits between humans and animals. He was a sharp observer of elemental feelings and of gesture as it emerges fresh from nature before being falsified by hypocritical culture. As a creative artist, he breathed credibility and life into his hybrid beings. Life, not life in a scientific sense. For thousands of years we accepted tritons and centaurs as established facts, so long as the representation stayed within traditional forms. It was only Böcklin's new interpretation of these hybrids that stirred emotions and reignited debate over their legitimacy in visual art. About a decade ago, Böcklin met with harsh disapproval from Du Bois-Reymond, who was deeply outraged that a celebrated modern painter would realistically depict such monstrosities, running into sleek salmon tails below the waist, barely masking the junction between human skin and scaly bodies as they wallow on rocks or splash around in the sea. Even supporters of Böcklin's reinterpretation, such as Carus Sterner, conceded that a human body ending in two fishtails was a misstep, since morphologically the pelvic fins of fish correspond to human legs. Surely there are examples of this in classical and Renaissance art, but Böcklin, who showed such a remarkable instinct for natural science in the invention and recreation of plants and mythical animals, should have trusted his instincts over tradition here. Fortunately, Böcklin was not consistent in depicting his sea creatures. His imagination was inexhaustible in this area too. The lively group in the play of the Naiads shows only one tale from mother to youngest child. In Triton and the Nereid, the man's body merges into that of a walrus. In the play of the waves, the sea maiden performing a graceful dive shows a pair of well-shaped human legs, only slightly hinted at, with stocking-like marks near the ankles. And just as Böcklin gave a purely human form to his first Nereid, in his masterful final sea painting, Sea Idyll 1887, he used only human figures. In these creations, he proved that the artistic goal could be reached without fusing two such dissimilar halves as a human torso and a fish tail. The dripping hair, sticky like seaweed, the fish eyes with the eerie look of water spirits, the walrus faces of the Tritons with their clumsy, awkward behaviour. These are enough to present his figures as elemental beings, as the first personal formations condensed from nature itself. The question of the legitimacy of hybrid beings runs like a red thread through Böcklin's art. In 1874, his sirens appeared, standing firmly on their bird legs, just as the faun in Spring Awakening strides forward boldly on his goat legs. The question of the legitimacy of such mythological creatures must be broadened to the legitimacy of depicting the supernatural at all. We, who for centuries accepted a youthful mother at the foot of the crucified Christ, who took angel wings and saints standing on clouds without issue during the 300th anniversary of Giordano Bruno, should not suddenly draw an arbitrary line when it comes to a Pegasus, a Sphinx, or mermaids with one or more tails, telling the artist this far and no further. Scientifically, all of these figures are absurd. Artistically, everything is justified that either the time believes in or the artist makes us believe in. The ancients believed in these mythological creatures just as the devout Middle Ages believed in geese-winged angels. An artist who depicted these beings as real never met with resistance from his audience. But we no longer believe in tritons or centaurs, and only sporadically in winged angels. The sense for morphology, where not instinctive, has for decades now been tightly linked with the awareness of every educated person. Hybrid forms like fish and human or bird and human will always evoke a certain discomfort, especially if the artist treats them as realistically as a portrait and brings them prominently into the foreground of the image. Fairy tales are most convincing the less realistically they're rendered. The more symbolic, the more stylized the depiction, the more convincing the miracle. Böcklin's paintings don't always maintain this balance between execution and subject. His hybrid figures are most convincing when, as in Triton, 1873, the fish body is left vague in the background shadow when the sea foam hides the animal half, or when, as in Sea Calm, he seeks only the atmospheric effect of a poster. When Böcklin makes us believe in his sea maidens' fish bodies through their uncanny eyes, and in his faun's animal legs through their goat-like expressions, he takes a step beyond antiquity. But he takes the full step into future art when, as in the splendid sea idyll at Seeger's, he gives natural beings human form and treats them symbolically as elemental spirits. Formal and coloristic advantages explain Böcklin's preference for marine hybrid creatures. The shimmering colour accents of a fish tail, the compositional benefits of entwined tails, far more expressive than human legs, must have also influenced him. Böcklin's creations are of major cultural historical importance. He intuitively captured a deep spiritual need of his era, the pantheistic pull toward the elemental. In 1879, Fechner's Daylight View appeared, with its idea of the soul of plants. A blooming hyacinth stands before me on the table. "You look at me," says the flower, "as if I were a beautiful girl, and I am a beautiful girl in my own way. Tell the people that." "I already have," I reply, "but they won't believe it yet." Who wouldn't think here of Valgreen's delicate female forms rising from flower calyxes? Böcklin anticipated this soul infusion artistically long before. While antiquity deified nature, Böcklin humanized it. Not to separate nature from the organic with a sharp boundary, not to erect a firm wall between the human and the animal, but to follow the gentle transitions, to feel the unity of all things, to harbour nature within oneself and oneself within nature. This has become the great motto of our time. And even if Böcklin's figures are not model illustrations of the selection of art, they are the artistic residue of the spirit of the great naturalist. Chapter 12, Florence, 1874 to 1885. Sense of space, colour, drapery, mood. Paintings, Böcklin. Böcklin's art is inseparably tied to Italian soil. Again and again he was drawn away from the grey northern mists toward it. Already in Basel he had plans to move back to Italy. In Italy one is constantly developing, striving to solve problems, whereas in Germany progress is possible too, but only in a limited way. This time it was not Rome, but Florence that he chose as his permanent residence. With the exception of 7 years in Zürich, the Arno Valley became his enduring home. Again and again, the hills with their dark cypresses, the flower-covered meadows, the shimmering white villas of Tuscany appear in his paintings. The works in which joy and sorrow found their purest artistic expression were created under the heavy pressure of dire circumstances. As late as the mid-1870s, the deepest depression prevailed in the Böcklin household. Even in Munich, despite connections to Schack, the family had lived under financial strain. That they did not go hungry was thanks only to the efforts of friends who stepped in generously. For the move to Florence, Böcklin spent the last penny that had been safely kept by a friend since his Basel days. Moreover, Schack had not bought anything from him since 1875, as building his house had entirely depleted his funds. At the house of Prince Sam Neuburg in Florence, with whom the Gurlitt family was acquainted, Böcklin met Fritz Gurlitt around 1878, who at the time was not yet an art dealer, but merely a clerk at Arnold in Dresden. As soon as Gurlitt opened his gallery, he became an eager buyer of Böcklin's paintings. His efforts succeeded not so much in winning public understanding for Böcklin's art, but in making the paintings a popular item for speculation. At any rate, Böcklin could be satisfied to have found a regular buyer in him. He also expressed this sentiment in a letter to a friend. "I'm glad if he Gurlitt does good business, for he is as useful to me as I am to him." That Gurlitt did not buy solely out of a desire to do something for the future of German art is evident from the fact that he could not afford to be a patron of the arts and had to make a living from the art trade. Böcklin, who was always something of a child when it came to money matters, later came to believe that the dealer had exploited him. As usual, this led to a sharp break. He cut off all ties with Gurlitt, so that the latter had to obtain Böcklin's paintings by roundabout means. From time to time, an elegant art lover would appear in the master's studio and buy paintings from him, which later reappeared in Gurlitt's shop. Another buyer Böcklin found was Alexander Günther, who became an enthusiastic collector of his works between 1875 and 1880. At the beginning of his stay in Florence, Böcklin's studio was in his apartment on Via Lorenzo Magnifico. Later, as he moved residences, on Via Lungo il Mugnone, where he formed a close friendship with the landlord Sverchkov, a glass and flower painter. Sverchkov was a Russian original, a rich man who spent money for his own pleasure. Outwardly gruff, a kind of blusterer, inwardly full of inexhaustible kindness. He helped Böcklin through difficult times in a sensitive way by occasionally purchasing his paintings. He and other well-meaning friends, including Hans von Marais, with whom he had had a friendship since his second Roman stay, always stepped in one way or another whenever the waves of hardship threatened to tear down the fragile artist's home. Finally, at the end of the 1870s, Böcklin's life became carefree. In his apartment on the Ring Road, he led a comfortable and joyful life. He was surrounded by a thriving family and a large circle of students. The painter and writer Elverke, the Viennese painter Zur Heller, the sculptor Hildebrandt, the etcher Lansinger, Hans von Marais and his biographer Karl von Pidol, Preisswerk and Hans Sandreuter were part of the stable circle of friends and students which only wavered with Marais' departure for Rome. With string music and Chianti wine, a whiff of Renaissance atmosphere drifted from the house on the Ring Road, the same atmosphere that pervades the master's paintings. The 11 Florentine years mark the peak of Böcklin's art. He, who initially worked under the influence of classicist schools, then for a time followed the same path as Franz Dreber and pursued the same goals as Feuerbach. He had long left these companions behind. Grandeur and simplicity of form, power and unity of colour, this is the goal he had already achieved in the Centaur battle. This work is probably the first significant example of his new style. In Florence, the challenges of composition and colour intensified. He fused the brightest tones into harmony. His creations arose from simple, large silhouettes. Here, where the memory of antiquity gently resonates with early Florentine art, where the splendour of flower-covered hills and the deep blue sky blend into a single impression, he matured into the great monumental painter. Here he reached the deepest colour harmonies of all time. The master expressed himself in the briefest language. The small foliage disappears. Rocks rise in broad contours. The vertical line dominates the picture. A sharp bipartition or an emphasis on the centre enhances the spatial impression. Just as the Impressionists declared, "Man in joy and light," their motto, the slogan of this group of Florentine artists, which included, besides Böcklin, Hildebrandt and Moraes, became "Man in space." Hildebrandt, in his Problem of Form, theoretically established the significance of the two main directions in space, the vertical and the horizontal, for sculpture. In his works, as in those of Böcklin and Moraes, the emphasis on these directions becomes an artistic principle. This is the law that dominated ancient art and the Italian early Renaissance up to Raphael. Only later did the pyramid form become dominant. Gradually, this led to the folly of painterly grouping, which eventually degenerated into the chaotic tangles of figures in the Pilotti school. Böcklin again reduced the depiction to a few figures. Where he used drapery, it closely followed the form of the body, instead of richly leafed trees, spring bare or autumn denuded trunks, as in Spring Day, Berlin National Gallery, Spring Evening, Spring Awakening, and later in Autumn Thoughts. All this serves to make the lines appear clear and distinct. Wide meadows, the sea horizon, lead the gaze into the distant plain. The figures often stand in a simple, vertical line, such as Odysseus in Odysseus and Calypso, Drama and Veritas. What Böcklin accomplished for Germany in the recovery of a simple sense of space, a revival of the monumental feeling in painting, Puvis de Chavannes accomplished in France along the same path as the creator of the modern fresco. Not only the directions, but also the proportions in space gained in simplicity. He always placed great importance on these. On the occasion of his Petrarch painting, Böcklin himself pointed out the proportion. Of course, in composing a painting, one must not start from such proportions. But where something appears pleasing to the eye in the rhythm of the presentation, or the size relationships, a readily visible and recurring proportion is surely underlying it. To structure the painting with the simplest possible spatial proportions, he often used a stream that cuts through the picture. It meanders through the laughing meadow, where girls pick flowers. It divides the meadow in which a woman stands pensively in autumn thoughts. It flows between the Dryads and Pan in Spring Awakening, and it trickles through the flowery field of Summer Day, always with the intent to divide the painting into two clearly defined parts. Böcklin's tendency now becomes especially apparent to place an important graphic motif at the centre of the image, spatial overview through a centrally positioned figure, or to facilitate the depiction of a peak extension. Already in Daphnis and Amaryllis, the figure of Daphnis bisects the scene. In The Murderer with the Furies, a wall divides the picture into two halves. How the main event is placed at the centre of the picture for greater effect is noted in The Ride of Death and Centaur Battle. In Flora Awakens Her Children, the main figure with the harp is in the centre. Prometheus braces his knee, his greatest physical extension, toward the centre. In Dance Around the Bacchus column from the Zürich period, the widely visible column forms the focal point. Even the simple landscape painting Spring in the Rock Gorge is symmetrically cut as a central image. If Böcklin was satisfied here with merely suggesting the centre, he gradually moved toward the central image. In The Isle of the Dead, and later in The Isle of Life, the island rises equally distant from both edges of the image. This intention becomes even more explicit in poetry and painting. The jet of the fountain splits the picture into two perfectly symmetrical halves. Finally, this tendency leads to the symmetrical image. Francesca da Rimini, Vita Somnium Breve, and finally from Böcklin's last period, The Garden Arbour, are the quintessence of this direction. Historically, the arrangement of altar paintings likely served as a model. Botticelli also, in Spring and The Birth of Venus, offered examples of strict organisation in non-biblical subjects. Artistically, the central image in Böcklin's work was determined by his sense of spatial style. Among the individual figures, the enthroned Clio on clouds forms the transition to the lapidary style. This is more strongly expressed in Veritas and reaches its final austere simplicity in Drama. And in Musa Semni. Both figures are enthroned in a strict vertical, with closely fitting garments. In perfectly straight perspective, the marble figures lie before us, with the figure enthroned high above the abodes of mortals. A small chain of snow-covered mountains in the distant background indicates the vast space that seems to separate the figure from the earthly. This achieves an impression of solitary majesty. The alpine chain in these individual figures is a significant sign of how Böcklin tried to give spatial conceptions depth, to make us feel the immense distance where, in wild solitude, the centaurs wrestle, tiny cypresses sway in the storm deep in the valley below. In Prometheus, a few olive trees still grow at the base of the cliff as a spatial scale for the towering rocks and the colossal body, for which any other comparison would be lacking. When in View Back to Italy, in paintings such as See, The Meadow Laughs, or Flora Awakens Her Children, gentle vistas open, when white buildings shimmer through the darkness of the sacred grove, when deep below the marble steps upon which poetry and painting are enthroned, a tiny stream flows shaded by bright trees. The painter did not create this spot of earth merely to evoke poetic mood, but to serve the purpose of spatial design. The stream serves not only to divide the picture into simple spatial relationships. With its perspective curves, it is intended to lead the viewer's gaze into depth. To trick us as much as possible into the third dimension, an avenue of oaks leads into the darkness of the sacred grove. Carpets of flowers spread before us. Their perspective shift shows how far the space extends backward. Another method for achieving depth is overlapping. In the sea, Böcklin lets the harp cut through the face of the sea woman for this purpose. In Sanctuary of Heracles, the spear overlaps the surface of the sea. In Spring Day, the recession of the villa into the background is conveyed by the light trunk cutting through the dark group of trees. A painter who, for the sake of strong coloristic distance effects, avoids using atmospheric haze to create space, must resort to the strongest linear methods to structure the planes in the image. But even the position of the horizon becomes a means of artistic expression. In the seascapes, it lies so low that it feels as if the painter is sitting in the sea up to his chest, breathing the salty air. The new spatial feeling also manifests in the image cropping. Trunks and rocks are cut off at the top of the image, as in Spring Day, Spring Awakening, and Silence in the Forest. In figurative painting, the historical step toward modern cropping had already been taken elsewhere, by Mendelsohn and by the French Degas, under the influence of Japan. The whole was no longer shown, but the essential part. A work of art is neither a botanical garden nor a wax museum. The goal is not to display objects or people in their entirety, but to create a composition by weighing relationships. What is not shown is completed by the imagination. One cannot fault someone who seeks the emotional content of Silence in the Forest in its invention. Part of its effect lies in the depiction of the marvellous creature that carries the fairy tale rider, in the contrast between the greenish forest gloom and the bright clearing. Cornelius Gurlitt once said, "Böcklin's pictures, through their inner grandeur, appear enormous in reproduction." The secret seems to me the economy of spatial depiction. Böcklin gives just enough of the cropped trunks for us to sense the immense forest. That the unicorn nearly reaches the edge of the image heightens the impression of the wondrous, the mythical. The power of the depiction lies in the spatial. The painting Spring is composed from only two directions, the dark, slanted silhouette of the ivy-covered trunks against the horizontal of the distance and the rock block. The figures rise from these fundamental directions. No guidebook is needed to understand that we are looking at dryads. From the rhythm of the lines, we feel the soul of the tree. The master whom we celebrate as the creator of modern colorism did not begin with colour when designing his pictures, but with spatial relationships, with the distribution of masses, with the values of light and shadow. Therefore, his first drafts are preferably drawings. Among the surviving colour sketches, it is questionable whether they represent the initial conception of the idea. One must begin a painting without regard to colour, focusing first only on forms, light and shadow. At first, one must be guided solely by the joy of beautiful form. Later, one must be clear about how strong colours, warm and cool, can enhance the picture. And further, the most important thing remains the beautiful proportion of the figures. The first thing in a painting is to consider the flow of light. All these things that Böcklin had said to Schick in the 1860s, he later impressed upon his students. The strongest proof of the artistic substance of Böcklin's work, even without colour, lies in the reproductions of his paintings. Through the gradations of black and white, through the effect of the silhouette, one realises that for Böcklin, composition is anything but a mere skeleton for colour expression. But colour and technique also serve to structure the planes in the image. The fullest colour chords, which Böcklin had struck since the late 1860s, melt into the finest harmonies, while already in Spring Awakening 1880, that peasant flower splendour appears, which would become the hallmark of the Zürich years. Some of his pictures appear painted with very few colours. In white, green and black, the sacred grove rises before us. In Silence in the Forest, the Isle of the Dead, and Prometheus, the same restraint and brilliance of tones prevail. Full colour values are blended into unity. What is referred to in colour theory as monochrome, the dominance of one tone over others, no one achieved with such strength of colour as Böcklin. Böcklin did not only study colour composition in old paintings, he also engaged scientifically with the questions of combining colour harmonies and the laws of colour recession. Already in Rome, he repeatedly discussed with Schick the character of colour combinations. Each colour mood has its character. Black, green, and white appear very serious. Red, yellow, blue, cheerful. The mood of black, green, white may tolerate light pink because that is the complementary colour to green. Vermilion, however, would be completely inappropriate and destroy the character. And on the occasion of the Petrarch painting, all weak differences, unresolved harmonies, produce sadness, even those that find their harmony far away in something entirely different. Pink and green, minium and white feel cheerful, black and bluish-green, violet and green feel sad. In conversations with Fritz Burkhardt in Basel, complementary colours and the dominance of one tone over another were recurring topics. In the early 1870s, he established a personal connection with Professor von Bezold in Munich and studied his colour theory with great enthusiasm. The colours in our paint boxes never come close to the objective strength of colours in nature, in the spectrum. Here too, as with all artistic creation, translation is required. To achieve a certain degree of freshness, the colour relationships must be rendered as accurately as possible. The change of colour values caused by the intervening layers of air with increasing distance from the viewer became a key study of the painter. The recession of the various planes in the picture, the illusion of space, is unthinkable without relatively accurate colour values. Of course, the conditions differ in the moist air of Holland compared to the sharply clear air of the Arno Valley. Here, where no mist veils the distance, red and blue still shine vividly even from afar. Böcklin always despised the so-called air painters. Of Lindenschmidt he once said, "If he paints a warrior stretching out one leg, then he must also paint the air between both legs." He thought equally little of Rembrandt. It was no great art, he said, to paint images in almost a single tone, using only values of light and shadow. For him, painting was a colourful art. Böcklin had always consciously translated the colour values of nature. For him, both in drawing and in colour, it was not about slavish imitation of the image of nature, but about reproducing an impression of nature. That is why he rejected working on a painting with nature as a direct reference. It is nonsense to try to force a painting to appear bright by comparing it directly with nature. Every painting is a harmony in itself, and has no relation to the immediate outside world. One must only aim to represent the relative colours, light and shadow contrasts in the picture, for no great artwork can withstand a direct comparison with nature. When painting roses, for example, one should not place a rose next to the canvas and try to imitate its colour. Instead, one should study only the structure and the plastic appearance of the blossom, and adjust it until it produces a rosy appearance in relation to the other colours in the picture. For Böcklin, colour was not a means of capturing a reflection of the real world or the magic of the fairy tale world. It was the foundation of a spatial art. The aim of reproducing air and corporeality in painting with illusionistic effect is incompatible with unbroken colour. In art, one must choose, and Böcklin deliberately chose, following the old Dutch masters of the 15th century, to strive for long-distance effect, clearly visible, radiant colour. Thus Böcklin's goal became to reproduce an impression using the strongest and most saturated tones without losing the power of colour, to merge even the most glaring values into harmony, and to structure the picture's planes through proper balance within this scale. In his masterpieces, this goal was achieved. He expressed the artistic conclusion of his programme for colour and space in Zürich, in Vita Somnium Breve. Just as Böcklin mixed every harmony of colour on his palette during those memorable Florentine years, from the darkest moods to the brightest symphonies of colour, so do his paintings resonate with both deep sorrow and jubilant joy. The Isle of the Dead rises from the waves in sombre gravity. The Descent from the Cross is filled with grief and muted despair. The many springtime paintings overflow with restrained delight. Mischievous humour bursts from the freed Angelica. Even in technique there is great variety. Painted with delicate brushwork and touching attention to detail is the lute player in the Silesian Museum, and the splendid Pan squatting between broken columns, also the famous Flora, who hastens over blooming meadows. Broad and simple in large surfaces are the Isle of the Dead, the sacred grove. Böcklin now stood at the peak of the technical challenges he had set for himself. Here, too, the aim was to use the handling of materials to shape space, to separate the various planes in the image. To push the background back as much as possible, he limited the application of paint to a minimum. For this reason, Böcklin preferred the smoothly primed wooden panel, where the thinnest glazes and use of the ground could produce colour effects. The veil had long been Böcklin's painterly means of expression. Now, for the first time, star-studded garments appear, perhaps inspired, like the flowery meadows by Botticelli. But Böcklin, the brooding mind, never imitated anything without questioning why. He who said, "If you understand why something seems beautiful, you've learned more than from endless studies of drawing," adopted these garments intentionally to create something more mysterious, more unrealistic. In this sense, he once told Schick about Mercury's costume. He would like to paint Mercury in a golden garment, not in some fabric like plush, which can be measured by the yard. A hat, perhaps made of ivory, or better yet of a material that is entirely unknown. His mythical beings don't pay tailors or stitch lace like the boudoir ladies and fishwives of the realists. In his landscapes move creatures that seem like the fragrance of a distant artistic era. Is it antiquity? Is it the Renaissance? The painting is scarcely archaeologically faithful. It sometimes alludes to one age or another, or, unclothed, it leads us into the realm of fairy tales. Only gently should the memory of great epochs be awakened, those in which people themselves were imagined as harmonious works of art, whose life purpose was the enjoyment of beauty and the resonance of artistic moods. But the maidens who wander with the mandolin, who stand pensively on the riverbank, are one with nature. Thus Böcklin becomes the creator of the modern renaissance of mood. Few have an interest in art, some have an understanding of art, but everyone has an opinion about art. In 1884, Guido Hauck published a pamphlet, The Fields of the Blessed. He quoted Schopenhauer, "One must stand before a painting as one would before a prince, waiting to see if and what he might say to you." Like the prince, the painting does not answer on its own, for then you would only hear yourself. A necessary reminder to the public, to critics, and to some artists. The Descent from the Cross was rejected by the Munich art exhibition and declined by the Berlin National Gallery, for which it was intended, due to the influence of Empress Frederick. For years Böcklin leaned it gloomily against the wall of his studio. The Pietà fared little better. It was placed in the 1882 Vienna International Exhibition just above the door, that is, admitted only with much resistance from the jury. When The Fields of the Blessed appeared in 1878, the critics raised a storm. They immediately pounced on the distorted woman, the stiff wooden swans. Guido Hauck, who warmly supported the painting, cleverly interpreted it as the scene in the second part of Faust, where the centaur Chiron carries Helen over the Peneus. But Böcklin was not that intellectual. He never illustrated purely literary events. Never did a painting of his arise solely from a poet's word. A telling anecdote from Cornelius Gurlitt illustrates Böcklin's process. Gretchen H. once sat in the grass with red shoes, and right then this picture occurred to me. Böcklin was a painter. His images arose from a painterly impression. The literary was always secondary to him, to the point that he rarely even gave his paintings titles. When asked, he would call them simply a picture. The titles mostly came from others. In the 1880s, Fritz Gurlitt often provided them for the public. The Play of the Waves, Silence in the Forest are his inventions. When Böcklin read Hauck's pamphlet, he appreciated the artistic recognition of his fields, but Goethe's Faust hadn't occurred to him. And yet, he later said, Hauck wasn't entirely wrong. Goethe and I both had the same vision in mind, the banks of the Arno. Nowhere could the beginning of a visual impression be more clearly described. Today's generation seeks to understand the painting not as literature, but as art. It doesn't ask whether the centaur is the wise Chiron. It sees how the painting, by every means of the art, portrays the longing gaze, the passage toward the blessed fields. Enlightening for this kind of understanding is the sketch of the painting, as already noted by H.A. Schmid in his essay on Böcklin. Although spatially barely different from the finished image, the sketch lacks the sharp contrasts that bring the artistic idea fully to life. The difference between the dark, heavy foreground and the luminous distance is not nearly as distinct. The outline lines seem more trivial. In the finished painting, the heavy foreground is meant to explain the longing for the inviting, misty distance. The animated silhouette of the woman is deliberately intensified against the simple vertical and horizontal lines of the landscape to illustrate the vividness of yearning. The swans are intentionally painted sharply and cut out. They are meant to guide the eye into the soft distance. Hard elements in a painting should draw the eye, but if they lie in unimportant places, the eye will rest on them only briefly, then turn with greater pleasure to facial forms, figures, or a soft distance, into gentle, cosy darkness, and find great refreshment there. Between sketch and painting, there is, with Böcklin, usually the same relationship as between the first presentation and the final repetition of a subject, the same difference as between the works of his Roman period and those of the Florentine era. Here, too, his creation differs fundamentally from that of the staunch naturalist. In the latter, the sketch often captures the spontaneous, fortunate moment. In the painting, the freshness of the first vision is often lost. With Böcklin, it's the opposite. Compared to the sketch or first version, the actual painting or final version contains the artist's intention in the most convincing form. Omission of the unessential, emphasis on the essential, a highlighting of the artistic idea. Between the first Oktoberfest and the Bacchanal, between the Roman villa at Schack's and the Spring Day in the Berlin National Gallery, there is the same intensification. What the villa by the sea meant outwardly for the Roman period, the Isle of the Dead, became in the same sense for the Florentine period, the most celebrated painting of the master. Several repetitions were commissioned. Within the repetitions, too, there is an intensification of the gloomy effect. The rocks tower increasingly steep and high. The patch of sky between cliff and picture frame becomes ever narrower. The cypresses, which initially overarched the rocks pyramidally, stand finally tightly wedged between the towering walls, so that the upper section of the island ultimately forms a rigid horizontal line. It was mentioned in connection with the Wedekind frescoes that the motif already seems to emerge from the rocks in the final wall painting. Böcklin is said to have based the specific depictions on an old Italian legend in which the dead man lays himself in his coffin. Whatever the case may be, the figures in the boat belong just as much to the petrified tragedy of the landscape as the veiled worshippers do to the solemnity of the sacred grove. The white-clad priests who emerge from the darkness of the oaks and solemnly bow before the burning altar appear like figures from an ancient chorus. Here, too, the same economy of colour as in the Isle of the Dead. Böcklin masterfully differentiated the various colour values of white in the receding, translucent buildings and in the white-robed priests in the foreground. As the only colourful accent in this harmony of white, green and black, the bluish smoke of the flame rises into the air. A counterpart in solemn gravity to the sacred grove was created by Böcklin in the sanctuary of Heracles. The landscape sketch for it is owned by Herr von Hale. The image of the god and the solemn guardians appear only in the final painting. To convey the basic mood of the immense and powerful, the simply ascending masonry of the sanctuary fills almost the entire image. As a second dominant element, the dark mass of trees. It is good evidence of what cropped trunks can mean for the emotional content. The imagination completes them into the monumental. The reddish leaves swept away by the wind, the white, splashing waves, the brightly coloured garments of the guardians. We would not want to be without them. They heighten the solemn and powerful atmosphere. The red warrior figure in the background of the Breslau painting is one of many examples of how Böcklin lets the brightest tones recede in the picture. The kneeling figures in the foreground are plastically brought forward. The gold and white of their armour are carefully balanced in value. The spatial effect is enhanced through every possible linear means. We clearly feel the layers of sea air that lie between the planes, without the foreground being obscured in its brilliance by any haze. The painting was purchased in 1880 for 8,000 marks for the Breslau Museum. In the second version, Berlin-Ginsberg, Böcklin's style, as usual, appears even more characteristic. The composition is even tighter in space. The horizon is lower, so that the viewer seems to kneel in front of the sanctuary. As the strongest expression of fantastic condensation of nature, Prometheus was created. In the thunderclouds that envelop Monte Morello, Böcklin is said to have seen Prometheus. Certainly, the traditional demigod does not lie there, ready for the lazy-minded viewer. From towering clouds, the suffering hero emerges before us. No eagle reminds us of archaeological props. Böcklin created his Prometheus, just as Aeschylus created his. Prometheus is a harmony in blue, the racing clouds, the steep rock, the raging sea, everything in shades of one tone. The immense massive is also unified through colour. As the only sign of earthly frailty differing from that, the small olive trees rendered in green and yet wonderfully blended with the main tone. They cling fearfully to the cliff. The storm threatens to uproot them. Here, too, the second version further intensifies the idea. The rocks are more jagged, more barren. Only a few sparsely leafed trees at the top bend in the storm. The waves crash even higher and more wildly, spraying foam against the rock. In this vast desolation, in this turmoil of nature, the bound giant form emerges from the shadows of the clouds. Enclosed tightly by the frame above, we feel all the more the enormity of the mighty, and doubly the sense of being bound. Below, the small, pitiful trees provide the scale of earthly limitation. Apart from a few unrealized landscape drafts, landscapes without figures became extremely rare in the later period of the master. When a wealthy man in Basel tried to commission one during Böcklin's Zürich stay, he firmly refused with the words, "That would be just like an old man trying to write love poems." Spring in the Rock Gorge and Ruins by the Sea, with their various repetitions, each a deeply infused, glowing harmony of colour, belong among the last wonderful landscapes of his classical style. The magnificent first concept for Ruins by the Sea is owned by Herr von Hale, a section of a castle by the sea, overshadowed by cypresses, around which ravens circle. A great similarity with the villa by the sea at Schwarzenbach makes this draft appear as a valuable example of how, with Böcklin, one motif gradually develops from another. In the mood of uncanny romantic enchantment, this draft stands closer to Ruins by the Sea, with whose creation it is also chronologically more aligned. Between the first completed painting of Ruins by the Sea, Thorsch Vienna, and the final version as Castle Ruins from the Zurich period, what a transformation! At first there are still shrubs and bushes. The preserved masonry still suggests that people once lived here. Flocks of birds take flight. In the later paintings, the ruins tower more powerfully and desolately into the tight frame, which cuts across the wildly blowing cypresses. But nature has not yet fully destroyed all of human handiwork. A columned gate with traces of weathered paint bears witness to past glory. In the final depiction, Martius Bonn, there is nothing but a desolate heap of ruins. No tree, no bush grows here anymore. Only a monument to the force of destructive natural powers. To make the dominance of the elements tangible, the castle is pushed deep into the corner of the painting. No horizon is visible. Waves and storms celebrate their wild wedding together and threaten to carry away the last remnants of the fortress in their frenzied dance. The flock of birds has long since vanished. Only 2 solitary eagles circle around the once proud stronghold, as if in royal mourning. It is as if the artist, in the various depictions, told the story of the ruin and its decay from century to century. Just as landscapes without figures gradually disappeared from the later paintings of the master, more and more works emerged in which the figure stands at least on equal footing with the landscape. Only in Summer Day, Spring Day, The Sacred Grove, Sanctuary of Heracles, and Battle on the Bridge are the figures spatially subordinate to the landscape. Increasingly, the figure stands side by side with the landscape as its equal. In Flora, in Sea Surf, and in the Fairy Maiden who appears on the mysterious unicorn in the forest thicket, perhaps only to Sunday's children, these individual beings, in whom the mood of the landscape is embodied, become the main bearers of the scene. Likewise, in group compositions, the figurative gains in importance and independence. In the spring songs, in Spring Awakening, in Spring Evening, the main focus is on the figure itself. Where drafts have survived in one case, e.g. Sanctuary of Heracles, the landscape sketch without figures comes first. In another case, Spring Songs, the figurative comes first, without the landscape. More important than the spatial relationship of the figure is its varying inner meaning for the content of the pictures. One could group together those in which the creatures are nothing more than an expression of a fundamental mood. They are so much a poetic condensation of nature itself that they lead no separate life. They refer to nothing outside the image, no past, no future. To this group belong all the springtime images, Silence in the Forest, Sea Surf, even the Isle of the Dead, the Sacred Grove, and Prometheus. In the Isle of the Dead, the solemn moment forbids the question of a where from. We cannot imagine the Sacred Grove without the sacrificing priests, nor the priest before or after the sacrifice. We see only the eternally bound one. We do not think of the freed Prometheus. There is no juxtaposition of civilized man alongside or above nature here, no painful longing to return to her bosom, but a complete merging with her. The artist himself stands before creation fresh and untouched. It is as if he heard for the first time the rustling of leaves, the roaring of waves, as if the spring sky were arching over him for the very first time. And from this feeling, unmediated by any school mythology, Flora glides on velvet shoes across the meadows and showers us from her basket of flowers with colourful gifts, like a symbol of the blossom-rich Florentine age. 60 years earlier, in a grove by the Arno River, a poet had lain and written the Ode to the West Wind. Shelley would have been the only one who could have written a text for Böcklin's paintings. Here is a kindred experience of nature. He too stood before nature unhistorically. Böcklin's Sea Surf, Shelley's Wolf, Böcklin's Flora, Shelley's Arethusa. They were created by the same spirit. Does this not sound like the depiction of a sister of Flora? Open quote. Her steps paved with green, the downward ravine which slopes to the western gleams, and gliding and springing she went, ever singing in murmurs as soft as sleep. The earth seemed to love her, and heaven smiled above her as she lingered towards the deep. Close quote. Another group of paintings points toward a story. They have a certain narrative interest. Not that the narrative painting only now appeared. The Murder in the Castle Garden, The Murderer and the Furies, various pictures whose motifs are drawn from Ariosto, are some examples of this, if you will, epic style. In these pictures, something happens that encourages the imagination to ask questions beyond the edges of the canvas. Is it the anecdote cast into the junk room of aesthetic props that Böcklin, the trailblazer of a new style, brings out? Certainly not in the sense of the Dusseldorf school. His starting point from the sensory impression, from space, from light and colour values, kept him from becoming an illustrator of literary events. True, he is not only the great painter of moods, he is also the great narrator. But he thinks from the beginning in pictorial terms. If in his later works the hand perhaps no longer has the strength to give painterly form to painterly ideas compared to the works of his mature style, Meunier's verdict about Böcklin must not be seen as a reproach. C'est une peinture littéraire. Böcklin himself knew exactly the limits of his art. That can't be painted, he once said to a woman who had commissioned a painting. Instead of the painting on the prescribed subject, he sent her a poem the next day, see chapter 19. Böcklin the narrator had always been fascinated by Ariosto's Orlando Furioso. During the Munich period, 3 paintings based on this poem appeared: the solemn sacred grove guarded by a unicorn, in the shack gallery, and 2 humorous pictures, Astolfo with the head of drills and Angelica guarded by a dragon. In Battle on the Bridge, in The Adventurer, a painting begun in Zürich and still unfinished in his studio today, Böcklin returned again to his favourite poet. The freed Angelica belongs among the masterpieces, both in its simple composition and in its radiant colour splendour, painted only in 2 hues, blue and red. A deep blue summer sky with whitish clouds, greenish blue the slain dragon, steel blue the knight's armour, the cloak with which the modest knight wants to cover the maiden, a warm brown red, a deep red for the dragon's flowing blood, and as the brightest, most radiant spot of colour, the knight's helmet plume, almost verging on vermilion. The painting is entirely epic. With comfortable humour, the artist presents us the moment just after the action. The dragon's triple wound shows how often the clumsy knight struck wide. The beast, split in 2, casts glances full of jealous rage at the rescuer, who, according to all the rules of propriety, is covering the nude lady with a cloak. The frightened expression of the blushing beauty, who finds the knight no less dangerous than the dragon, and the jealous expression of the monster, both point prophetically to the continuation of the story. A serious pendant to this epic scene is The Adventurer. Again, the painting itself suggests a story in just a few lines. In the distance on the sea, the ship that brought the knight points to the past. Fate has stranded him on a desolate seashore. From the radiant blue sky the sun burns down. He has taken off his helmet in fatigue. The horse snorts discontentedly and scrapes the ground. What is it sensing? Bleached human bones emerge ominously from the sand. Extreme simplicity in colour and spatial effect. How finely balanced appears the ship in the distance, as the only slightly darker spot beside the silhouette of the rider. Astolfo's journey to Galafrone, Orlando Furioso, Canto 15, is said to have inspired the painting. A marvellous fairy tale is hidden in The Treasure Guard. A whole past rises from the pale faces in Charon's boat. In Pirates Attacking a Castle, the motif of the castle on fire reappears. In the final version, dating from the Zürich years, the greatest intensification is achieved in the briefest form. The forces of nature act more powerfully. The flames rise higher toward the sky. The sea rages more wildly. Buildings and ships with the raiders are drawn in just a few bold lines. In Odysseus and Calypso, an entire life's fate is told with the fewest means. Even without the title in the catalogue, one would ask about the origin and destiny of the figures. They imply a whole past. They questioningly lead into the future. An event is entwined with the mood of longing. Only brown rock and bluish sea. Only 2 figures in this stony desolation. At the front, before the cave, the nymph turning toward the one who, separated from her by immense space, gazes fixedly and motionless into the sea, the embodiment of longing. It would be a risky undertaking to define Böcklin's artistic development with fixed boundaries. His versatile mind never contented itself with solving just one problem, even in a short span of time. The Florentine period also proves this. Precisely in the years of colour restraint, when pictures like Isle of the Dead, 1880, Odysseus and Calypso, 1881, emerged, the most vivid and garish tones suddenly flash forth in Spring Awakening, 1880. And with the colour, mood and technique also change. At times his simple, austere line binds us to the feeling of ancient art. At other times his hand leads us through lovingly flower-adorned meadows of the Quattrocento. Alongside empty heads, like Calypso, figures full of the most personal life. Did the play of the waves, 1882, win the masses through the striking vitality of its figures, which are unforgettable to everyone, or through the perfect technique that even laymen find astonishing? Only Böcklin could paint water so blue, so transparent. In glorious colour contrast, a pair rises from the waves, the bright female body of a frightened, fair-haired sea maiden next to the weathered form of an aged Triton who helps her escape like a knight. For behind them comes a bronze-coloured sea centaur racing in on a romantic quest. The mermaid nearly unconscious with fear, the merman shaking with laughter, the centaur snorting with fury over his foiled hopes of love. These are types that should live in the mind of every art lover. Here is vivid, personal life, even in the faces, even in that of the sea-woman, who watches the scene half lustfully, half mockingly. The composition is weighed with utmost care. Especially delicate is the repetition of the line movement of the front group in the rear wave, which intensifies the impression of rhythm in the surf. Light and fairy tale-like as the image, so too its creation. A student tells how the flower painter Sverchkov once gave Böcklin a brown-primed canvas that was too large for his own flowers. One Sunday, when all around him was quiet, he began a new painting on that canvas. With colourless water, he sketched the image before the eyes of a stunned student on the dark ground, a picture no one had seen even as a preliminary sketch. When the main lines were in place and the water began to dry and fade, he traced over the wet lines and the dried edges they had left with chalk, and the composition emerged anew. After 17 days, the great sea novella was said to be finished. The painting, today a pilgrimage site for every visitor to the Neue Pinakothek, was dismissed by Munich's leading newspaper a few decades ago with a few tasteless jokes. The mermaid's cradle, they said, had surely stood in Küsnacht. And the Triton, currently giving her swimming lessons, had once certainly carried milk cans from the Ebenalp to the Weissbad, the plump gentleman in the back, closely observing the calves of a just-submerged Nereid from Lake Thun, had surely developed his taste for such things in the Künstlergütli. He had likely landed in hot water more than once. But the harshest criticism the painting faced came from the police. In 1889, its reproduction was banned in Zürich for being offensive, and in 1899 it had to be removed, at least temporarily, from a Berlin shop window, and this for an artist who was utterly free from lewdness. In all the paintings where he portrays love in nature, it is either a tender, chaste courtship, from Daphnis and Amaryllis to the couple in Venus Genitrix, or a comfortable humour that shifts the focus to character and never to erotic sensuality. Böcklin had already depicted the expression of female fear in similarly delicate situations before the Sea Maiden in the play of the waves, in both Angelicas in the two fishing pans who have caught a mermaid in their net. But those shaggy fellows are mere forerunners of the two cheerful pairs of fawns who discover a sleeping beauty in the forest. Once it is Diana. Her quiver has slipped from her shoulder, deep breaths issue from her parted lips. Over rocky ground the fellows have crept. Spellbound by the lovely wonder, they do not dare move, and yet desire flashes in their eyes. But the jealousy of one wild companion holds the other in a firm grip. Neither can move. Their admiration is necessarily chivalrous. The admirers of the nymphs feel nothing but platonic awe. One forest creature, head tilted sideways, gazes at her in rapture. His gourd flask has slipped from his hand. Devout and reverent, the other crosses his hands. One does not covet the stars, one rejoices in their splendour. Are it the woodland men of these images, artistically sensed down to their ape-like toes? Is it Diana's brilliant colouring that captivates us, or the gentle, magical forest atmosphere of the nymph painting? What Böcklin was not in portraying his contemporaries, he is in portraying the timeless beings of fairy tales, the great character artist, the Lenbach of fauns and nymphs. While Böcklin sent work after work back to his homeland from Florence, works we now weave into the crown of German painting, critics and public stood bewildered, though sadly not silent, before his creations. The Böcklin of the Roman and Weimar days could still be understood in terms of the times he engaged with, but gradually the bridge to his contemporaries broke down. One could only understand Böcklin by attempting to follow him in his own development. Chapter 13. The designs for frescoes for the Breslau Museum 1881. A separate chapter of the Florentine period is formed by the story of the designs for the Breslau Museum. The 5 letters from Böcklin to the then director Albert Berg, with whom he was closely friends, are important evidence of the mature master's understanding of large-scale spatial art. The negotiations over these designs with the Provincial Art Commission and their eventual failure reflect the petty backdrop of an uncomprehending time, against which the figure of the master stands out clearly. Furtur lux in tenebras, words Böcklin chose as the heading for the first trilogy. Do they not also apply to Böcklin himself? In Breslau at the time, there was only a small community that had understanding and sympathy for the new art. Among them were the director of the newly founded Silesian Museum, Berg, Mr. von Korn, and the Justice Councillor von Schneider. At the end of 1880, negotiations began between Berg and Böcklin about murals for the museum's staircase. The ceiling had already been painted by Schaller with scenes from the Prometheus saga. But the most important and effective space, the two opposing wall surfaces, remained empty. Each of these sides is divided by half columns of dark red stucco and a pseudo-architecture into three parts, so that the idea of arranging two trilogies suggested itself. The awakening of culture and the blossoming of the arts under the influence of Christianity in Silesia, that was roughly the theme presented to the artist. Böcklin approached the task on a grand scale, without nationalistic embellishment. Furtor lux in tenebras. He wrote accordingly over the design of the first wall. In luce florent artes he envisioned as the title of the opposite trilogy. The artist did not place much value on the words themselves. I don't care much for the words on the banner. I simply can't think of anything better right now. In any case, artist names are not appropriate here, and something cohesive, fitting with the images, should be found. Maybe someone will come up with a good idea. The word light in the middle would at least be desirable. March 8, 1881. And on May 1st, 1881. As for your main question, it seems simplest to resolve if we stick to the concept of light, and just as Christianity brought light to Silesia, so too should the arts blossom in the light. The motto would be something like, in luce florent artes. This way everything is connected and directly related to the museum. The idea of a Silesian history is preserved. Böcklin, to whom Berg sent a colour sketch of the architectural surroundings, immediately recognised that the small ornamentation which bordered the fields and still surrounds them today would not provide a unified frame for the paintings. So he created, in a painted arch architecture depicting a hall, a calm backdrop for the paintings. His considerations, rooted above all in the desire to create the most perfect spatial illusion possible, are laid out in detail in a letter to Berg. While working, I became increasingly convinced that the architecture between the columns should not be relief, but only painted. It depicts a hall behind freestanding columns, which therefore must be kept as clearly separate as possible. If the arch-supporting pillars have bases and capitals in relief, they break the straight line of the column and destroy the illusion that there is space between the columns and the arch. The second argument against relief is that it casts shadows on the image surface, which is supposed to represent space as convincingly as possible, and thus clearly shows that this is not space, but a solid surface, making it unmistakably clear to the viewer at first glance that we are seeing not something real, but only something painted. Imagine, dear sir, the middle image, for example, with a dark underside of the arch and its merciless cast shadows. Every further word becomes superfluous. March 8, 1881. Böcklin did not want to paint individual pictures, but to express the highest concept of grand spatial art in these paintings. Therefore, he kept returning to the harmony between the paintings and their surroundings, to the spatial conditions. Even in the sketch, he wanted to take this into account. I consider it necessary not only to present the individual pictures, but also the overall painterly effect of the wall with the paintings, so that both the Board of Trustees and the public, who must also be considered, can get a rough idea of the decorative appearance. January 4th, 1881. Since the overall effect of the paintings with the wall seems artistically absolutely necessary to me, I have painted the architecture for this purpose to make it as clear as possible to the viewer. March 8th, 1881. By March, the fairly large sketch, 4.25 metres long and 2.41 metres high, was ready for dispatch to Breslau. The central panel's theme is Christ as the source of light. In the left side panel, the frightened heathens, on the right, the faithful, converted crowd. The secret of creating a powerful spatial effect through painterly contrasts is here deliberately achieved by the master. In the central painting, everything is suffused with light. Christ does not appear in the glory of resurrection, not as a pathetic saviour who already sits at God's right hand. It is the Son of Man who has endured unspeakable suffering, Still wearing the crown of thorns and loincloth, he has just descended from the cross and bends slightly forward toward the wretched humanity. The movement of the arms reflects his artistic sensitivity. While he indicates the wounds on his hands, he also opens them lovingly. "Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden." He does not stand on a bright height above the thicket at his feet, but walks gently, almost hesitantly, with limbs loosened from the wood, down to the people. Close behind him, in strong contrast of motion, stands firmly with head held high, a bearded figure in a violet cloak. The sword in his hand points to Peter. Slightly behind Christ, wrapped in a red and white garment with soft inclination, stands a curly-haired youth unrolling a scroll, John. The two side panels contrast the centre with darkness, yet each is again shaded within itself. The deep darkness of a primeval forest, into which only a few rays of divine light penetrate, sets the mood for the left panel. In the background, a deserted sacrificial altar from which the heathens flee in blind terror. As contrast, the right panel presents a bright landscape where the crowd of believers has either collapsed or rushes forward. Even in the arrangement of the figures, everything is calculated for contrast. In the left panel, the scene is conveyed through a few large figures. In the right panel, a densely packed crowd kneels. For both panels, the central one serves as the starting and resting point. Movement begins there and spreads to both sides, reaching its peak at the edges. In the left side panel, the figure nearest the sacrificial altar bends only slightly backward, struck by the rays. Those following flee in frantic haste. The foremost figure has already collapsed to the ground in ultimate escalation. The group of inspired listeners on the other side of the central panel, pressing closely to John, kneels quietly in faithful devotion. Only behind them does movement begin. One feels the throng pressing forward. An old man hurries up with arms raised. He too wants his share in the new covenant. At the very edge, a woman with a child in her arms, another clinging to her lap. In a passionate gesture, she raises her hand questioningly. Is the message meant for me too? Contrasts within the individual trilogy, contrasts between the two opposing trilogies themselves. This was the effect Böcklin envisioned. The plan for the second wall had already matured in his mind. To the three paintings with Christ as the central figure, no other main figure should be opposed, as that would cancel out the effect on both sides. Only through strong contrasts is it still possible here to once again command attention. To set the serious appearance of Christ against the most graceful scene that can be imagined of the blossoming of the arts. A grove of the muses with mountains, general cheerfulness, poets in the bushes, birds on the branches, bright spring air, a view of a distant city, messengers, etc. So much could be done there, and how it would be enhanced by the serious tone of the opposing picture. May 1st, 1881. In a letter dated July 21st, 1881, Böcklin declared himself willing to paint the design for the second wall. The matter is dear to my heart. As payment, he asked for 5,000 marks, for one 10,000 marks for both designs. For executing the whole in place, a move to Breslau had been considered since May, including sketches and expenses. He requested 60,000 marks. The Silesian Museum, which was not a state but a provincial institution, could not raise this amount from its own funds. Berg therefore appealed to the ministry for assistance with half or a third of the agreed sum. The ministry promised a contribution but tied it to conditions that were absolutely unacceptable. Unacceptable, on one hand, because they would force Böcklin to abandon his artistic vision, and on the other, because they demanded impossible architectural changes to the staircase itself. Through changes to the tripartite composition and removal of the dividing columns, Böcklin was to create new designs in which landscape would be the main subject. The central image, in particular, seems to have provoked objection from the Provincial Art Commission due to its portrayal of Christ. In the same decree dated February 15, 1882, the ministry promised to purchase the submitted designs for the Berlin National Gallery. Privately, Böcklin had already been informed of the ministry's decision by Berg in a letter dated November 29th. In the remarkable letter of December 16th, Böcklin clearly explained to Berg why fulfilling these demands was impossible for him. A new turn appeared to arise with the arrival of Jordan in Breslau. Although he personally spoke out against the tripartite composition, he still hoped for state funding, even if insurmountable obstacles stood in the way of removing the columns. Since Berg found it hopeless to push through this change with the board, he urged Böcklin to come to Breslau in the summer himself. He was to create new designs for the 3 divided panels that would be suitable for execution on site. The board approved travel expenses. Böcklin, who initially resisted, eventually agreed to the proposal. In early September 1882, he actually came to Breslau to make a decision on a new solution to the task in person. At the time, he had the clear intention of responding to the wishes of the Provincial Commission and the board and creating new designs. That this did not happen was initially due to other obligations Böcklin had taken on, which constantly required him to paint easel pictures. Was there, in the end, still some lingering resentment over the rejection of his first sketches? Did Breslau later appear to him as too unsuitable a place for his art to justify returning there from Florence again? That is difficult to determine today. The fact remains that the various letters written in 1886 by the new museum director Dr. Janich concerning the designs remained unanswered. Since the ministry had only promised to purchase the sketches if Böcklin committed to a new solution for the task, they are still today in the possession of the Breslau Museum. But even as mere indications of a painterly idea, they are a significant sign in the development of the master. Indeed, during the course of the 1870s, the visible influence of the Cinquecento disappeared from Böcklin's works. But in the creation of the Breslau designs, the master once again envisioned a fundamental principle of Raphael's art, achieving effect through contrasts. At first glance, the muted colouring of the sketch seems strange, coming from a period of Böcklin's work when he had the deepest and most radiant tones at his disposal. Böcklin explained this by noting that he had to include gilded capitals in the painted architecture. This limitation will disappear when painting on the wall, because there the gilding will truly shine, and there will be no danger that even the brightest colour could compete with the gold and the actual relief of the columns. Böcklin wanted the designs to be regarded purely as suggestions of the painterly idea in every respect. In the sketches for the pictures, aside from the muted colouring, which is simply due to the limited colour scale, there is still much to criticise. They are just drafts and nothing more, which only in their execution on a large scale can be given what will make them into vivid paintings. As a comprehensible suggestion of the idea, they seem sufficient, and in the event that the paintings should actually be realised, I would not want to exhaust my interest in advance by skimming off the cream. We know that it was Böcklin's creative method to fully express the painterly idea only in the actual painting. From the sketches, the letters, and contemporary paintings, we can guess what Germany lost: the possession of a work from the master's classical period in the spirit of a grand spatial art. Chapter 14, Zürich, 1885 to 1892. Relationship with Gottfried Keller, Humour, the multi-panel painting. It was not aversion to his native city, but rather consideration for his children's education that led Böcklin, upon his return to his homeland, to choose Zürich as his permanent residence. His decision had matured under the advice of Rector Burckhardt. The latter emphasised that, due to the education the sons had received in Florence, they would more easily integrate into the curriculum of the Zürich Gymnasium, where the study of classical languages began later than in Basel. Beyond this practical consideration, Böcklin was likely also attracted to Zürich by the opportunity to live among fellow native artists, and especially by the prospect of interaction with a kindred spirit, Gottfried Keller, who bore many resemblances to himself. At first, Keller had received Böcklin's art only with reserve. He describes his impression of a Triton family in Lucerne in the feuilleton A Modest Artistic Tour, Neue Zürcher Zeitung, 22nd and 23rd of March 1882. He was still trying at that time, 1881, through daily conversations with an enthusiastic admirer of Böcklin's, to come to terms with this painter of colour. But now, through regular contact, there developed that close relationship that would brighten Keller's final days. The great poet, who had always longed for companionship with a visual artist, was to find in Böcklin not only an inspiring mind, but also a loving and devoted friend. The relationship between the two cast a golden light not only on the poet's twilight years, but also illuminated the character of the painter. Keller's biographer, from whom we derive this information, cannot praise enough the touching care with which Böcklin devoted his precious time to his friend. He even concerned himself with the physical well-being of the aging man. He encouraged him to take frequent walks and even joyful sleigh rides in winter. He lent him his strong arm and accompanied him to the nearby Fauen, or to the Tuesday Society, composed mostly of artists. He took him to Salisbury, brought him back, and even accompanied him to Baden-Baden. During Keller's illness, he sat at his bedside and wrote statements on the poet's behalf. To every bad mood he responded with unshakable cheerfulness and patience. The latter was not always easy. Böcklin considered it a personal triumph that he had managed to get along with the often difficult Keller for years without any quarrels. Stauffer Bern, during that time, was spending a productive period at C.F. Meyer's estate above Lake Zürich in Kirchberg-Wendlikon. The artists often spent their evenings together at the Fauen over a litter of country wine. Keller tells us of a nocturnal return in which the mischievous Stauffer posed the question to his two older friends. Which of them could climb the fountain pedestal in the lake? Before the astonished men could react, the rogue climbed up and, standing on one leg, delivered a speech from above. "Daring fellow," Keller remarked. "On a night when a man is glad to stand on both feet, he balances on just one." Only 5 years was the friendship between Keller and Böcklin to last. In January 1890, death took Keller away. Until the very end, he was surrounded by the faithful care of his friend, in whose presence he wrote his final will on January 11th. In addition to a commemorative medal, 2 oil portraits of the poet stem from this friendship, though they remained unfinished as Keller lacked the patience for sitting. Much more characteristic is the profile etching by Böcklin's own hand, which was included in the complete edition of Keller's works. The grateful recognition for all the love and kindness Böcklin had shown Keller is expressed in the warm, simple stanzas written for Böcklin's 60th birthday. "Since you have come to dwell with us, and built your light home, we see the arc of Iris when the sky shines brightest. We see the host of visions dancing around you in a ring. See the buds, blooms, fruits, restlessly spring from your hand. Today a gentle breeze rustles. Do not listen too long, O man, to birth and passing, do not start to count. As each day fermented new wine in your soul, so should you be reborn yourself every morning. And only late may it echo forth, behold on those green heights once the master painted. With steadfast heart, quiet gaze, he dealt out light and shadow. Master of every fate, he calmly closed his house." Between the master of the Zürich novellas and the painter who, with a wine-glass in hand, cheerfully challenges his time, there are fine threads of connection forming a strong web. Above all, it is the bold humour, not a French witticism or clever quip, but one that lovingly immerses itself in the subject, condensed into a work of art through meticulous detail. Compare only the description of the little temple of Miss Zuzi in The Righteous Brushmakers with the high priest's robe and the carefully painted soap egg in Susanna. Both artists shared an affinity for the primitive. The tone struck in the 7 Legends echoes again in Godshow's Adam Paradise. And finally, Bechtold's apt remark about Keller applies equally to Böcklin. He remains pure even in the most sensual element. This contact with a kindred spirit inspired in short time depictions in which humour overflows. The centaur in the smithy is not only one of the master's playful ideas, but also a small jewel of colour. A centaur presents his aching hoof to the village smith for medical advice. Half embarrassed, half sympathetic, the healer shrugs. Astonished and alarmed, women and children rush from the village to see the misplaced offspring of antique romance. Who could help but think of Hayes's master novella, The Centaur? In this painting, Böcklin has masterfully solved a difficult task, alongside the fusion of full, vivid colours into unity. He makes a sunlit landscape in the background truly recede. In exuberant mood, Böcklin recounted the painting. In Turkestan, hoof rot once broke out, and the hoofed hero of the picture was infected too. While the centaur's humour stands apart from modern life, some thought they recognised contemporary references in Susanna in the bath, and yet Böcklin was driven by no other impulse than joy in the typical which had once led him to create the Basel women. The painting is executed with the most loving attention to detail. Through the bluish-grey water shimmers the rich mosaic floor on which the plump, naked beauty crouches. A pair of valuable earrings in her long, stretched earlobes are her only adornment. From her stupidly shocked eyes, you can tell that she feels the hand of her admirer reaching out for a caress before she even sees it. The admirers peeking over a red Pompeian wall are depicted in great detail, not only in their lascivious, vile expressions, but also through their clothing and subtle traits. The high priest is wrapped in a yellow-red expensive tunic, his lack of physical fullness compensated by padding. Beside him stands a kindred spirit with drooping eyes. Even the soap egg is not forgotten, heightening the atmosphere of gaudy, lustful tastelessness. Böcklin's art only once took the form of outright satire. In the painting also done in Zürich, St. Anthony preaches to the fish. But even before this, Böcklin had returned to his favourite element, the sea. 4 large seascapes had already been created in 1886 and 1887. Even in the play of the Naiads and in the sea, with Melius, there is a bubbling of mischief and good cheer. Waves crash furiously against a rock in the sea, white foam sprays high. Shimmering bodies cling to the rock, tails glisten like gemstones emerging from the frothy surf. As the waves tumble over one another, teasingly chasing each other, the Naiads dive headfirst from the reef into the sea. Their giggling is drowned out by the roar of the ocean. Here, everything is alive and in motion. The puffing triton, the frightened infant clutching a little fish like a treat. These are some of the many charming elements of Böcklin's art. Despite the exquisite execution of the sea and the lively composition, the overall painting comes across as somewhat garish. The original commissioner rejected the painting, allegedly because the specified dimensions had not been adhered to. It was believed one of the female figures resembled the commissioner herself. More unified in colour than the Naiads is in the sea. The painting had been begun in Florence and completed in Zürich for its current owner. It depicts a calm sea with a marvellous blue-green reflection. Böcklin achieved the effect of water by first applying a deep dark blue base tone and then adding a bright top layer. A bearded seafarer moves through the sea with his women to the sound of singing and strings. Everything in the painting is historically authentic, even the seaweed entangled in the harp. The figures are linked in a tight chain. One can hear, even in the distance, the boisterous song from their gaping mouths. In the background, a few ancient seamen peek out, curious and shocked. When Böcklin was asked for the name of the painting, he called it Tingle Tangle in the water. The receding depth of the background figures is well rendered here. This painting is an example of how Böcklin used overlapping to create spatial depth. The Sea Idyll, owned by Seeger, is once again built entirely on the simple colour scale and the strong contrasts that distinguish the Florentine period. Essentially just a silhouette of warm flesh tones, graded from the light body of the woman to the dark body of the man, set against the cool tones of air and water. The deep reddish seaweed does not function as a material colour, but only as a nuance. The significance of the painting as a type composition was already mentioned earlier. Nowhere is Böcklin's individuality more palpable than in the quiet museum in Bern. There hangs the calm sea, adjacent to a painting by Louise Breslau, not far from Stauffer's Crucified. The painting overwhelms its surroundings with its colour intensity, sculptural presence, and technical mastery. Coloristically, everything is based on the contrast between the red hair and the lead-grey background. These two tones dominate the painting. The flesh tones blend warmly with the hair, while the rocks and seagulls harmonise with the cool background. As the only accent, shimmering like gemstones, are the green highlights in the tail. The calm sea illustrates what formal impact can be achieved through the shaping of the tail. The picture is constructed on two large, connecting curves formed by the bodies of the woman and the monster. Repeating the upper curve is the line created by the left hand and the three seagulls. The powerful depth effect comes at the expense of painterly intimacy. The sharply outlined eyes, the face divided into two symmetrical halves by shadow, and the harsh shadow on the arm are created with this intent. In Autumn Thoughts and in 3 spring paintings, Böcklin returns again to the thematic realm from which he had already harvested bloom after bloom in Florence. The harmony between landscape and figures is the often cited hallmark of Böcklin's art. In Florence, Böcklin had expanded this thematic field to the point where the mood of the landscape does not merely echo faintly in the figures, as in Villa by the Sea. Now he lets people stand seemingly enchanted by the surrounding nature. In neither Villa by the Sea nor The Hermit do we get the impression that the people have been directly influenced by nature. In Spring Evening, Spring Songs, and Autumn Thoughts, nature exerts a tangible, active effect on its inhabitants. Only the exuberant spring mood of the 1860s foreshadows these works. To strongly emphasize the lyrical and emotional aspect, Böcklin uses music as an aid in these paintings. In Spring Songs, girls march through the meadows to jubilant songs. In Spring Evening, Pan plays the syrinx while the dryads listen. In Spring's Awakening, Pan flutes ahead of Flora, and in Spring the spring mood echoes in the mandolin played by one of the women. Behold, The Meadow Smiles is, in mood, a more delicate counterpart to the Spring Songs. The kinship becomes much clearer when one compares the original, much gentler sketch of Spring Songs with it. Behold, The Meadow Smiles is, as a composition, among the most perfect stylistic examples of Böcklin's classical period, which continues in Zürich. The cut-off vertical trees, the dividing brook that leads into the depth, and the distant view as a means of spatial structure. The distribution of light and shadow is extremely simple. On the left, the dark silhouette of trees and wall. On the right, the bright meadow ground that spreads out into luminous distance and joy. Thus, the image is divided from the outset into 2 clearly defined parts. On the right and left, the group movement contrasts. On the right, the slender, upright forms of the walking women. On the left, the short, rounded lines of the crouching. The merging of both picture parts is wonderfully achieved by the hand of the kneeling woman offering flowers. The rhythm of the painting is enhanced by repeating lines. The descending line of the wall is echoed in the mountain line in the background and in the line across the upper section of the walking girls. As counter-direction and counterweight, the outreaching hand, the mandolin, and the bank of the brook. Thus, the first years in Zürich do not present fundamentally new problems. From a cornucopia, blossom after blossom falls down upon us. The master is still at the height of his creative power. Even those elements that come more prominently to the fore as the signature of the Zürich period, the boldness of colour, the dominance of humour, and the appearance of strictly symmetrical compositions, were already in development during the Florentine years. In Spring's Awakening, everything seems to hum with melodies. Ruggiero frees Angelita, and God the Father shows Adam Paradise were created in a cheerful Florentine hour. Even more clearly, Florence had already developed all spatial problems. Just as the Island of Life is conceived as a counterpart to the Isle of the Dead, or Journey to the Temple of Bacchus functions as a bright, chromatically opposite piece to the solemn sacred grove, the painterly charm of water reflections, conveyed by Böcklin's technique like no other, is here once more used as a means of spatial design. An understanding of the artistic spatial use of the water basin is essential for an intimate enjoyment of The Homecoming, 1888, although the complete fusion of colours and the easily understandable motif made the painting a favourite of the public flocking to Böcklin exhibitions. The horizontal axis of the water basin is not only important for spatial design but also used symbolically. It divides the image into 2 parts: the foreground, the homeland, the narrow, cosy cottages on the autumn slope where an inviting light shines, and the background, the wide foreign land. As the basin narrows at the border of the homeland and opens up wide and empty toward the barren past, this too is symbolically used. Even the mirrored reflection of the aged man, somewhat balding, who thoughtfully contemplates a ring, and the spatial doubling of the figure serve to indicate the temporal before and after. In the autumn evening descending on a small Swiss mountain village, Böcklin created the unified emotional backdrop for this novella-like image, which could be seen as a continuation of The Adventurer. Open quote. Into the ocean sails the youth with 1,000 masts. Quietly in a rescued boat, the old man drifts into harbour. Close quote. The homecoming is also the first strong example of the use of painterly symbolism. The first important link in a chain from which the allegorical painting of the master's final period evolved. It is no coincidence that Vita Somnium Breve was created at the same time as the homecoming. There, the painterly symbol is even more explicitly used. The allegorical subject not only allows for this, it demands it. More than that, the paint is in a way the condensation of all problems of colour and space that Böcklin had tackled during the Florentine period. It is constructed with full symmetry. In the centre rises the marble fountain, from whose sphinx head flows the source of life. Marble steps lead into the depth. In the foreground, a flower-covered ground, structured again by a stream. Children play with the blossoms drifting down toward the great sea of memory. On the right in the fountain stands the Virgin in blue robes. Roses and laurel sprout at her side. Slightly deeper in the next plane, a knight rides into the struggle of life amidst thistles. Grave cypresses grow at his side. Far in the background on the crown of the fountain, death lifts the scythe over the old man. All elements of Böcklin's painting are united here. Especially important for understanding the colour concepts of his late period is this painting. On the green foreground he places yellow flowers, knowing well that yellow does not recede in space. Therefore, he can confidently apply the strong blue in the Virgin's robe at the centre. Finely balanced is the light red of the knight against the brownish red of the old man's robe. Here, through the gradation of luminous colours, the spatial problem is solved. From the structuring of space as external and painterly motive, from the image of thought as internal and poetic foundation, the multi-panel painting develops in Zürich. The first, the Marian legend, then follow Anthony preaches to the fish, Venus Genitrix, and in the master's old age, the triptych Behold, songs resound in the grove. Böcklin's artistic development has shown us that in him we see not only the great mood painter, the colourist, but also the great artist of monumental style. His fate did not permit him to complete monumental works at the height of his powers. Only once more, after the Basel frescoes, was he assigned a small spatial task. During his second stay in Munich, he painted the area above a buffet for Max Kustermann. In the arch-shaped composition of Ceres and Bacchus, the simple grand conception of the Florentine period is already apparent. His paintings for the Silesian Museum remained drafts. Since no walls were available for executing his painterly program, he turned to a close approximation of spatial problems, the multi-panel painting. The joy of composing within a given, almost imposed space is evident from his words. One should not acquire a frame for an already finished project, but instead design the painting according to the size and format of the frame, and even invent the subject accordingly. If large wall surfaces were lacking, the fixed multi-panel frame imposed the desired constraint for artistically condensing the composition. The device of contrast could also appear just as well in the multi-panel painting as in a mural. In St. Anthony, this contrast is brilliantly resolved in the square upper painting and the elongated predella in terms of both colour and content. Above, in the brightest daylight, held entirely in yellowish and warm brown-red tones, the saint stands on a cliff in the sea and preaches to the fish curiously emerging from the water. Far in the background, a small church stands closed. The shark, who has hypocritically crossed its fins and looks at the preacher with a gaze full of devotion, is priceless. Below in the predella is the effect of the sermon. In sharp colour contrast, the deep blue glittering seawater, in which the large shark devours the small ones. This is, in a sense, literary painting, or thought painting if one prefers, a contrast to realistic painting that depicts a slice of nature, or to mood painting that seeks only to arouse primitive feelings. But Böcklin knows how to express thoughts compellingly through purely painterly means. His pictures require no catalogue explanation to be understood. St. Anthony has an immediate visual impact and is intelligible as an image even to those unfamiliar with the legend. Not entirely free of a disturbance to our sense of style is the triptych Venus Genitrix, despite the delicate feeling and splendour of colour that spreads across it. In the centre stands the nude, Hellenizing goddess striking a triangle. On the left, the loving couple in modern costume, below them a naked Cupid forging arrows at a fountain. On the right, the happy mother, a completely modern Italian woman of the people, with a checkered apron, and her equally realistically dressed husband who gathers ripe fruit into his apron. To demand costume accuracy in an allegorical representation would be pedantic. The star-covered robe of the Virgin and the doublet of the knight in Vita Somnium Breve are also anachronisms, but they are uniformly conceived as symbols of a bygone great era. In Venus Genetrix, the right panel alone is a masterpiece. In overall feeling, apart from the costumes, it stands in too sharp a stylistic contrast to the central panel to produce a harmonious effect. The design of the painting dates from the Zürich period, though completion came only in 1895. How differently the contrast is applied in the triptych The Virgin. See Chapter 16. That Böcklin never had the opportunity to apply the monumental painting sense he had acquired as a mature master in fresco form. This was not due to a lack of walls in Germany, but to a lack of understanding. The Zurich period was the era in which the long misunderstood artist was showered with public honours. At the 1888 International Exhibition he received the first-class medal. In 1889 he was named Honorary Doctor of the Philosophical Faculty of the University of Zurich. In 1890 he was granted Honorary Citizenship of Zurich. Böcklin's influence on the wider public grew ever stronger. As early as 1890, Becht confirmed on the occasion of the Munich exhibition that the public was embracing the new direction and realism was receding into the background. But Zurich was not free of frustrations either. For the 600th anniversary of the founding of the Confederation, 1891, Böcklin was commissioned to design a medal. The Federal Council desired the motif of the genius of freedom rowing from the Rütli to the Axenstein. Böcklin designed the medal with a somewhat different conception than that prescribed by the high authorities. The Parisian engraver then meddled with the design according to his own ideas, prompting Böcklin to withdraw from the project. Alphée Dubois executed the commission instead. Böcklin repurposed the artistic concept for a painting, Freedom. The splendidly modelled naked female body is draped with a red garment. On her head, the Phrygian cap. The figure stands out brightly against the blue background. In one hand, the palm branch, in the other, the eagle. Thus she sits, legs lightly crossed, atop white clouds. In the distant background, one sees the snow-covered mountains of the Bernese Oberland. Böcklin stood in the full vigour of his creative powers. Venus Genetrix, a scene from Ariosto and Nessus and Deianira, leaned unfinished against the wall of his studio. The triumph of his art in German exhibitions was assured when shocking news flashed around the world. The master had suffered a stroke on May 18th, 1892. Chapter 15. Evening of Life. The artist slowly recovered from the stroke. A repeated stay in Golfo di Spezia near Carrara finally restored him enough that he could complete begun works and begin new ones. The invalid left his homeland to establish a retirement home in the country that had become the home of his art. He settled in Fiesole near Florence. Since the spring of 1895 he was the tenant of a country house in San Domenico. With growing prosperity, a second house was built beside it. Soon he became the owner of a small property in Rimini, where he sought refreshment whenever the summer heat brooded too heavily over Florence. Shortly after his illness, a few portraits were created, including the self-portrait at the easel in the Basel Museum. People already feared that the master's strength had waned, but in Venus Genetrix, which he completed in 1895, the colours glow with youthful radiance, the technique flows with fresh glaze. The Polyphemus of the following year is still a great achievement in composition and line. Again, the picture splits into two halves. On one side, the sea with Odysseus's companions, on the other, the massive rock formations with the wild, uncouth fellow. How gigantic the Cyclops appears, how dwarfish the people in the boat. Not only the scale of the figures causes this effect, but also the simple line construction that gradually rises toward the inhuman figure. When Böcklin in Prometheus wants to evoke an impression of grandeur, he lets the picture edge cut just above the figure. Here he uses an even stronger method. He lets the picture edge cut off a part of the figure, the upper arm. Böcklin had used tight framing before to evoke power and majesty, for example in Cleopatra, Deianira and Nessus, begun in Florence. With fine intuition, Böcklin avoided depicting Polyphemus with a single eye or, as artistic tradition had it, with 3 eyes. The brown, hairy face of the giant is turned into shadow so that imagination must complete the details. That Böcklin, with his sparse artistic means, was always the greater narrator, is shown by a comparison of his Odyssey pictures with those of Prella, where the excess of scenic elements causes the situation to evaporate. If the Polyphemus shows a noticeable colourfulness and harshness, the Hunt of Diana in its brown tone seems like a painting from his Dusseldorf period. But once again, older tones are struck. We recognise the hand that created the centaur battle. In Nessus and Deianira, elemental forces struggle once more. The beauty of the silhouette is still preserved, and the old forest magic still exerts its effect. Pan and the Dryads recalls, in its composition, the magnificent spring evening of the Florentine heyday. It is a fate of both people and artists that their weaknesses become more noticeable in old age. Draftsmanship of figures was never Böcklin's strong point. This deficiency is especially noticeable in the triptych See, Songs Resound in the Grove. The central panel, with its ivy-covered corner where Pan plays his flute, still has the gentle charm of such hidden forest spots. But what kind of Pan plays there? To the left, a whitewashed house with cheerful flower pots. Doves circle around it. A smiling girl leans out, and a yearning neighbour bends toward her. As a counterpart in the right wing, the loving couple in the smallest of huts. But the hut is so small that, to fit the people inside, the artist gives them a dwarfish appearance. Again here, as in Venus Genetrix, the juxtaposition of a timeless god with modern humans. One step further in the direction of spatial art is taken in this painting with the frame. Not only colourful stones, but even the poet's words themselves are used as decorative arabesques to structure and enliven the golden surface. And just as the ear of the aging master still clearly hears the delicate voices in field and grove, so too does the aging hand still exercise image effect firmly and surely. The little plank that lays across the ditch, the flower-laden window, they guide the eye into depth. The brightly lit side panels masterfully enhance the charm of the shady forest darkness. The grand sweep of composition and creative power still pervades the artist's last creations. These are not cheerful themes he sets himself. Even the titles hint at heavy content: war, plague, melancholy. These are motifs from his youth to which he returns. Once more Holbein, once more Dürer enters the master's circle of thought. He, who once painted the Ride of Death, who painted the settling death, had forgotten the native powers in the flutes of Pan, the singing of the sirens and the battle cries of the centaurs. Now, from the shaft of memory, rise the figures of Germanic origin. In the smaller painting War, or the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, 4 destroyers still hover over a southern city. Destruction hurls its torch into it. Smoke and clouds of fire rise and bathe the riders in a reddish glow. The horses storm wildly through the skies. Fear bulges their eyes, their nostrils flare. A ghastly neigh escapes their open mouths. They smell human blood. The second version of the painting is not only larger in size, but also greater in feeling. Here, there are only 3 riders racing over a medieval German city that lies in darkness below them. We know that Böcklin travelled to Nuremberg specifically to absorb the image of the city. With a steady hand, visible only in profile, destruction wields the hammer. Wildly exultant, vengeance. A half-naked woman shakes her serpent hair, rises in the saddle, and stretches her gaunt arms triumphantly into the air. In her, the Furies from the painting at Schack have been elevated to a figure of monumental significance. Death, a skeleton wearing a knightly doublet, leans from his horse and lowers the scythe over the city. The figures are clearly articulated here, whereas in the first version, the arrangement of the 4 figures on the 3 horses is unclear. The significantly larger proportions of the riders in the second painting increase the impression of power. They rush so close above the houses that it seems as if the hooves of the horses will soon trample the human settlement. Above all, it is the contrasting movement of the figures that gives the painting its tremendous visual impact. The first idea for the painting Plague is likely found in the 5 sketches for a cholera painting from the 1870s. Here, the form of the Plague's figure is already established, one that reappears in the Plague painting, a kind of half-skeleton riding a dragon-like beast with bat wings, scythe in hand. The basic arrangement is also found in the sketches. Above, the large figure of the Plague, cutting through the picture with the outstretched wings of its dragon mount. Below, the fallen creatures poisoned by the toxic breath from its gaping jaws. The painting itself shows a street, painted with full mastery of spatial depth. The massive silhouette of the Plague, whose dark wings are even cut off by the picture's edge, serves as a powerful contrast in both colour and mood to the bright street below. Every detail heightens the fantastic nature of the monster. Above its black and yellow striped neck, tufts of blue-green hair spread out, enhancing its eerie effect. From its open mouth, the poisonous breath streams forth. Whoever it touches falls. Gradually, everything becomes quiet and lifeless. One feels how the breath of the Plague has swept away blooming life. Only here and there a few figures remain, staggering against the wall or lying in deathly paralysis on the ground. In the middle ground left, an altar to the Virgin, where an old beggar threatens to collapse. At the very front of the image, dying youth, a female figure in white robes. A radiant red envelops the figure, which bends in soul-wrenching death agony over the Virgin. For formal reasons, Böcklin here again breaks with a 1,000-year-old tradition. He does not depict the usual completely fleshless skeleton, but a figure that, though it shows empty eye sockets and grinning teeth, appears more organic through slight flesh covering and ears. Examples of this type of depiction have survived from antiquity. It is very possible that Böcklin personally saw some of these remains, such as the skulls at the graves of Pozzuoli. The last painting to leave Böcklin's studio, Melancholy, was created in the 1880s. The intensification of colour effects is a work of his final period. The red trees, which today provoke hasty criticism from art connoisseurs, were then still a modest brown. The way the painting lets the background recede through sharp contrasts and a dark silhouette shows a kinship with Plague. What the outstretched figure of the dragon does to the street in that painting, the dark figure of Melancholy does to the landscape here. On a marble bench, lightly propped with her hand, sits the mighty female figure. A deep blue cloak patterned with dark purple wraps her limbs. She turns her back to the colourful landscape. Her left hand holds a black mirror, in which the colourful tones of nature turn to pale grey. Behind her, a white paved path runs horizontally. Further into the depth, a colourful image of a southern autumn landscape unfolds, enlivened by red rider figures. In the far background, pale tree trunks rise into the air. The master's skill in organising the image's spatial planes and in subduing even the brightest tones, like the red of the riders, remains entirely unbroken. Böcklin often exaggerated the colours of landscapes for decorative and, as here, symbolic purposes. No autumn trees are as red as this. Only someone who sees the essence of art in a botanical textbook would find fault with it. The decorative intention is also clearly expressed in another feature. Melancholy is written in large Roman letters in the bright sky above the painting. With Böcklin, one never speaks of whim, always of artistic intention. The desire to explain the image through the title cannot have been the goal. Nowhere else is an allegory so intelligibly expressed by purely painterly means. Even Schick's notes mention the care with which the artist chose the location and colour of his signature. Everything is a significant decorative element to the painter. In the 1870s, he developed the habit of occasionally incorporating the title of his allegorical figures into the image as decoration. For example, in Clio in the noun Semni. Much more strongly, the name acts as a space-filling element already in Veritas, and quite conspicuously as ornament in Poverty and Worry, where the artist also places his name and the year in the centre of the painting. 1890. Historically, the inscription of pictures goes back to the wall paintings of Pompeii, but this characteristic too sprang solely from a sense of space. The sky in Melancholy appeared too bare, too pale. The deep blue of the letters serves to break up the surface. Those who seek historical comparisons should be reminded of Dürer's woodcut, where the bat with the inscription Melancholia flutters away. It is hardly possible today to present a firm, defined picture of Böcklin's final creative period. We are too close. Perhaps one can characterize the retreat of the landscape, a predominance of allegorical and idea painting in content, and the emergence of multi-part pictures in form as the last stage of his development. Its beginning might be placed in his final years in Zürich. If we now sometimes feel a slight weariness of the hand, we recall Mendelsohn's remark, "Great artists must first paint bad pictures so that people recognize what they have in them." Thus, even a lesser picture still bears witness to Böcklin's creative drive, to his artistic intent. Chapter 16. Religious Paintings. A break with tradition in the portrayal of secular subjects was mildly described as an artistic aberration, but a step beyond the beaten path in the treatment of religious themes was always considered a moral offence. Such was the fate of Böcklin, and later of Klinger. Böcklin is too much of a pagan not to lapse into an Antigone-like pathos when depicting religious subjects. It was still said in a commemorative publication on his 70th birthday. Not that Böcklin's religious paintings contained a different kind of art than his other works. Even in them, one can clearly trace the stages of his overall development. The colourless period of the 1860s and the influences of the Italian Renaissance are represented by Magdalena's Grief at the Body of Christ, 1868. The colour concept of the painting rests entirely on the contrast between the black veil and the white marble. Apart from that, only the golden, flowing hair adds any tone. The arrangement of the figures in a niche, the restrained way in which Magdalena expresses her sorrow, the well-ordered folds in which the veil flows down, all of it, like the Basel frescoes, points to how distinctly the Cinquecento spoke to Böcklin. The painting is composed in the form of a predella. Because of this, the upper section of the painting cuts off part of Magdalena's head. Böcklin completed the Magdalena in 2.5 months and received 8,000 francs from the Basel Museum for it. The artist was particularly interested in capturing the expression of sobbing. To find a model for this, respectable Basel was the least suitable place in the world. Once he believed he had found a waitress with beautiful blonde hair, another time a model for the face and neck. In the end, he had to paint everything from memory, even studying sobbing in the mirror on himself. For the Body of Christ, he later made a charcoal study in the morgue of a suicide who had been pulled from the Rhine. Böcklin later regretted having cut off the feet just below the knees. In striving for expression and feeling, he said, he had lost sight of the decorative. The Basel Pietà is Böcklin's first religious painting. The idea for it had already come to him in 1866 in Rome, inspired by the sounds of Allegri's Miserere and the impressions of funerary displays in churches. Already on August 23, 1866, Schick reported a draft of a Pietà on bluish paper. The image was to be developed from the battle of fading daylight with candlelight. The painterly contrast between the red flame and the corpse-coloured body fascinated Böcklin. What hovered before him as an impression was the mournful peace in the features of a noble dead man. This draft was never executed. While Böcklin was painting the image, there were all sorts of disagreements between him and Jacob Burckhardt. Burckhardt wanted to make concessions to art and soften the harshness. Eventually, Böcklin partially yielded to the scholar's view during execution. At Burckhardt's suggestion, he altered the figure of Christ, which had originally been rendered completely stiff, the head turned upward in rigid profile. When Böcklin soon afterward came to know Grunewald's altarpiece in Colmar, he regretted having allowed himself to be influenced. In the stark interpretation of the Alemannic master, he encountered a kindred spirit. 10 years later, in the Descent from the Cross, he reached out across the centuries to the master of Colmar. In Basel, the painting was received with great acclaim. They are said to have taken in 1,000 francs in admission fees, and the newspapers reportedly printed poems about it. The figure of Magdalena continued to occupy Böcklin in many individual depictions, in which grief is expressed much more powerfully than in the larger paintings. Much more realistic, more in the sense of Rubens, is the red-wept Magdalena in the possession of Mr. La Roche-Ringwald. Nobler and yet more dishevelled is the expressive head that still remains in the artist's possession. The step into colorism is marked by Böcklin's large Pietà in the Berlin National Gallery. Sharp contrasts, from the dullness of Mary's cloak to the bright red of the angel's garment. What a decorative leap compared to the Magdalena in Basel. 4 horizontal planes stacked on top of each other prepare the solemn mood. From the highest point of Mary's body, the line continues down to the angel's lowered hand. Thus, through line direction, an emotional path is created between the consoling angel and the collapsed Madonna. Here, too, in the fully veiled Mary, a new painterly motif has been created, much simpler and more heartfelt than in the figure of Magdalena. The poor placement the painting received at the Vienna exhibition and the scorn of the critics upset Böcklin so much that he temporarily used the painting as a room divider in his studio. His Florentine stay marks a clarification in his use of colour, a tendency toward the primitive. The limitation to a few deep colour masses is seen in the Pietà in Frankfurt am Main. Mary is conceived as a matron. Her expressive head, half covered by a black veil, leans against a white wall. In her arms rests the red-haired head of Christ, who entirely corresponds to the Jewish type. Behind them, a dark evening sky. Even sharper in characterization is the Pietà owned by Mr. Laroche-Ringwald. The expression is intensified through loving attention to detail. Mary is conceived not only as a matron, but as a wrinkled old woman. Her grey, thin hair strands hang wildly around her face, wet from weeping. What expression in the staring eyes and in the lips, which stretch toward the beloved dead one's head for a kiss. Not a hair, not a wrinkle is spared us. Once again, in the figures of this painting, an independent formation of characters, a departure from the mould. Added to that, as a new, modern element, the close, almost photographic viewpoint. Christ appears very large in proportion to Mary. Thus, once more, clueless critics found 1,000 reasons to denounce Böcklin as a hopeless realist. The artist encountered his greatest opposition with his large Descent from the Cross, a jewel of colour even in this classical period. The saturated colours are subdued like the mood. Wonderfully attuned to the greenish tone of the corpse is the deep green cloak of Joseph of Arimathea. Nicodemus, in a brown and yellow-striped garment, wraps the body in a burial shroud. From the despairing Magdalena flows a blue-green starry robe, while the consoling John is clad in reddish-brown. If one adds the green, flower-speckled grass, the blue-grey sky, the dark green cypresses in the background, and the shimmering white towers of Jerusalem in the distance, the power of the master is astounding. He fused all elements into a full and muted harmony. We know how much importance Böcklin placed on the physical preparation and acquisition of saturated colours. The deep reddish-brown of John's cloak, for instance, he extracted from a brick he had found himself in Porto Venere. The reason the Munich exhibition rejected the painting was the incredibly distorted body of Christ. Even in the composition, the painting falls into 2 parts. The group of Magdalena and John stands apart from the main action. Böcklin may have intended these figures as a counterbalance to the 2 elongated forms of the crucified. Colour magic and deep emotion expressed in all participants are probably the painting's dominant impression today. Most moving is the figure of Mary. Again, the matron who presses her wrinkled face into both hands in grief. Her evenly tilted head, seen full face, forms the climax of the movement. The sorrow in the drawn face of Joseph of Arimathea, showing the physical strain of carrying, the tense pain in the expression of Nicodemus, the despair of Mary Magdalene, whose consolation John cannot fully embrace because of his own grief. These are as many emotional degrees as they are individuals. Here again, the artist, as in the centaur battle, solved the mystery of representing a multitude with few figures. In these 5 people, one sees, as it were, the whole faithful community gathered around Christ. In the image section traversed by the figure of the crucified, Böcklin breaks with traditional conventions. Even in religious painting, as in landscape, he was a pioneer of a new pictorial vision. The true conclusion of his religious depictions, at the same time, the fulfillment of his vision for spatial art that the mature master had dreamed of, was something he would not realize. The frescoes for the Municipal Museum in Breslau. Of the planned paintings, as Chapter 13 reports, only the design for the first wall remained. What Böcklin carried within him in terms of large, monumental plans, he could only express through panel paintings. The altarpiece for Frau Marie Meyer is perhaps the highest expression of what Böcklin would have liked to declare in the wall paintings. At the same time, it is a valuable example of how Böcklin infused classical subjects with new life. First, in the use of colour and light, the most effective contrasts in the paintings. The central panel, from which little angels draw aside the dark green curtain, is completely filled with light. Mary, enthroned on clouds, is to appear as a heavenly apparition. She is entirely bathed in yellow light and appears almost transparent. The left panel, the Nativity. This darkness of the stable, illuminated only by the sparkling light emanating from the Christ child. On the right, the Lamentation, in a blue evening mood and glowing with vibrant colour. Above, the lunettes with the journey of the three wise men and the descent from the cross in the deepest, black-blue nocturnal atmosphere as a powerful conclusion. As in the colour, the contrasts are also carried out in the composition. Mary sits barely inclined, almost at a right angle on the throne. The Christ child rests completely upright in her lap. The two little angels also strive, despite their effective contrasting movement, for a vertical orientation. The strict line guidance corresponds to the majesty of the setting. On the left, the miracle, the radiant Saviour. All are lively, short-breathed lines. On the right, the sorrow. The figure of Magdalena, made the central bearer of the image with delicate feeling, dominates the space in a long, outstretched, yearning line. Gently, she tries to comfort Joseph of Arimathea. His form still faintly follows the passionate movement. In line, he forms the transition to the rigidly grieving, steeply upright Mary. The figure of the Madonna in the Nativity feels like a sister to Correggio's Mary in the Small Adoration in the Uffizi, but the comparison can only favour Böcklin. Correggio's face appears sweet and formulaic. Böcklin's Madonna, by contrast, is full of personal life. We feel how the miracle electrifies the surroundings. Mary with joyful delight, the little angels with curiosity and wonder. One puts his finger in his mouth, just like a joyfully startled child. Neumann has already pointed out how Böcklin reinterpreted everything personally, even in the lunettes. Not a conventional Christmas star, but a long-tailed comet lights the way for the three wise men. Thus the trunk of Böcklin's religious imagery swells, from the simple depiction of the Basel Magdalena into a tree full of dramatic weight in the Breslau designs. High above, in the crown, sway a few charming blossoms. Even in the scourging anchorite, the religious mood element is employed, developing there from the landscape itself. The same applies to the walk to Emmaus, while the rest on the flight into Egypt can hardly still be called a religious painting. The fiddling hermit in the Berlin National Gallery is saturated with the feeling of faith. Or should an analytic aesthetic classify it as a religious genre painting? Certainly something happens here, an event full of tender poetic invention. Gently the bow strokes the strings of the violin. Year in, year out, the old man has no dearer offering to make to the image of Mary than fresh flowers and pure tones. But not only the Queen of Heaven rejoices in the pious man, the sounds also attract other guests into the chapel. On rosy clouds, little angels float down. One claps his chubby baby hands with delight. A long-winged angel child has stood on tiptoe and peeks curiously through the door. From the event itself, the mood flows, tender and sacred, yet full of restrained joy. A mood like children feel when the Christmas tree is lit and the mother, before opening the door, softly sings Silent Night, Holy Night. When has Holy Scripture ever been interpreted as in God leads Adam into paradise? Here Böcklin struck a tone on religious ground that speaks to the people, a tone where a sacred event is not degraded by humour. Not Jehovah of the Old Testament stands before us, nor God the Father who sent the Redeemer, but rather the dear God, as the child and the common folk perceive him. A kind old king in star-spangled robes, who carefully cradles his freshly completed creature in his arm, almost as if he fears breaking it. With his hand he gestures toward the blossoming garden of paradise. He gives Adam sound advice. Adam's figure, too, is completely reimagined, not as the image of God, not as the forefather of a long-lived race, but as a lump of clay just newly shaped, heavy in limb, heavy in thought. He stands stiffly and looks at his creator with the questioning gaze of an infant. Urdi wants to bring the sacred closer to us by letting the miracle descend into the rooms of the weary and burdened of our time. Böcklin chooses the tone of fairy tale. The jester looks over his shoulder with kindly laughter as he paints the image, the same jester who dictated the household tales to the brothers Grimm. Chapter 17, Technique of the Panel Paintings. Böcklin completely abandoned oil painting in the modern sense, that is, painting in which oil is the principal binding medium of the colour, during the course of the 1870s. He himself called the Pietà in the Berlin National Gallery his last oil painting. Technical experimentation occupied his entire life. He not only studied the old texts on painting in depth, but followed with keen interest every new publication on the subject up to his death, especially through his friendship with Beiersdorfer, with whom he maintained continuous contact from 1871 to 1880 in Munich and Florence. He acquired an extensive knowledge of the recipes of the old masters. Even from the 1860s, we have detailed information on how highly Böcklin valued technical skill, as he conducted various experiments in both glue and wax painting. We know that he prepared the glue gesso ground himself, that he ground the colours even finer before use, because he claimed, "The finer a colour is ground, the less it will sink in, for the surface left behind after drying will be less rough." Böcklin viewed the sunken areas in his paintings under the microscope and found that this dullness of the surface was caused only by the fact that, after drying, the pigment particles stood on the surface like dust. We see him during his second stay in Rome engaged in various experiments to find a medium that would evenly smooth the surface. At one point he used wax dissolved in oil, another time copaiba balsam with whale brain fat, etc. Similarly diverse were the materials he used to prime the ground or as a painting medium: copal, copaiba, amber varnish, petroleum. Then again resins dissolved in oil, whiting with casein all played a role in these experiments. A precise listing of the various painting methods and the colours Böcklin used at that time is unnecessary, because the artist's views fluctuated greatly. Moreover, the paintings from those days have not all been well preserved. Even when well preserved, they often lack the distinct colour charm that radiates from the master's later works. As long as Böcklin used oil painting, he worked little with mixed colours, mostly with glazes. Before beginning work, he would tone his painting surface with umber or green earth. Then he modelled the picture using only white and umber. Later, green earth replaced umber. The shadows were often glazed with black, and the painting was then completed using coloured glazes. He consistently recommended toning the painting surface before beginning. With careful consideration of the base tone, one should try to paint the picture out of it. In the tone lies the mood of the picture. Therefore, one must hold fast to it with the greatest consistency and return to it again and again. From the start, he also strove to apply paint as thinly as possible. Thick painting is something crude, which always destroys all form and gentle appearance. One must define each tone on the surface softly and carefully. The remains of ancient painting that Böcklin encountered during his first visit to Naples inspired him to experiment with wax painting. The actual specimen of his encaustic painting remains the head of Sappho created around 1863. He found the inspiration for the type of the lesbian singer in the bust from the Villa Albani. The instructions were provided by the writings of ancient authors, e.g. Pliny. It is highly interesting how Böcklin cleverly inferred the use of resin in the old paintings, although it was not explicitly mentioned. He deduced it both from the frequent references to the use of costly resins in ancient texts and from the protection of Apelle's painting of Minerva from lightning, since resin is a poor conductor of electricity. Böcklin described in detail the process by which the Sappho painting was created, the colours of which were not only well preserved 5 years later, when Böcklin saw it again in 1868, but for almost 40 years. First, he melted resin, copal in essence, with the individual colours over a fire, then added wax that he had previously dissolved in some turpentine. The prepared colours were placed on a charcoal stove, and with a specially constructed heated painting iron, he applied the colours to the primed canvas. At first the colours sank and became dull, so he heated the back of the canvas over a charcoal fire until the wax melted through and impregnated the back of the painting. Through this heating, all the colours on the painting became fluid again and could be worked anew. He painted the hair only with a brush dipped in the turpentine diluted colour. This area too was fused into the painting through heating. Despite the successful result, Böcklin never returned to this technique because it offered him no particular advantages. A treatise by Didier on resins and glue inspired Böcklin's first villa by the sea, painted with frankincense and sandarac. As long as the, with resins and water-ground, colours are moist, they can be diluted at will with water. They can be used both for opaque painting and for glazes. When dry, the colour becomes hard as stone. The thicker one paints, the more the colour sinks in. Therefore, the picture is moistened again to bring out the colour. Through the moisture, the connection and harmony with the new colour layer is established. In a similar process, the head of a Roman and the portrait of Böcklin's wife in red were painted. As a constant guiding star in his technical experiments, Böcklin kept in mind the brilliance and durability of the works of the old Netherlandish school of painting. The effort to prevent the darkening of oil colours and to find a technique that allowed for the greatest dilution and most delicate paint application eventually led him, after many transitions, back to the tempera recipes of Theophilus Presbyter. Tempera has in common with oil painting its water insolubility and with watercolour painting the use of water for freely diluting the colours. Thus, it combines the advantages of both. The difficulty in its application lies in anticipating the effect, since the colours dry quite differently than they appear when wet. They attain their final character only after varnishing. According to Böcklin himself, the painting Roman Tavern in the Shad Gallery, 1865, was painted using the tempera instructions of Cennino Cennini. He added glycerin to the paint, following Passini's method, to prevent the paint from drying too quickly. This technique is not recommended, as Böcklin already referred to the picture as yellowed in 1868, and it is today in a very uneven state of coloration. In contrast, the tempera technique proved successful in the Villa by the Sea, 1868, at Schwarzenbach in Zürich, while Triton and Nereid, 1872, at Schack, lost its brilliance. In the following decades, Böcklin used the most diverse painting techniques. To list all the individual deviations would be almost impossible. One could nearly claim that hardly two paintings were made using the same method. From 1877 to 1887, he primarily used varnish colours, especially the so-called coach varnish, a mixture of linseed oil varnish and copal, 2313. Prometheus, the play of the waves, were painted with varnish colours. Flora crossing the meadow and Flora awakening the children were painted in tempera. For Vita Somnium Brava, varnish colour was mixed with petroleum. In Zurich, he then began experiments with the so-called emulsion, which initially were not always successful. At the end of the 1880s, Böcklin returned to the so-called lean tempera of Theophilus Presbyter. He continued painting with an emulsion until his death, except that he no longer prepared the mixture, copaiba and gum arabic himself, but had it made by a pharmacist. The darkest areas in the painting were completed with varnish, and the entire picture was finally covered with a mastic varnish. He had also long since abandoned the practice of toning the ground first, as he did in his Roman period. After sketching with charcoal, he began by considering form and lighting. On this underpainting, for which he typically used green earth, he would then lay out the painting evenly in colour. Both Cassian tempera and true tempera require careful preparation of the ground, as this contributes to the final image. In some cases, the white original tone of the chalk ground is used. In other cases, a general toning is applied to it. Böcklin often treated the white of the wood so gently that he used the white as paint material minimally, for example, in his self-portrait with wine glass. That Böcklin must have used the technique of Theophilus long before the 1880s is proven by a letter dated October 2, 1883, in which he refers to this method as his new, or rather old, painting method. By far the largest number of paintings from his later years were painted in this or a similar technique. Occasional exceptions may have occurred, and when Böcklin described The Adventurer, 1882, and Spring Awakening, 1880, as oil paintings to a student, or said to a friend, "Almost half of my paintings are painted in oil," he probably meant oil-based varnish painting in contrast to the egg gum technique of Theophilus. The letter, which is not only important evidence for the technique of the last decades, but also splendidly reveals the master's sound mind and concise striking style, reads, October 2nd, 1893. S. Terenzo, Gulf of Spezia, dear friend, regarding my new, rather old, painting method, I can only tell you that it follows the instructions of Theophilus Presbyter, who is said to have lived around the year 1000. Gum, cherry and egg white, which is whipped, are the binders, and resin, mastic, copal, with linseed oil is the varnish. Without a doubt, Holbein, Dürer, Pietro Perugino, and Raphael painted with this. It requires patience and attention to pursue this matter, for in the beginning it simply doesn't work, as all sorts of difficulties arise. Describing all these obstacles is completely useless. For example, no one can prime a panel with chalk and glue without the ground cracking immediately. What good is a written instruction then? Theophilus says, when mixing colours with gum, then mix in enough gum. But now you will ask, how much is enough? I answer, for this God has given you reason, and so on. How often I have had to think of these words, and how often must I repeat them when someone complains that this or that has gone wrong? I've been asked to publish my secret in writing by the editors of an art journal, but if only that were possible. The first consequence of such disclosure would be that I'd be cursed and damned by all painters who fall into the trap. This requires ongoing instruction, and therefore a school, i.e. students. Should you, contrary to expectation, crave further details, I am prepared to go into more depth. I should also mention that the brilliance of the colour comes from the fact that oil changes its volume very little and loses its transparency over time, whereas gum remains transparent, and since the volume of water evaporates while retaining binding strength, the colour particles mixed with it lie much closer together and are more visible on the surface. Try mixing a colour with gum and varnishing it, then another with oil, and over time the difference will become more apparent. Enough for today? Warm regards. Your A. Böcklin. The technique of a man whose art springs from within is never merely a product of practical considerations. Böcklin may well have come to the conviction through reason that this method of painting ensures the greatest durability. The colourist may have been seduced by the magic of the hues achievable through thin paint layers that allow the ground to shine through. But the inner reasons lie in the nature of his art. Böcklin does not aim to present an image of life, like the Impressionists, only an image. The motivation of others lies in sensual life. Böcklin seeks and sees his motives already with the imagination. And if the well-known phrase regarding the naturalist is «La nature vue à travers un tempérament», then for the idealist it must be «La nature vue à travers l'imagination d'un tempérament». Chapter 18, Böcklin, in the judgment of his contemporaries. Böcklin, like all pioneers of new movements, experienced a reversal in judgment. Manet's paintings had to be guarded against vandalism. Liebermann was called a smear painter for decades. The masses are creatures of habit. They can only be roused a short distance out of their inertia, never far. Thus, Böcklin had followers only as long as his work bore some connection to familiar art. It was for this Böcklin that Pecht became enthusiastic, and from this Böcklin that Schack bought. More than the opinion in Munich, Böcklin feared the venomous Berlin critics. Because of them, he chose to settle in Munich rather than Berlin in 1859. When Böcklin exhibited The Murder in the Palace Garden at the Berlin Artists' Association in 1860, only Ludwig Pietsch warmly supported the artist in the Spenersche Zeitung. A disparaging judgment of one of his paintings at home prompted him to turn his back on Basel, and in 1858 accept Wedekind's offer. It is noteworthy that the public and critics criticised in Böcklin's youthful works the very traits that were later reproached in the naturalists and impressionists, a lack of finish. In a letter to Jacob Burckhardt, the hastiness of the brush was criticised. Although the writer acknowledged the grand conception, he believed Böcklin ought to paint more carefully. Schack rejected the spring nymph as a failure, Böcklin already suspected it would be poorly received in Munich due to its lack of finish. He, Böcklin, painted only for the viewing distance one maintains from the picture. The word beauty has always been misused in art criticism. Menzel and the young school of naturalists were found lacking in beauty. Connoisseurs and critics levelled the same accusation at Böcklin. Jacob Burckhardt, in regard to the Basel Pietà, asked Böcklin to sweeten the harshness and make concessions to art. Pecht criticised the same picture for its overly naturalistic character. With the 1870s, precisely at the point when Böcklin was shaping the style of his second classical period, the critics began their lament. Complaints broke out against the painter of ugliness, the realist. Lines cut from the reviews could easily be mistaken for articles about Max Liebermann. Böcklin knows no other law in art than his bizarre will and delights only in the monstrously ugly. In his chase after novelty, he has brought us ugliness. Böcklin's pans are of selected ugliness, etc. Regarding Flora, today called a picture of grace, it was said in 1877, she, in her ungraceful form, already goes beyond the bounds of the possible. About the centaur fight, it was written, he confused the grand with the ugly. His lines are, I would say, of studied unloveliness. Amid this, a plaintive lament for the lost Böcklin. What a distance from the master's youth when the beautiful pan of the Munich Pinakothek was created. What is praised in Böcklin today was then held against him. Today he is celebrated as a personality, a pioneer. Then he was either a mentally unbalanced man or one seeking publicity. He knows no other ambition than to do everything differently, at any cost, from how others did it before him, and hopefully after him. When well-meaning but stern critics failed to bring the artist back from his errors and misguided paths, they became more insistent, speaking of a tendency toward the bizarre. They presumed a pathological disposition of the mind, which cannot find a way out of its feverish convulsions. Finally, they postured like a tragic Cassandra. The pitiable artist suffers from self-delusion. His excessive nature reminds one of Grab, who perished because he never learned to restrain himself. And to which painting was this fervent wailing directed? The Moorish riders in the Lucerne Museum, which today even the Philistine finds unremarkable. Back then, the critics understood the artist as little as we understand the critics today. About the self-portrait with the fiddling death, it was said, the artist has posed a riddle that a normally inclined mind cannot solve. Böcklin was a mystery to his era. Today, that era is a mystery to us. Justice resides in history, not in individual human lives, wrote Feuerbach. Böcklin, however, was fortunate to be removed from the stormy battle of opinions into the quiet realm of historical greatness while still alive. Even as the critics wrung their hands over the artist in Florence, surrounded by a host of flatterers, surrendering to a pitiable self-deception, a transformation was slowly beginning. Here and there, the press began to take up Böcklin's cause. Warm support from Guido Hauck was reported. A different prophecy than that of the artist's downfall would quickly come true. Later, once it is understood that Böcklin, like any other creative mind, created from the spirit of his time, his place will be acknowledged, and even his wildest works will seem no stranger to the family mindset of those who will form the dominant generation than other works once dismissed as madness. Deutsche Rundschau, 1883. The exhibitions of the 1880s at Görlitz contributed significantly to accustoming the curious public to engaging with Böcklin's art. But the major transformation came from within. People were oversaturated with pale plein air with all its earthy scent. The world thirsted for colour, for fantasy. With the Munich exhibition of 1890, naturalism began to lose its dominant position. The general public first took to Böcklin and to modern art as a whole after the publication of Mother's History of Painting in 1894. Böcklin's full historical significance was revealed to a wider audience only through the Böcklin exhibitions. For Muther, Böcklin was merely the greatest landscape painter of the 19th century, the painter of moods, the poet. Only since 1897 have voices grown louder that see in him also the creator of spatial style. In foreign publics, Böcklin is scarcely known, hardly recognized by foreign artists. Meunier's shrugging judgment as peinture littéraire was already mentioned. Lava had no idea of Böcklin's existence until a few years ago. Among the older generation, Böcklin, during his Roman period, had contact with Leighton, who took great interest in Böcklin's technical experiments. Foreign press only recently began to engage more thoroughly with Böcklin. The Gazette des Beaux-Arts, in its earlier volumes, occasionally mentioned him. Only the review of Spring Nymph is noteworthy. While Schack and his advisers, while the Munich public condemned the painting, a light of understanding for Böcklin's artistic intent flashed in a French reviewer. Remarkably, his words align closely with Böcklin's own explanation. Mr. Böcklin wished to represent the eternal contrast between ugliness and beauty. In this review is found, for the first time, full understanding that a fairy tale painting can be painted under different conditions than a depiction of everyday life. Most of the foreign articles rely too heavily on German sources to be considered independent national opinions on Böcklin. Still, the fact remains that today he is counted among the leaders of German art even abroad. He, Böcklin, and Menzel are indisputably the two most famous painters of Germany today. Studio, 1896. At the beginning of the 1880s, he was already called a genius in France. Il n'y a qu'un Böcklin au monde, et c'est pour être appliqué à de pareilles unités que le mot génie existe. Mazilière also called him le plus grand des symbolistes allemands, and de tous les maîtres le plus personnel. In a more French spirit, an article in Le Temps reviewed the 1897 Basel exhibition. Böcklin's creative force in shaping nature beings is unreservedly acknowledged, and his technical mastery warmly praised. But to an eye accustomed to the delicate figures and tonal harmonies of Whistler and Amandine, Böcklin's colours seem crude, his female figures tasteless. A sense of Böcklin's historical importance is beginning to dawn in France. He is compared to Moreau at one point, to Puvis de Chavannes at another. Scandinavia has engaged thoroughly with Böcklin. Emil Hanover tried to outline Böcklin's art historical lineage in a very cool article. He accused him of boundless self-overestimation. The Swede Ola Hansson, with his article on Böcklin, hardly fits here. But as a curiosity illustrating the varying views of Böcklin's emotional content among contemporaries, it's worth noting. Böcklin is the bearer of the sensation of pleasure among the spiritually productive of our time. In contrast, Hermann Grimm, Böcklin's innermost mood is dissatisfaction, sorrow, not for what is lost, but for what is unattainable. Sweden's art view is so strongly influenced by France that Levertin's comprehensive article may well represent both countries. Böcklin's art lacks nobility. Had Levertin instead written elegance, he would have pinpointed the trait that distinguishes Böcklin's art from that of England and France. In terms of colour, Böcklin is, according to Levertin, a great but plebeian colourist. He lacks intellectual life. It is as if Böcklin never moves beyond the zoological types of the human race, male and female. At the same time, however, Levertin gives warm recognition to Böcklin's feeling for nature and his cosmic humour. The nymphs, tritons and dragons seem to belong in the landscape just as much as the vegetation belongs to a particular terrain. Böcklin, like Faust, has stood in the underground workshop where the fates continue weaving the great picture of life. It is the primal forces and instincts that Böcklin sought to depict, and has done so more perfectly than anyone else. Böcklin's fate in his homeland has been told, and if the Basler Nachrichten remained silent on the frescoes, it was because plans were afoot to chip them off the walls. Zürich didn't buy its first Böcklin painting until 1885. In French-speaking Switzerland, Böcklin was completely unknown until recently. Even Keller was initially alien to Böcklin's art. It wasn't until the early 1880s that he became a warm admirer of the artist. Stauffer, who belongs to the younger generation, once compared Böcklin to Courbet. Although they are quite dissimilar in painting, they share the same disregard for insignificant details and the same fabulous talent. Where Stauffer gives no name, Böcklin certainly hovered before him. These are the words I placed at the beginning of this book, words that offer the most striking expression of Böcklin's esteem among his contemporaries. I consider the finest artist to be the one whose works lift me most beyond myself and leave me with the greatest sense of mood. Chapter 19. At the end, death. Böcklin as a man, his versatile talent. A wall overgrown with dog roses borders the road that gently ascends from Florence to Fiesole. There, halfway to the birthplace of the pious Fra Angelico, an international suburban settlement has sprung up around the former monastery of San Domenico. Here the restless artist had found a permanent place. Here he had established his retirement home. From here, the old man was laid to final rest. January 16th, 1901, released the master from the sufferings of his final years. Repeated strokes had for years partially paralysed his speech and legs. A bout of pneumonia hastened his end. While in the places that once harshly slandered him, preparations were being made for pompous Böcklin celebrations, a small procession of mourners followed the coffin of the great deceased down the country road from San Domenico. Flowers and music accompanied him, symbols of what he loved and painted. A group of country folk and children sadly followed behind. The soul of the common people and of children has a fine sense for true goodness, for genuine feeling. Böcklin was buried on January 18th at the Campo Santo degli Allori near the Porta Romana. Only the preacher delivered the funeral oration. No friend, no fellow painter spoke at his grave. At the Campo Santo degli Allori, years earlier, had come to rest the heart of a young, passionate artist, Böcklin's great Swiss comrade. German art sadly veils its head as it passes the neglected grave of Stauffer Bern. Surrounded by the care of his energetic wife, in the closest companionship with children and grandchildren, the master's final years passed. In Fiesole itself lived the sculptor Peter Bruckmann, husband of Böcklin's eldest daughter Elara. Besides his own works, the artist is also known through creations developed under Böcklin's influence, such as the famous Frog King and the head of the Gorgon. Until early 1900, the eldest son, the painter and former architect Carlo, shared the parental home. He was the master's right hand in all practical matters, even after leading his young wife to their own hearth, a few steps away from the parental house. Angelica, Böcklin's younger daughter, was married in Romania but often visited with her children. Felice, the youngest son, is a dentist in Vienna. It is a thriving, beautiful lineage that remained to the couple in these children, who surrounded the aged master as lovely grandchildren. After hard struggle for daily bread, and even harder struggle for recognition of his art, old age brought Böcklin the fulfillment of all the youthful dreams that had once hovered before him. He did not have to count on posthumous fame like Anselm Feuerbach. His contemporaries crowned him with the full laurel wreath. Böcklin's house stood in a well-kept garden built in terraces. A heady fragrance rose from the magnolias. Silvery shimmered the olive trees, and among them solemnly rose the dark cypresses. The fountain murmured softly. Under shady pergolas glimmered the cool marble head of an antique statue. Among laurel bushes bloomed smiling roses, and down the slope hung the enticing heavy bunches of Chianti grapes. Böcklin not only met his own needs from the garden's yield. Even if the flowers served only to decorate his own table or to bid farewell to friends, the oil of the olives, the juice of his grapes, travelled, like his paintings, to distant lands. Böcklin's studio was separate from the living quarters, in a second building which, aside from the studio of his son Carlo next door, contained only utility rooms. A large, undecorated ground-floor room, lit by a single window. That was the sanctuary. No Persian carpets, no bearskin rugs on the floor. No antiques or Art Nouveau ornaments on the walls. It was meant to be only what it was, a workspace. The walls were divided into black fields bordered by green stripes to reduce strong reflections. Only the wall near the entrance was tinted yellow to capture brighter light. Aside from a comfortable leather sofa, a small mahogany glass cabinet was the only furniture. It held many bottles of powdered pigments, which Böcklin used for his tempera paintings. Even in old age, Böcklin was a striking figure. His broad bull neck bowed little under the weight of years and suffering. One could still glimpse the former strength of manhood, once a master of all physical exercises, and he was proud of his strength. In Zürich, he once made himself a place at the front of an overcrowded concert hall, thanks to his muscular power. Pleased, he looked over the crowd, then asked aloud his companion, the art dealer Gerlit, whether he thought he could still take on that strong policeman over there. In the mid-1850s, Böcklin was still so vigorous that he felt sure he could paint for 8 hours straight, not just comfortably at the easel, but on a high scaffold, painting a tiring fresco. A pair of clear and kind blue eyes still shone from the furrowed face to the end. Böcklin had a peculiarity of the Germanic race, the disappearance of the upper eyelid. Full grey hair and beard framed the well-shaped head. A vivid image of the master in old age is the well-known bust by Hildebrandt, which also faithfully renders the irregularity of his face. The left eye is smaller than the right. True, his gait became dragging from illness, his speech hard to understand for strangers, but up to the end, the master had a witty or kind word on his tongue. Everyone who met him took home a striking remark or a vivid anecdote. Clear and transparent like Böcklin's eyes is his character, his life, not a dark spot. He always followed the straight path in life and art, never betraying his convictions for external gain, not even in the bitterest need. Once, the sale of a landscape depended only on Böcklin's agreement to remove a small, scantily clad figure, a nymph or Diana, from it. Böcklin dismissed the buyer, a wealthy manufacturer named Hermann from Hanover, and continued to go hungry. Creation mattered more to him than success. His artistic conscience he held higher than the cry of the crowd. Böcklin's character often displayed the traits of a Swiss: uprightness, diligence, and modesty. Risotto, cheap wine, and the lowest-grade cigars sufficed for his bodily contentment. Böcklin's iron diligence knew no bounds. In times of worry and petty troubles, he sought relief and distraction in work. Once, his wife found him unconscious at the easel. In painting, brushing is secondary. The mental engagement is everything. Often Böcklin would stand for hours before his painting, lost in contemplation. This dreamlike immersion in his work was already noted by Schack. Just as Böcklin's inner being was clear and ordered, he kept his outward self meticulously tidy, even in the saddest times. A paint stain on his smock no more revealed the painter than his simple, unassuming manner did the artist. He was not one of those people who always let a bit of laurel peep out of their coat pocket. No trace of pretension, no grandiosity, pure essence in an unadorned shell. Thus, Böcklin is not only the great visual artist, but also the commanding great man. As an artist, a romantic; as a man, a good and honest soul. That's what he already was as a youth. He loved and immediately thought of marriage. He was engaged to Louise Schmidt. When the beautiful Miss Schermar treated him coolly, he became engaged for a single day to a simple Swiss girl. After realizing his mistake, he did not waste time on flirtations, but married straight away. His family life was impeccable. To his wife, he was a loving husband, to his children, a tender father. Even today, among his descendants in South America, keepsakes survive from the time when he lovingly sketched for his nursery. How deeply Böcklin concerned himself with the education of his children is eloquently shown by his letters. What he was as a friend is attested by his devoted love for Gottfried Keller, by his close relationships with kindred spirits like Rector Burkhardt and Dr. Beiersdorfer. Iron resolve in great matters, a bit of stubbornness in small ones, these too may be part of his Swiss heritage. Only the practical sense of the Swiss left no trace in Böcklin, so that a friend once said of him, "As far as money is concerned, he's colour-blind." Genius is versatile. Narrowness suits only clever mediocrities. Böcklin, too, was a mind of universal talent. As single-minded in his approach to art as any genius, he was as broadly gifted for art as one. The artist, who always emphasized the decorative in painting, also occasionally created purely decorative works. The frame of his pan-painting in the Pinakothek was modelled by himself. The Pompeian loggia of his villa was painted by him. Above all, his complete mastery in this area is shown in the design for a stained glass window, from which the painting flora later emerged. With the finest calculation of spatial effect, a much deeper horizon is chosen here than in a panel painting. The painter and sculptor Böcklin not only had a sense and appreciation for other arts, as a skilled amateur he practiced music himself. His biography tells of the singing quartet in Rome, in which Böcklin was the bass. Basel still speaks of the flute serenade he once played for his fiancée. He also played the harmonium, not masterfully but with great feeling. From time to time, he even composed a pleasant melody, like the song reproduced here. In music, as in painting, he preferred classical masters. He played Haydn, Gluck and Bach with particular fondness. He never formed a close relationship with Wagner, even though they had personal contact. In the 1880s, Wagner considered having stage designs created by Böcklin. For the painter whose realm was fantasy, poetry had to be a faithful companion. Homer and Ariosto could still be found on his reading table up to the end, alongside Hasey, a dear old friend. His fine feeling for language guarantees that he also had formal appreciation for the poetic art. Not only did he express himself fluently and forcefully in speech, but he also wrote concise, clear and vivid letters. Sometimes he even amused himself with verse, such as in the poem relayed to us by Ostini. A lady, one of those who believe that a painter can illustrate any poetic subject, once asked Böcklin to capture a small personal experience of hers in a painting. Near the Via Appia, she had encountered a funeral procession, only 2 children accompanying the coffin. Böcklin refused the commission outright. He said it was a subject for a poet, not a painter. The next day, however, he brought her the following verses. At dusk I returned to the city, leaving behind on the Via Appia the crumbling graves which silently gaze heavenward. How many generations lie rotting there? How much sorrow may be buried there? Who knows? It has passed away thousands of years ago. Then came a monotonous chant. A monk carried a small child's coffin. A priest sang a sorrowful requiem. Following him came a little pair who could hardly keep pace, siblings of the dead child. Their father dead, the mother in hospital, they all alone. Misfortune is mankind's lasting fate. Who walks through life without sorrow? Patience. Your turn will come as well. It has been thus for thousands of years. Böcklin has been compared with Leonardo, not only for their artistic versatility, but also for their aptitude in natural science. Both share a common root, a sense for the typical. From that sprung Leonardo's studies and Böcklin's masks on the Kunsthalle. Böcklin possessed a photographic memory for nature. He retained every single observation. He could not only depict nature vividly with brush and colour, but also describe it with equal clarity in words. One of his friends, a botanist, once said that most professionals could not explain the differences in the venation of the oleander and the laurel. Böcklin immediately explained the subtle distinctions between the leaves. On another walk, he described the various alpine plants so precisely that his companion declared Böcklin could have been a great natural scientist. His animal depictions too, like the unicorn in Silence in the Forest or the lindworm in Rocky Gorge at Shack Gallery, are of compelling credibility. Especially interesting is the dragon for its instinctive biological plausibility. Its overall bodily structure shows remarkable similarity to the later reconstruction of the Brontosaurus excelsus skeleton from the Upper Jurassic of Wyoming by Marsh. Cf. K. V. Zittel, Handbook of Paleontology, Vol. 3, 1887-90. From the safe harbour of a comfortable bourgeois existence, the old man could enjoy his fame. True, his art brought wealth not to himself, but to others, but it gave him a carefree life. The modest man asked for no more. As he rested in the evenings on the small Pompeian loggia of his villa, looking out over the gentle hills of Tuscany, its quiet villas and proud cypresses, here was his kingdom. Far below lay the towers of Florence. Great names, great times echoed upward. To capture the emotional essence of a great past in a painting, that too is the act of a sovereign. It is a simple bourgeois home that we enter. Carlo, the former architect, had rebuilt the small one-story villa. Almost the only decoration were the artist's own works on the walls, and plain as the house was, the spirit of its inhabitants. To protect the old man from unwanted visitors, the family had built a sort of barrier between him and the intrusive world, which gave Villa Böcklin a mythical reputation for being inaccessible. But for those whom the old, friendly gardener opened the gate, who had once shaken hands with the man who founded this house, those knew that here lived not only a great artist, but also a good human being. Chapter 20. Böcklin's Artistic Significance. Our era has rightly been called the scientific one, but the previous could just as well be called the philosophical. The visual arts are a faithful mirror of general development. The prescriptions of learned aestheticians are being cast off. Like a natural scientist with a sharp, unbiased eye, the artist sets out on a path of discovery, and he discovers modern life. he discovers around him, air and light. But the artist discovers as an artist, not as a scholar. The layer of air in between becomes a harmony of tones. Candlelight and dim daylight become painterly contrasts. The name of the pioneer Menzel is followed by many, a few great discoverers and many small finders. The realm of contemporary life seems exhausted. One saw the noble lady walking in sunshine and the courtesan at dawn. The doctor operated in the pale daylight of the hospital window, and at dusk a beggar staggered through the dunes. Slowly, from all the hustle and bustle of modern humanity, a need emerges for calm and inner reflection. As if after all the conquests and discoveries a pause were necessary, a distinctly lyrical element enters the final stretch of the closing century. Instead of historical novels, instead of social tableau, lyricism in literature, novellas of mood. The discoverer of mood and simplicity in painting of modern life for Germany is called Max Liebermann. And how does Böcklin relate to these discoverers? Certainly, at first he too followed the silver shimmer, the dancing flecks of sunlight of the new revelation. Only gradually did his art transform. Later he never concealed his displeasure with pleasure painting, and in Menzel he saw only the great scholar. In Böcklin, the law of contrast movement in history repeats itself. Just as Romanticism followed Classicism at the beginning of the century, just as the colourful splendour of the South followed the pale mist of Holland, just as sirens followed the shrimp fishers. Böcklin represents the condensation and anticipation of all artistic efforts of the past decade. The element of mood, the animation of nature, which leads to pantheism. From the villa to the sea, it spreads across the Isle of the Dead, walks through the sacred grove, laughs from springtime images, and giggles from roaring waves. In terms of colour, Böcklin anticipated the current movement long ago. It was especially his colours that were accused of arbitrariness and unnaturalness. Only the emergence of shadows, and even more so the luminous Scandinavian paintings, made the eye receptive to Böcklin. Simplicity is now the order of the day. Previously, it was the Meiningers with historical pomp. Today it is plain, the Dews. Even in drama, there are tendencies toward unity of time and place. So with Gerhard Hauptmann in Ibsen's Gabriel Borkman. Böcklin fulfilled this demand a decade earlier in Odysseus and Calypso. Archaism is a particular hallmark of contemporary painting. At the forefront of this movement stands the prominent stylist Stuck. Hans Thoma has immersed himself entirely in the times of Cranach and Dürer. Since the international exhibitions brought us the English pre-Raphaelites, more and more borrowings have been made from the primitives in Germany. Böcklin too anticipated this movement. Just as he reached back to the sharply outlined luminous colour, so did he also draw on the style of the old masters in his painterly expression, not to create a romantically antiquated mood element, but with deliberate intent, for formal effect, for the shaping of space. Böcklin founded a school, though not strictly among his direct students. His son Carlo, the engravers Lansinger and Welty, Hans Sandreuter, prize work, whom we know favourably from exhibitions, worked under his guidance. Most then went their own ways, but those who felt the breath of his spirit were not his formal students. Foremost among them is the greatest, Klinger. He too begins with the spatial foundation of Marais, but even more than Böcklin, he follows the principle of the decorative. He incorporates the frame into the artwork, as a transition into space. Klinger is not as popular as Böcklin, for his paintings lack striking technique. But in his etchings there is a power of form, a sense of tact and design, far beyond Böcklin. Stuck with his great decorative skill, and Ludwig von Hoffmann's spatially conceived colour dreams are unthinkable without Böcklin. Who could name them all, those to whom Böcklin gave the courage to give colourful form to a fairy tale world? Even the questions raised by Böcklin's unique character became fruitful for the younger generation of artists. They forced painters to reconsider their own art. Böcklin's value lies not in imitation or surpassing of old models. His immense memory retained not only the real but also the painted world. In many of his creations we find echoes, not of one master or school, but of many. We know from his own mouth how strongly Raphael and antiquity influenced him, what an impression Grunewald's altarpiece made on him. Painting and poetry is unthinkable without Titian's sacred and profane love, and without Rubens, a large part of his oeuvre would fall away. The battle on the bridge and Rubens' battle of the Amazons are prime examples. The early impressions from his visits to the Louvre in Antwerp and Brussels had a strong effect on Böcklin's receptive mind, especially since a common foundation marks both men, a robust, cheerful joy in the sensual in struggle and passion. In his preference for Rubens, Böcklin even once went so far as to call Titian, by comparison in his depictions of women, a night watchman. Titian offered only graceful charm, Rubens, bubbling life. Even Böcklin's ideal of womanhood is borrowed neither from the angular figures of the German and Flemish masters of the 15th century, nor from the slender, serpentine forms of Botticelli's beings. His figures, in their fleshy fullness, go beyond even the Renaissance ideal. And he gave words to this joy in the plump. There is something utterly magnificent in women who have grown somewhat fat, to see the grandeur and simplicity of the rounded forms, which only barely hint at bones and muscles in a few places. We must not measure Böcklin's kindred creations by the yardstick of centuries, or by the life's work of a Titian, Rubens, or Raphael. That scale would be wrong, for it would apply only to similar works. Böcklin's worth lies in what is his own. We celebrate in him Germany's greatest painter of mood. What the Pre-Raphaelites achieved for England, what Puvis de Chavannes and Gustave Moreau accomplished for France, Böcklin did for Germany, the reconquest of an ideal painting based on painterly foundations. In the French and English, colour always harmonizes. Line closure and sense of style are less disturbed. For that, Böcklin is the greater experimenter. No one worked with such an unbroken scale. No one invented such sensually vivid types. Böcklin's creative domain is broader. No wonder if he sometimes struck wide. Despite the levelling influence of the international flood of art, there remains in him a good portion of Alemannic distinctiveness, not smothered by the sense of style of Italian models. Thus, Böcklin forms the keystone in the development of 19th century painting. He fulfills the longing for colour. He satisfies the need for fantasy. Not only as a bearer of a cultural historical movement did he become a leader into the new century. The youth of the art world looks up to him as a master of technique, a guide for grand spatial style. Böcklin long ago solved on his own all the questions that the last decades posed as problems. What the waves washed to us from the coasts of Scotland and Scandinavia as colorism, what pleasure whispered to us from Japanese fans. The importance of a decorative style, Böcklin possessed both. From the Netherlanders of the 15th century he learned the secrets of colour. In Pompeii and in the stanza he listened to the doctrine of style. Beyond the Channel, beyond the Vosges, the same need exists for a grand, spatial art. If Raphael were to paint the Parnassus of our day, where the kindred spirits of all nations wandered, Puvis de Chavannes and Watts would walk side by side with Böcklin. Appendix. Letter to the director of the Silesian Museum in Breslau. See Berg P. 174 and the facsimile at the front. Florence, December 16, 1881. Most esteemed Director, unfortunately, various matters have prevented me from responding to your valued letter of November 29th immediately. However, I hope to share my thoughts on your proposals before any ministerial decision is made, since you mentioned that such a decision is likely expected in the first quarter of 1882. Regarding the first proposal, to create a large wall surface by removing the half columns and then painting a correspondingly large picture on it, I must honestly admit from the outset that I am not equal to this task for technical reasons. Such an accomplishment may have been possible in Raphael's time, when nearly all manual work was done by skilled students. But today, please consider that I stand completely alone before this enormous surface, and instead of being able to harmonize the entire piece wet on wet, I would have to compose it square metre by square metre. In such a manner, a cohesive whole can never arise. The size of the painting surface is already considerable enough that all endurance is necessary to master it. If I didn't know that I could work for 8 hours without interruption, I would not even dare to undertake this project. Here, I must add a few clarifying remarks about my fresco technique to support my assertion. Perugino and his successors, as you know, applied about a 1-inch thick layer of mortar over the old plaster, roughly 2 meters wide, and then had it painted in a single day after cartoons by 2 or even 3 students. If the painting was large, they proceeded in the same manner at another section. Once the entire surface was painted, it was retouched with tempera made of egg or milk, which gave the colours a very saturated appearance and a pleasant gloss, though admittedly that often faded over time. This form of painting has remained largely the same to this day, except that our more recent fresco painters scorn retouching as dishonest fakery. The frescoes of Cornelius and others look so lifeless that there is probably hardly a person in Germany today who is enthusiastic about such painting. It has rightly fallen into disrepute because people, aware of their own inadequacies, no longer painted for the eye but claimed instead that the spiritual content was everything. They should have admitted honestly that nothing can be achieved with this technique without retouching. My technique is entirely different, and I believe it is very similar to that of the ancients. By repeatedly wetting and pounding down the surface, I create a lime ground about 4 centimeters thick for the entire picture. I try to keep this ground as free as possible from carbonic acid, so that I can paint al fresco on the entire surface for several weeks. But as I already said, everything has its limits, and a painting as large as would result from removing the half columns cannot be accomplished by one man. Now I ask you, most esteemed director, not to take offence that I must also raise all my objections against your second proposal, the removal of the Christ figure in the Furter Lux in Tenebras trilogy, which is dear to my heart. It is considered problematic, you say, to place the figure of Christ in such a manner in a museum. This concern must refer only to the almost shocking appearance of the nude figure. It is neither unchristian nor improper. The task is to convey a coherent thought across the 3 panels, one that is also artistically significant. The 3 paintings must be completely different in appearance, as well as in the emotional impact they are to have on the viewer. Otherwise, the result is boredom, like a flute trio. Now, the image on the left shows dread, a dark forest, a bloody altar, terrified people. All this, which in the execution should be rendered even more dramatically, evokes an eerie feeling. Opposite, it is joyful surprise. Both images must be delivered with the full strength and depth of colour. Now comes the central picture, which is to surpass the others in appearance and emotional effect, making them seem more like side panels. The only thing left is that after such a display of intense emotion, the viewer is themselves a little startled. If this effect is achieved with the full brilliance of light that fresco can offer, then I believe the viewer's interest will remain engaged in continually shifting attention among the pictures. One will not be done with viewing them once and for all, but must keep returning, as one never tires of good music or poetry, where through powerful contrasts the soul is moved and continues to resonate long afterward. I ask you most sincerely, esteemed sir, to consider this defence, and I send you my warmest regards. Yours respectfully, A. Böcklin.